Here is the official opening of the 1949 baseball season in Fort Worth. In the year of 1839, America's favorite pastime began to grow. The game that today we call baseball had a historical birth back in colonial times, when young Americans referred to the game as rounders. The story of baseball in the beginning is the story of a man with ideas of his own regarding the old colonial sport, Abner Doubleday, a man who took the strange rules of rounders and formed a game that sprang up with a growing nation and became almost synonymous with this country's spirit of freedom. The history of this game, which has swept the nation from Plymouth Rock to the high Sierras, from Fort Detroit to the Rio Grande, is marked by many milestones that even today have a familiar character. In 1843, the first baseball games were scheduled. They were in Brooklyn and New York. The first important league was formed in 1858 and was called the National Association. During this time, they used a much larger ball than we see today, and they pitched it underhanded. The new game really began to cover the nation in 1867. The next year saw the first club with an all-professional team, the Cincinnati Red Stockings, they call themselves. The National League was created in 1876, the American League in 1882. The rest of the story is apparent. But the milestone we're making on this day, the 29th of March, 1949, is to open the 53rd season of baseball in the Texas League for the city of Fort Worth, whose ever-strapping Fort Worth Cats have written a record in baseball that's comparable to the very history of the game. For here in Fort Worth, the fans take the game with seriousness when chasing that pennant. But even with all this reverence for the game, there's a festive spirit that takes hold of young and old when you enter an American baseball park. In baseball, the spectator almost feels an active part of the game and is certainly never reluctant to show it. Yes, this is baseball. All of this background material is only to tip our hat each year to America's favorite pastime. There's only one way to open the season for the likes of folks in Fort Worth, and that's with a little piece of music that starts like this. Can't you just smell the popcorn and peanuts and even hear the crack of the bat as Mr. Average Spectator yells, "Throw the bum out"? And with this atmosphere, once again, we dedicate this half-hour program to baseball in the city of Fort Worth. During the next few minutes, we will introduce to you fans the people most important to baseball in our town. I know that the team brings forth most of your questions, so let's tune in the man who probably represents the greatest link between the game and the radio spectator, the voice that means baseball itself in this town, Bob Jones.
Thank you very much, Joe. It seems that each year around September and October, why it seems everybody's tired of baseball, it's time to go out. And then the new year rings in, and January, February, March come in, the old gridiron gets hot, the hot stove league gets hotter, and, well, I guess we're all ready for baseball just about right now. Of course, the Fort Worth Club coming in these first 2 weeks of April have quite a few big games coming up before the actual season openers. They have the New York Yankees in, for example, 2 games with the Brooklyn Dodgers. They have the Chicago Club, the National League, the Cubs, and they have the St. Louis Browns. And also they have the world champions, the Cleveland Indians, coming in playing a game with Leo DeRoche's New York Giants. So we have some pretty good games coming up before the season actually opens. And keep in mind that opener is on the 15th of this month with the Tulsa Oilers a Friday night. And game time is 8 o'clock this year in the regular season, starting out 8 o'clock baseball at LeGray Field with a new ticket headquarters in downtown Fort Worth. That's Jack Collier's on 7th and Main. Those tickets are on sale all day, and they're on sale for the exhibition games as well as for the season opener. Of course, I want to say right now that I don't think anybody, I should say, is dissatisfied with the present manager we have of the Cats, Bobby Bragan, who's really been around town. He's made Fort Worth his home this year, and he's done a grand job. As far as innovations at the ballpark's concerned, aside from that 8 o'clock starting time, why, the Knothole Gang is going to be a little bigger this year, I believe. We're going to have a wide open affair where any sponsor with a large group can bring in any gang of kids over 8 years old any Knothole night. There's no one gang. It's open to any and all out of town or in town. And also, ladies' night, I'm sure, is going to be back for the 1949 season, and I know the ladies are going to like that a lot. It's really a pleasure to be here at the start of the gun, and I want to say this. We've all proven, I think, in Fort Worth that Fort Worth has the best baseball fan around. Our attendance the last 3 years has been the best in the league per capita, and it's been right up there first or second every year. And, Joe, it's really nice to be with you and get this season started right. Thank you very much for having me here.
Sure sounds familiar to hear you talking baseball once again, Bob, especially when you sound so encouraging. And you can bet your bottom dollar that these little Dodgers we've got will fight for Fort Worth like they've been here all their lives. You know, my part in this baseball business is talking to the boys themselves on the Sanford Webb Dugout Interviews program. And I feel it's the best job around. The players are a lot of fun because they have a lot of fun themselves. Though this is the chosen profession for most of them, they have their life moments in the dressing room and on the practice field. Usually the first remark at this time of the season by some smooth-faced rookie is about the complicated compilation of averages. He says, so that's why they tried to cram all that arithmetic down me in school, so as I could figure up my baseball averages, he says. Then the baseball boys get together for barbershop quartet. They usually a little bit slow at first about this time of the season, but sometimes the music isn't bad at all. Would you folks out there mind if we tried out the first bunch of boys and see what kind of prospects we have for the coming year, in the music department anyway? You may have to be better sports than they are. With a flourish of trumpets then and a bright spotlight, we present the soon-to-be famous Fort Worth Baseball Club Metropolitan Quartet to sing that classical aria called I Want a Girl Just Like the Girl That Married Dear Old Pop. And so the season for baseball is underway musically anyway. We need someone to officially open the 1949 baseball season in Fort Worth, and for that duty we've chosen our next guest. Fort Worth baseball fans are mighty proud of the facilities provided for their ball team, and we're speaking of LaGrave Field. All you can say about LaGrave Field is that it simply is the finest in this whole part of the country. When local fans follow the Cats to games in other cities, they're forcibly impressed with the superiority of this modern baseball plant out on the north side, and also its very efficient staff. And there's a reason for Fort Worth's leadership in this respect. It's the result of tireless efforts of the man that it's my privilege to introduce to you next. A man who has gained national recognition for his program of ballpark improvement and certainly winning baseball teams. We're referring to the president of the Fort Worth Baseball Club, a man who is as colorful as the national pastime itself, Mr. John L. Reed.
It's a real pleasure to be here with this fine group. There is nothing any more thrilling than for this time of the season to roll around. However, the thrill could be even greater if we should end this season again as the Texas League champions. We are going into the fourth year as sponsored and owned Brooklyn Dodgers Club. To me, there is not another major league club in either the National or American League that could have given Fort Worth the proper representation in the Texas League than the Brooklyn Dodgers. I do not believe I am wrong. There could be a time when our representation be not as strong as has been in the past. For you must remember, we are dealing in several combinations, the hazard of the game and professional talent. We are just about to begin this season with the opening of official schedule of exhibition games. Then our first game of the championship season will be at home with Tulsa, April the 15th. So let's try and win the Fort Worth opening day trophy. This can be done with your help, and without your help, it cannot be done. You can be assured that Fort Worth will have a team to properly justify our representation in this league. We shall not let you down. So be patient and tolerant with us for the first 30 days of the season until we get the club set. After that, the race will be on.
Thank you very much, John L. Reeves, president of the Fort Worth Baseball Club, for appearing on this program, saluting the coming baseball season. And now we would like to introduce a spokesman for those persons connected with the sports broadcast over this station. Here is the manager of KXOL, Russ Lamb.
Thanks, Joe. It's a pleasure to appear on this broadcast with the men who will bring Fort Worth citizens so many hours of baseball enjoyment this year. There can be no question about the fact that Fort Worth is full of real baseball fans. That point is proven year after year, as each previous attendance record is shattered. The fans do support our ball club. But unfortunately, the Cats play only half of their season schedule here in Fort Worth. They're on the road for the other games, and the best that the local fans can do is send along their good wishes. But that fired-up enthusiasm for the fortunes of the Cats goes on while they're away, so it's altogether fitting that those loyal fans should expect to have a running account of the Cats' successes in those ball games in other cities that they can't attend, as well as those they're unable to see here at home. The medium of radio serves that purpose, and the play-by-play broadcast of all games over KXOL are made possible by the cooperation of 4 fine civic-minded firms in Fort Worth: the Renfro Rexall Drug Stores, the Uncle Joe Bottling Company, Mrs. Grubbs Food Products Company, and Texas Motors, your friendly Ford dealer. In behalf of the management of this station, I want to thank our 4 sponsors for again making it possible for baseball fans to follow every play by Bobby Bragan and the Cats this year. And I know I speak for our sponsors, as well as the station, in wishing Mr. Reeves and his staff and Bobby and his players a lot of good luck in their championship race in 49.
You've heard Russ Lamb speaking for the broadcasters and John L. Reeves for the ball club to get this new season underway. So with those remarks, we can now say that the 1949 baseball season is officially open.
Wait a minute, young fella. I've been around a long time, and in Fort Worth, we always open the season with a little singing.
I know what you mean, old topper, but I think we got a group here that might be able to satisfy what you would like to hear, and that would be Take Me Out to the Ball Game. Well, we enjoyed it. Hope you did out there. It looked like a few of us need a little more practice in baseball, too, perhaps. Well, we'd like to tell you now something that I know will be interesting to all of you, and that is the history of the Fort Worth Baseball Club in the Texas League. And we have one of the front office men, Dick Walsh. Dick, I wonder if we could call on you to tell us just how Fort Worth has fared in the existence of baseball in the Texas League.
Yes, sir, Joe. Thank you very much. I'd be glad to give you a brief history of the Fort Worth Cats. Yes, sir, Joe. Thank you. Since 1888, and been at 52 years. 13 Texas League championships. Of course, the greatest period in Fort Worth history was the 1920 to 25 period, the era of Jake Atts, when Fort Worth won 6 Texas League championships and 5 Dixie Series in that 6-year span. Fort Worth has won more games than any other club since the league was founded, and also has the best winning percentage of any present-day member. Last year, Fort Worth hosted the All-Star Game, won the Jake Atts Trophy for finishing first in the straightaway race, became the Texas League champions by virtue of winning the Texas League playoffs, and represented the Texas League in the Dixie Series, a clean sweep in 1948. The greatest attendance increase has been in the 3 post-war years after the league resumed operations, which were halted during World War II. As Bob Jones said, we have had the best winning percentage and the best per capita attendance based on city population of any club in the post-war era. Each of the past 3 years since the club became affiliated with the Brooklyn Dodgers, we have had a young, fairly inexperienced club, younger in average age than any club in the league. But each year we have run, or tried to run, the other clubs into the ground, something which we hope to do again this year. Only this year we will wind up by bringing the Dixie Series bunting back to Fort Worth. Thank you very much, Joe, for having had me here.
Thank you very much, Dick Walsh. It was very interesting to hear about Fort Worth Cats leading up to the 1949 season. Well, one sight that we always see around the Gray Field, and that's Bob Jones and Bobby Bragan getting together, talking about the games coming up for the broadcast as well as the game itself. So we'd like to have Bob Jones come over here and tell you something about Bob Bragan. He may expose him a little bit, but we'll see what Bob Jones has to say about Bob Bragan. And then I understand that the skipper's got a little surprise for you.
Well, Joe, about anything you say about Bobby Bragan, as long as it's good, is okay with me. He's been the manager of the club. He took over the manager's reins last June 30th, as I recall it. And on that day, the club won. The Fort Worth team went into first place in the Texas League race. And they maintained that position right down to the bitter end. They won the straightaway race, and, of course, they won the Texas League playoff and the championship for the Cats in the league. And that bears up pretty well. Bobby not only was a good manager for us last year, but he's a major league catcher, and he had a choice, I believe, of going to a major league club or taking over the managership down here. And I think he has no regrets about that. His native home, if you don't know, is Birmingham, Alabama. I think at this point he might like to forget about it, or at least last fall maybe he just soon have forgotten about it. And he's done a grand job here in the winter. He's been very active in Fort Worth. He makes it his home with his wife, Gwen, and his 2 children, a boy and a girl. He lives out in Arlington Heights, and through the winter period, he's been all around town at the civic clubs, the youth groups, the church groups, and so forth, making a personal appearance, goodwill appearances, as it were. And I think his average has been around 4 speeches or appearances a week, right straight through the winter. He's worked at the ball club and done a bang-up job out there for the ball club, too. He's been on a coaching clinic tour, and that did a great deal of good for baseball, and I hope for the coaches in the Texas area. He was one of the 2 coaching teams put up by baseball to travel throughout Texas and do a job on that, and he did that job. Of course, he's been down in Vero Beach, or he will be down, however you want to look at it, and he may have something to say about the club. He may not. It's hard to tell at this point. Anyway, it's a great deal of pleasure for me to bring to you Bobby Bragan.
Thank you a lot, Bob Jones, and I really appreciate those kind bouquets that you've been throwing all over the place in here. If I could justify in just a small measure those, why, I'd be a Superman. Folks, just between you and me, this ball club is a big business. It's not up to one man or one individual to win any pennants here in Fort Worth. It's right from John L. Reeves, the president, even as far as Branch Rickey, the president of the Brooklyn Club. Any manager is no better than the weakest player he has on his team. When we field our 19 players out here this coming season, you can bet that our club won't be any stronger than the weakest man we have on our bench over in the dugout. It takes 19 men pulling as hard as they can all together to win a pennant and to establish a record such as that has been established here in Fort Worth. We've got to have fireballers like Robert Austin, Willie Ramsdale, Carl Erskine, those players that represented us last year, Eddie Chandler, those pitchers that pitched us into the Shaughnessy playoffs and then into the Dixie series. You know, Bob mentioned that Birmingham playoff. I don't even like to talk about it anymore. But you can rest assured that if we get a shot at them again this coming fall, we're going to turn the tables on them. In fact, we don't care if it's New Orleans, Memphis, Birmingham, or what have they over there in that Southern Association. But we do have a fine-looking crew for 1949, have some of our boys back, and recently Mr. Rickey promised that he would send Mr. Reeves some of that able pitching that he has up there on that Brooklyn club, and I'm sure we'll get our quota of what's being sent out from Brooklyn. In the meantime, though, we have our entire infield intact with Dee Fondy, Johnny LeGros, Jack Lindsay, and Wally Fiallen. Of course, we have young Jacobs from the Piedmont League who stole some 50-odd bases. I know all the fans will be wanting to see him. We have young Dick Williams, a boy who's a surefire big leaguer in center field, or Homer Matinee is back. We have quite an assembly from the 1948 roster, and with the additional boards we have accumulated from Vero Beach and we'll get from Brooklyn and those AAA clubs, I can assure you that John L. Reeves, Bob Jones, the management, and those players are going to do a good job for the fans in Fort Worth who are top. Take it from the manager and take it from boys who have played in Fort Worth. I knew a lot about Fort Worth fans before I reported out here, and believe you me, they've justified every bit of it. You know, time's running out here. I don't want to be too long-winded, Joe.
That's all right, Bobby, but there's a little surprise that you have in store for us.
Well, excuse me.
Go right ahead and introduce yourself.
Well, I've been dared to sing a song today, and I think that the title that I will choose is the national anthem. I think I'm going to sing Dixie.
Oh,
Well, I wish I was in the land of cotton. Old times there are not forgotten. Look away, look away, look away, Dixieland. In Dixieland, where I was born in early on a frosty morning. Look away,
look away, Dixieland. And I wish I was in Dixie, hooray, hooray. In Dixieland I'll take my chance to live and die in Dixie. Away down south in Dixie. Away down south in Dixie.
Thanks very much, Bobby Bragan. I wish that you folks could have seen him singing that song. He certainly does look like a movie star standing up here. It's not like other folks who just stand and talk. He really puts on a show for the folks in the studio. Folks in the studio, oh, they're VIPs, very important people. You've heard of Willie Ramsdell. He's back with us. Bobby Austin here and a lot more of the boys. Some of the better voices that you were hearing during the singing. Willie Ramsdell, how's the old, what do you call that thing? It's not a fireball exactly, is it?
I want to get it straight with Bobby. I'm a Yankee.
All right, Willie, it certainly is fine seeing you back on the club for 1949.
I'm not back on the club in 1949. Quit playing for me.
Oh, is that? Where are you going to be? What's your baseball future going to be, Willie?
Well, it looks to me like me and that fella at Magsbrook. What's his name? Birdshot. Yeah,
Oh,
yeah. Well, he's got to have to get along with me this year.
I see. Willie, it certainly is nice having you back here, and hope that you have a lot of success with the Dodgers. Now, who's that young fellow over there with you? That's a boy you used to call Youthful Bob, but we saw him grow up right here in Fort Worth on the team. Wonder if you could get him over here and start needling him like you do on the practice field.
Well, I'll tell you, Joe, the guy's a pretty young fellow, and it's easy to get excited. I can't get him up here. Bob, would you step up here a minute?
Well,
Hi, young fella.
How you doing, huh?
All right, all right.
Well, when these two boys get together, the fur is going to fly. Well, what about this new 1949 Cat team, Bobby? What do you have to say about that?
Well, I think it's going to be okay, Joe. Some looks of things, I might be back myself, and I'm hoping so anyway.
Well, how about some of these other fellows? They're looking pretty good in practice, aren't they?
Very good, Joe. Looks like we'll be right up there at the top again.
All right, Bobby. Thanks very much for talking to us on this program saluting the brand new season. Willie, did you have something else to say?
You bet I have.
As usual. What's on your mind?
Me and Robert's going to pitch up there in Brooklyn, and these cats can take care of themselves.
All right. Well, they can do that. Here's John Prim, who is the road secretary for the Fort Worth Cats. John, is there any important change, or what does the road look like for the Cats this year?
Well, there aren't any major changes, Joe, in the schedule. We play 154 games, 77 on the road and 77 at home. However, this year we will open in Tulsa, our arch enemy, and then we'll come back. Our opening day in Fort Worth will be the 15th, and we're anticipating winning the President's Trophy this year. We gave them a good race last year, but Shreveport outdrew us slightly, and consequently we didn't win the trophy. And there's one thing I'd like to say at this time, Joe, and that is that Bobby Bragan can play ball as well as he can sing, and I think the radio listeners will be glad to hear that.
All right, John Prim. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Joe.
Steve, what's going on in the park facilities business?
Well, Joe, as you know, in the past, the concession has not been a part of the baseball club, but now and in the future it will be. It is our hope to give the people the best of service possible out there, and to give you the same finesse in the concession department that you get from the baseball club itself. We're making quite a few changes, putting in some new concession stands, putting in a new refrigeration room. We're widening our lobby and putting up some elaborate displays in there, which we hope is going to be appealing to the fans so that when they come to the baseball games, they can enjoy themselves just the same as if they were sitting in the cool of their own home.
Steve, let me ask you this. Some of the folks have grown up watching baseball from the gray field, and the improvement may not be quite as sharp to them as to an outsider. Now, you are quite familiar with the facilities in various baseball parks. What would you say are some of the advantages we have here that some of the folks in the other Texas League towns don't have?
Well, Joe, of the parks I've seen, I feel that we have the most elaborate setup here at the gray field of any minor league baseball park. We're equipped to handle any capacity crowd that we might get, and I think the service is going to be far better than that can be encountered anywhere else.
Thank you very much, Steve Crook. Well, I think it's time for us to sing that song which is almost synonymous with baseball itself, In the Good Old Summertime. Now, I want you to listen very sharply because these baseball boys have worked up something that might be very interesting to the avid fan. It really has to do with baseball. But first, let's get these old baseball vocal cords warmed up with In the Good Old Summertime. a little bit old-timey maybe. Now let's bring those lyrics up to date with something like this. Well, now everything that we've been leading up to is just about right on top of us. It's just about time to shout, "Play ball!" on this, the opening of the 1949 baseball season. This program has been dedicated to America's favorite pastime. Yes, here's another baseball season starting on the 30th of March, 1949. This is the 110th season. The old names in baseball live on, and the new rookies fight for a chance as your new favorite, and to someday become perhaps another Gehrig, Ruth, Cobb, Hornsby, Kraft, Tate, Dean, or Greenberg. And this radio station is happy to be a part of this sport in Fort Worth, participating as any other enthusiastic fan. We hope you've enjoyed this program introducing the first game of the year, which will be played in New Orleans and broadcast on the night of March 30th. It's always a memorable occasion when baseball returns to Fort Worth. Thanks to all of those who helped with this program, and thanks to all of you who support baseball on the sandlot, in the park, for the grown-ups, for the kids. We give you baseball for 1949.
First for the Cleveland Indians. Leading off, playing second base, Johnny Temple. Jimmy Pearsall in center field, batting second. Batting third, playing left field, Tito Francona. Doing the catching and batting cleanup, Johnny Romano. Willie Kirkland will be in right field, batting fifth. Vic Power, batting sixth, playing first base. At shortstop, batting seventh, Woody Hill. Mike Delahose will be at third base, batting eighth, and Barry Latman pitching and batting ninth. For the Yankees, leading off at second base, Bobby Richardson. Tony Kubek at shortstop, batting second. In right field, batting third, Roger Maris. Mickey Mantle batting cleanup in center field. In left field, once again, batting fifth, Johnny Blanchard. Elston Howard doing the catching, batting sixth. At first base, batting seventh, Bill Scarron. Clete Boyer back in action again at third base, batting eighth, and Whitey Ford pitching and batting ninth. The umpires, Frank Umont calling balls and strikes, Joe Linsalata at first, Bob Stewart at second, and Charlie Berry over at third. Both pitchers have completed warming up. The ground crew has finished smoothing down the infield. Everything's about ready to go. And just a reminder, do you have plenty of... Well, the take a look at the standings. The magic number now for the Yankees is 11. Any combination of Yankee wins or Detroit defeats, that total 11, and the Yankees are in. New York now 10 games ahead of the Detroit Tigers, 13 ahead of Baltimore, 20 ahead of Chicago, 26 and a half ahead of the Indians, 29 and a half ahead of the Red Sox, 35 ahead of the Angels, 36 ahead of Minnesota, 44 and a half ahead of Kansas City, and 45 and a half ahead of Washington. And the Yankees, with 97 wins to their credit right now, have already matched their total number of victories in 1960, when they won 97 and lost 57 and won the American League pennant by 8 games. Wow, you can see the brand of ball the other teams are playing. So this is a good time for the Yankees to have had that hot streak. They're about ready to go, and they're trying to get somebody to lead them out, but they all go in unison this time. Jimmy Dykes is still talking with Charlie Berry, who will be umpiring at third today. But right now, our national anthem. For the start of this ball game, and alongside me the gentleman who's going to take you along the start of the game, Red Barber.
Bill, will you explain something to me?
Uh-huh.
I understand that when Dykes told Latman he was going to pitch the first game, and then he turned and went back in his office, that 6 of the Cleveland players formed a circle around Latman and started to sing All Lang Syne. What's the meaning of that?
Well, they figure he's going to join the club today. Or should old acquaintance be forgotten? I imagine that's what it was, because last time Latman pitched against the Yankees, he did very well. Neither Mantle nor Maris got a home run.
Ball players really tease each other.
Oh, they sure do. You know, people on the outside might think it's kind of rough to tease a fella like Latman, who's done a good job, but it's all in fun, and they're actually trying to relax him a little bit.
Did the Yankees ever tease you when you were playing?
Oh, my gosh, yes. Many times. I remember the first time I hit a home run, came into the dugout, there was nobody sitting on the bench but Joe McCarthy, and I couldn't convince any of the other players that I had hit a home run. They said they were all inside, and they didn't believe it.
Well, at that, I think ball players are very practical psychologists. This thing of a sense of humor certainly does break the tension. Now we have Johnny Temple to be first up. Whitey Ford going after win number 24. Had the big day out here yesterday. He was deeply touched by it. Johnny Temple. A rather tough man to pitch to, hitting 280. Slow curve is good for the call strike. That's Umont with the duty back of the plate today. Then Salata. Down at first, Charlie Berry is at second. Stewart is at third.
There's a ball that is hit into right center field and safe for a base knock. Temple makes the turn. He's on his way to second. Here's Randall's throw, and Temple's in there for a double. Puts the ball in the hole, right center. So that starts it off. The Indians have lost their last 16 games here at the stadium. I said Berry was at second and Stewart at third. Just reverse that. Make that Stewart at second and Berry at third. Jimmy Pearsall hitting for a high average, 326. Takes the curve low outside, ball one. First man up has doubled the start of the first game. Got a tremendous crowd here at the stadium. Full curve is grounded foul outside third base to the coacher, Luke Appling. Mel McGaha coaching over at first. Ford is starting in the first game. Daly will start in the second. Lattman goes in the first game for Cleveland, and Perry will pitch the second one. Howard catching. John is first. Richardson is at second, Kubek at short, and Boyer, after a day out with a bad knee, is back at third. Whitey deals a curveball hit down to short. Kubek up, holds the runner at second, throws over to first, and Pearsall is out by a wide margin. So we have one away, and here is Tito Francona, hitting .293. Most hits on his ball club, 158. The outfield for the Yankees, Blanchard is in left, Mantle in center, and Maris, who hit 56 yesterday, is in right. And when you mention Maris and Mantle, that's one of the reasons why you've got this big crowd. Francona cuts to the sidearm curve. Strike one. Yes, sir. The folks are here. And this crowd today has sent the Yankees considerably ahead of their season's home attendance last year. And, of course, there are the 5 games remaining the last week of the season. 2 with Baltimore, 3 with Boston. Ford deals a curve low outside. Left-handed pitcher, left-hand hitter. 1 ball, 1 strike. We have a light breeze, which is blowing out toward left center. Speaking of Maris and Mantle, counting the doubleheader today, they have 12 games remaining under the ruling by the commissioner to go for Babe's record of 60. Ford came down with a high inside change of pace that was sinking. Francona waved at it. Strike 2. The commissioner ruled some time ago, if you're not familiar, that Ruth's record must be done in 154 games. American League playing 162 this year. So that was the number of games that Babe played in when he set it. There's a ground foul outside third. Still 1-2. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Taking the sign from Howard, who is using a sequence pattern with a runner at second who can see his fingers as well as the pitcher. 1-2 delivery. Swung on. There's a fly ball into short right. Here is Maris coming in. He's under it. He has it. Now we have 2 down. Ford slowed up on it. Francona didn't hit it squarely. You heard it clunk. Now we have John Romano, the catcher, hitting at .297. And Ford, of course, will be very careful with him. Runner at second base, 2 out. Romano got hit on the left foot yesterday. Foul ball.
We have no score. This is a big crowd, but you don't hear it in the microphone. But you wait until the Yankees come to bat in the last of the first inning and the M-boys swing into sight. Then your ears will tell you something. Pitch. Slider, good for a called strike, just above the knees on the inside. Romano steps back out. I don't think he appreciated the call too much. He's listening to Umont a little bit. Not for long. He's in there again. Pitch is a ball. It was a curve breaking low inside. Romano started to swing and checked his swing. And as he started to swing, Umont started with his right hand, and then the batter checked his swing in time. He brought the right hand down again. One ball, one strike. That's a rough job calling balls and strikes back at the plate. There's a line drive that is hit into left center for a base knock. Here's Temple around third. Blanchard throwing to the plate, but not in time. Boyer tries to cut it off. The ball kicked away. Howard retrieves it. Romano stays at first, and it is 1-0 Cleveland. A line single and a long one to left center field. Blanchard had no chance. No chance to stop the run. So, we have one in for the Vistas. You heard a bit of a murmur reaction from the crowd then. 1 run, 2 hits for Cleveland, and here's Kirkland. Hit a home run out here yesterday for Cleveland. Willie batting .258. Left-hand hitter. Takes a strike over the inside, hand high. Kirkland gets his forward foot, his left one, just about as close to the plate as he can, and then points his forward foot at the second baseman. So it's a crowding open stance. There's a ball bouncing away from Howard, and Romano lopes on down to second base. The pitch was low, and it charged a wild pitch on Whitey. So he is behind a run, and now with the wild pitch, he has a runner at second base. That's the pickup point they call him. One ball, one strike. Skies are all clear. There's just a little haze, but it's basically a blue and white pattern. 1-1 delivery. Low outside, a curve, ball 2. Howard having to go down to his left. Sound of a plane passing by. Nothing Cleveland. Here's the start of the big day. Pitch swung on, a ground ball hit foul outside first base. That's 2-2. You might say, in essence, that Kirkland is what the Indians have for Colavito. They traded Colavito for Keene, and a year later traded Keene to San Francisco for Kirkland and Antonelli. And then they sold Antonelli, who couldn't win for them, Milwaukee. 2-2 pitch, swung on late as a foul in the lower left field stand. 2-2. 2 strikes. To delivery again. High outside, ball 3. Whitey slowed down the speed of the pitch. Delivery. Swung on. There is a looper in the short center field. It's dropping for a base hit.
Romano is coming in with a second run, and they just throw the ball to second base. Kirkland looped it for a single, and it is 2-0 in favor of Cleveland until a wild pitch cost second run as it now stands. Enable Romano to get down to second base where he could come in. Now here's Vic Powell hitting .263. In a severe crowd, right-hand batter, swings and hits it in the right field stand foul. We have a tremendous battery of photographers. Everything that marriage does will be photographed. Pitch, low inside. Slider, 1-1. Ball and a strike. Whitey has been using breaking stuff. I haven't seen him throw his fastball. Kirkland off first, and forward moves over there, and Kirkland steps back. 2-0 favor the Indians. Ball in the right field stands again. He reached for a change of speed, low outside pitch. 1-2. Ford in position, checks the run at first, pitches. Another foul result in the first base stand. He is pitching power outside, and Vic is reaching for them and fouling them into the right field stand. All right. All set. Pitch is a curveball which is hit out into left field. Short left has Blanchard coming on. He can't get there. And here's Kirkland coming to third base, and they stop him. And Powell comes in to second with a double. It was a fly ball, not deep, that landed about 10 feet fair inside the left field line. The outfield had been pushed back toward right. And Blanchard had no chance. The ball dropped when he was still 3 running steps away. So, Kirkland is held by Appling at third. 4 hits for Cleveland. Now I have Woody Held. He had a home run out here yesterday. He's batting .265. The Yankee bullpen begins stirring. Our change of pace is high outside. Ball 1. Is a change. Swings on it, doesn't get it. One and one. Pitch. There is a high slider into the hands for a called second strike. 1 ball, 2 strikes. First base is open. Runners at second and third. Whitey deals low inside. Ball 2. Now that is the hardest that he's thrown a ball. Phil, Whitey seems to be struggling. I haven't seen him throw hard.
No, I haven't either. Maybe he was unloading all those gifts he got yesterday. Red might have tired him out.
All right, 2-2. Hit out into center. Mantle comes on and makes a one-handed catch. It took a star play to get out of the inning. for Mantle's catch. He caught it right off the grass, coming in at top speed on the score end of half an inning. Cleveland 2, and the Yankees now to hit.
Atlantic Imperial, the quality gasoline that cleans your carburetor as you drive, is now backed by the Clean Carburetor Test. We're so sure you'll agree that Atlantic Imperial gasoline improves your car's performance that we're inviting you to prove it without risking an extra penny. Here's how Atlantic's Clean Carburetor Test works. Use 100 gallons of Atlantic Imperial and ask for a receipt with each purchase. If you're not completely satisfied that Atlantic Imperial gives you smoother idling, less stalling, and generally improves your car's performance, just mail the receipts to Atlantic. We'll pay the difference between the cost of 100 gallons of Atlantic Imperial and regular gasoline. And that's all there is to it. You'll like the difference Atlantic Imperial makes, or we'll pay the difference. Start using Atlantic Imperial soon.
Of the first inning. Hout had Coates and Clevenger warming up in the Yankee bullpen. Whitey was struggling there in the first inning, and it took a stellar catch by Mantle to get the third out. All right, we have Bobby Richardson first up. 2-0 Cleveland. Bobby hitting .269. Latman curves him low outside. Ball 1. Latman has won 12, lost 4. He has beaten the Yankees once this year. That would have to be at Cleveland. The Indians haven't won a ball game at the stadium this year, and they're both of last. They've lost the last 16 they've played here. Pitch is low, ball 2. 2 balls, no strikes. Latman, strong right-hander, delivers. Good for a strike just above the knees. Romano is catching him. Power is at first base. Temple at second. Shortstop is Harold, and the third baseman is Mike Delahose. Low outside, ball 3. Delahose playing in place of Phillips, who got hit on the left hand early in the Friday night game. Antona in left, Searsall in center, Kirkland in right. 3-1 delivery. Low, ball 4, and Bobby's on. Now Kubek steps in, hitting at .276. The birthday boy, Roger Maris, he's 27 today, moving out now into the on-deck circle. Tony, graceful left-hand batter. Infield double play depth. Chapman buzzes the inside under the hands for a called strike. First came up with the White Sox. There's a curveball grounded down to second. Temple up as it goes back to second, short to get 1. The throw to first. Double play. Boy, that Held was moving down that second base. He had to make it. Now, do you hear the crowd as Maris moves into batter's box? Inside. Ball 1. Maris hitting .271. Hits a long foul in the upper right field stand.
And, of course, the minute he swung and the ball took off, fans didn't wait to see. They oohed and awed. He's the big attraction. All right, 1 ball, 1 strike. Outfield well around toward right. Latman pitches high outside, just misses ball 2. 3 infielders on the right side. Maris is the most pronounced right field hitter, full hitter that we have in the league. 2-1 delivery. Swung on. There's a high fly ball into right center field. Not too deep. Preston under it. The right fielder takes it. So that's the 3rd out. And thanks to the double play following the walk, there was nothing across last of the 1st inning. So the score at the end of the 1st is Cleveland 2 and New York nothing. Other games, the Tigers, who got out of their losing slump yesterday at Boston, failed to score their first at-bat up at Boston. Single game. Mossy for Detroit and Conley for Boston. Mossy recently has lost, I think out of his last 5 decisions, he has lost 3 1-0 ball games. Now that is really calculated to sweeten his spirit. Washington at Baltimore, no score into half an inning. McLean versus Estrada. Chicago will come in later from Los Angeles. There's a doubleheader, Minnesota at Kansas City, which will start later. In the National League, we have Philadelphia at Chicago, Pittsburgh at Milwaukee, St. Louis at Cincinnati, Los Angeles at San Francisco, and they are all coming later. The lead in the National League is now 3. Cincinnati winning in 12 innings yesterday, and San Francisco dumping the Los Angeles again. The lead in the American League is 10. Now we have Mike Delahaz hitting .270. Swings it towards slow curve and fouls it. Third base coach retrieves it, throws it out. It's the last day at the stadium for the Yankees until they're back Tuesday night, September 26th with Baltimore. Then the following Wednesday afternoon. The Red Sox series is Friday night, September 29, Saturday afternoon, and Sunday. 4 deals, and the pitch is high outside for ball 2. 2-1. 2 balls, 1 strike. Whitey works. And there's a ground foul outside of third. Ball bounced up into the sand, quite a scramble. Two and 2. That's the count. This is the start of inning 2. First of 2, and Cleveland leads 2-0. Whitey delivers, and there's a ball hit out to right center. Mallow going over. He's there. Catch it. And the pitcher, Latman, is getting ready now to come out of the dugout. The White Sox traded him to Cleveland, you recall, for Herb Score. Score is out in the Coast League, San Diego, trying to regain some measure of control. He has never been able to get straightened out since he was struck by Mike Bibble's line drive. Latman has 4 hits for 49 at-bats. Right-hand hitter. Ford's slow curve picks up the outside. For a call strike. Left-hander works. Curveball is in there again. Strike 2. Right over. Struck the heart of it. there's a fastball on the outside, ball one. Whitey standing out in the sun. Aspires a great deal, loses considerable weight when he pitches. There's a foul tip. He was swinging on a sinker. And Latman is sort of twisting his right arm as though he pulled something back behind the shoulder blade. Now he moves in. Okay, still 1-2. Ford works. Strike three called. He got the slider on the outside. Latman walks away. Whitey's first strikeout today. This has him with Pasquale at 185 each. Now we have Temple who started the game with a double. Takes a quick curve in for a called strike. John hitting 282. A full change of pace, and he checked his swing. 1 ball, 1 strike. When Whitey throws that full change, the ball drastically drops. It appears to be a screwball. There's a curve inside ball, too. So Whitey says, no, it is not a screwball. He said, because I do not give my hand the reverse twist. It may look like it, he says, but it's not. Two-one pitch. Swung on line, foul outside left field. 2-2. Left-handed deal. There is strike three swinging. That was that change again. So that gives Whitey 2 strikeouts, 186 for the season. And the score at the end of an inning and a half. First game, Cleveland 2, New York nothing.
Today, more and more motorists are enjoying better engine performance thanks to Atlantic Imperial gasoline. But now you can try Atlantic Imperial in your own car without risking an extra penny. How? With Atlantic's 100-gallon clean carburetor test. Every time you buy Atlantic Imperial, get a receipt from your dealer. Then after 100 gallons, if you're not satisfied with generally better engine performance, return those receipts to Atlantic. They'll send you the difference in cost between 100 gallons of Atlantic Imperial and regular gasoline. No questions asked. Start using Atlantic Imperial today.
Mickey Mantle steps in. Crowd just let out a roar. He made his way to the plate. He gets right-hander Latman. Cleveland. Mickey, of course, the switcher is batting left-handed. Mantle hitting .324. Swings and fouls it back. It was a sharp curve. He broke right down in there. 2-0 in favor of the Indians. Wally Moses coaching at first. Frank Frazzetti at third for New York. Fastball is high outside. 1-1. They do not overshift his jacket into right on Mickey as they do on Roger. Curve is outside, ball 2. 2-1. Latman with the winningest percentage of any of the Cleveland pitchers. He's 12-4. Strong right-hander deals, and Mantle swings at the long drive to left center. There's Francona going back. It's off of the glove. There's Mickey around first, coming into second base. He's on his way for third, and Hell throws the ball in, and Mantle flies ahead of it for a triple. And third baseman Della Hawes jumps up and protests to Berry that Mantle was not touching the bag. And now there's Dyke running down to third base, the Cleveland manager. Mantle was in there just a split second ahead of the throw from the strong-arm shortstop Held. And then Della Hawes claimed, and then Dyke went down to back him up, that Mantle in his slide didn't quite get third base. But Charlie Berry, who was right in position to see it, says yes, he did. So it is a triple for Mantle, deep into left center off Francona's glove. He went back as far as he could. So, this is the first Yankee hit. Mantle left his sixth triple, and here is John Blanchard hitting at 311. We have nobody out. Last the second inning. Outfield toward right on Blanchard. Swings, hits the ball to right field. It's a home run. Upstairs. That gets the ball game even at 2-2. That's his 20th home run for the Yankees, driving to set a new team total of home runs at 217. The old mark is 221. And here's Howard. Takes the curve for a called strike. Elston, with his magnificent percentage of 362. Man, that Blanchard hit that ball in the third deck. The only thing he had to wait to be sure it stayed fair. Curve is strike 2, half swing. Boom. Triple and a home run. Ball even, 2-2. Crowd is still buzzing. Strike 3, sidearm curveball. Howard is struck up. Unless the weather interferes, the last 3 days of the year, this is the last doubleheader for the stadium. This is the last one scheduled. And the crowd is out here to see it. There's Skowron. Swinging, hits the ball to right center field. And through for a base hit. Hits the wall on the first bounce. The Moose comes into second base with a double. Boy, they didn't leave their bats in the clubhouse. So the Moose hit a line drive right up the alleyway in right center field. He's in second. Now we have Boyer, third baseman. The Yankees have won their last 10. Second one down. Pitches. Boyer hits the curve. It's a high foul up by first base. Powell comes over close to the stands and makes the catch. So we have 2 out. Now Whitey Ford a moment ago was behind 2-0, and now he walks up to the plate. Even. Whitey has 16 hits. John with 2 out. He's down off second. Curve is into the dirt, and Romano blocked it with his chest. Ball 1. Some fellows in this lineup that can really hit that ball. Pitch is inside. Ball 2. Nothing pitch in there for a strike. Blanchard has become a very remarkable ball player this year. I've just asked our statistician Bill Kane to do a little arithmetical formula. The 2-1 pitch, high, ball 3. He's going to figure out for us the ratio of Blanchard's home runs for times at bat contrasted with Madeline Maris. So here's Blanchard with 20. Well, I can tell you this right now, if you want to do it. Let's see. He's got a fifth to Whitey 3-1. He does. Gets it over for the strike. Madeline has been up 479 times and has 52 home runs. Maris has been up 521 times and has 56. These are official at bats. Whitey swings, hits the ball through the middle. The base hit. John is coming around third and scores, and the Yankees go ahead 3-2, and Whitey puts himself 1 up. Now Blanchard has been up officially 197 times and has 20 home runs. We also Whitey Ford puts himself ahead 3-2 with a single through the middle, his 17th hit. He's an excellent hitting pitcher. And for Whitey, that's his 9th run batted in. Now we've got Richardson up there. Walked in the first inning. Swings and hits the pitcher, and the ball comes down into left field. Ford stopped at second base. Richardson's line drive struck Latman on the right side of his body. It caught him in the midst of his follow-through. He couldn't move his hand. It hit him, I think, right around the rib. But it happened so fast, it could have hit him in the stomach. Now there's the trainer running out. Starts to run out, and then the pitcher says no. Wally Fox, the trainer now, is going out. Dykes told him to go out there and see where that ball hit Latman. And it ricocheted through the hole between third and short into left field. Now the trainer talking to the pitcher. He actually hit him. The Yankees have come up now with 5 base hits here in the last of the second. Crizzetti reminding Ford down at second. 2 men are out. Here's Kubek at the plate. Swings and hits the ball down the right field line. It is ground rule double. It bounces in. Ford scores. Richardson is held at third, and Dykes is on his way out to the mound. Will hit next, the 9th man in the inning. He wears number 9.
double for Tony. That gives him 43 runs batted in. The Yankees 4 and the Indians 2. Cleveland got out in front 2-0, and then the Yankees on their second opportunity started backing Latman. Here's a funny situation. There's a new pitcher coming in for Cleveland. When a manager goes out to remove the pitcher, you know he's going to do it when he says, "Give me the ball." When the manager takes the ball away from the pitcher, that's it. Dykes goes out there, but the ball, that two-bag hit, bounced in the right field stands, and you know these spectators don't throw him back. So all of a sudden, Dykes wants the ball. It's a symbol of his change, and also he wants to hand the ball to the new pitcher, and he has to come down to the plate umpire to get it. This is Bobby Locke walking in. He's released previously in this series. The Latman, 1 and 2. Locke has gotten the ball from Dykes. Latman has walked away. It is 4-2 favor the Yankees. Runners are at second and third. 2 men are out. The inning has lasted 12 minutes. Because I know we started right at 2:30. Mantle stepped in. I thought, well, I'll wait and make the station break. End of the second inning. Be all right. Haven't got to the end of the second inning yet. Maris on his birthday is 27. In the first inning, he hit a routine fly ball to the right fielder. Now, Bill Kane worked out these figures. Mantle this year is hitting a home run every 9 official at-bats. Maris is hitting a home run every 9 3/10 official at-bats. And Blanchard is hitting a home run every 9 8/10 official at-bats. So, I would say generally they're about hitting in the same tempo. When you get into that back of that decimal point, it doesn't mean very much. In case you wonder about the discrepancy of the at-bats between Mantle and Maris, it tells you that Maris gets more balls to swing at because they walk Mantle. Well, here's Maris up there. The photographers have zeroed in on him. All eyes are directed toward him here at the stadium, and there are a lot of eyes out here too, boy. 4-2 favor the Yankees. There's a curve in for a call strike. Bobby Locke is the right-hander. Mantle has drawn 116 walks this year. Maris 82. There's a ground ball hit through the left side for a base hit. Richardson is scoring. Here is Kubek coming in to score. And Maris, who leads the league in runs batted in, promptly drives in 2 more to lift his total to 132. The Yankees are now out in front 6-2. And Mantle, who started the inning, is coming up for the second time. He started with a tremendous triple to the opposite field to left center. So a single to the opposite field to Maris, single to left, picks up these 2 runners. Those runs are charged to Latman. Maris, of course, is the responsibility of the relief man Locke, and Mantle takes a fastball in on his hand. Mickey threw back from that ball with a sudden, quick lunge there, just as it was right on top of him. Curve is low
inside, ball 2. Yankees 6 runs and 7 hits here in the last of the second. Maris at first base. Mickey swings at a high curveball. Strike one. Mantle has 156 hits. Maris has 142. Mickey hitting .324, swinging and fouls it back. Well, let's see. We haven't added in his base hit here in the second, so he's 1 or 2 points better. Either .325 or .326. All right, 2-2. Right-hander delivers way outside, ball 3. Bulletin on the scoreboard says, welcome Amityville, New York State Connie Mack Camp. All right, 6-2 favor the Yankees in this second inning upsurge. As ball 4, Mantle walks. Harris, second base score. Now we have Blanchard, who followed Mantle's triple with a home run in the second inning, which tied it. Blanchard getting a hand. Boy, that's a one. Think about that punch right through there. Maris, Mantle, Blanchard, Howard. How would you like to pitch to that quartet? Blanchard, left-hand hitter. Pitch way high and outside, ball 1. Locke wants another baseball. Plate umpire Yuan accommodates him. Nothing in the rule that says an umpire has got to give a pitcher another ball, and there's nothing in the rule that says he hasn't got to. The umpire says it's just a matter of keeping peace in the family. Low, ball 2. In other words, as long as the request for another ball is kept within reasonable limits, the umpires honor it. But, of course, they have the authority because they run the ball game. If they thought that, let's say a pitcher, for example, rejected a half a dozen or something and just things silly, they could make him pitch with one. 2-0 delivery is high outside, ball 3. That's the same thing. If a batter has to have a ball examined, the umpires will honor it if it's reasonable. But I remember out here the last time the Yankees were home, Charlie Burris back at the plate, and Norris wanted the ball examined. And Burris says, no, I just examined it. It's all right. Then Maris hit it for a home run. Blanchard swings. There is a fly ball to straightaway center where Pearsall waits, makes the catch. So, 11 men batted, and 6 of them scored, and there were 7 hits. 2 men were left. So, at the end of 2 innings of the first game, it is 6-7-0 for the Yankees, 2-4-0 for the Indians.
I hope you'll use Atlantic Imperial in your car. It's the gasoline that cleans your carburetor as you drive and keeps it clean.
Shepard on the PA is speaking about when the Yankees are next home, the last week of the season. Tuesday night, the 26th, with Baltimore on the next afternoon. Friday night, the 29th, with the Red Sox in the next 2 afternoons. The Red Sox, at the end of 2 innings, are leading the Tigers 6-0. Yastrzemski has hit a home run. At the end, 2.5 innings, it is Baltimore 1, Washington nothing. The Baltimore run, a home run by Brandt. Other games in the league will be coming in later. The National League is going now. Philadelphia leads at Chicago 1-0 at the end of the first inning on Callison's home run for the Phillies. Our old friend Tom Stedman is starting for Pittsburgh and Milwaukee against Warren Spahn. Stedman has won 5 and lost 1 since coming up with the Pirates. Spahn is going for win number 307. Well, he's amazing, isn't he? The Cardinals have had their first at-bat at Cincinnati and got a run out of it. Hideki against Perky. Los Angeles coming in later from San Francisco. Well, Jim Pearsall, who was thrown out by shortstop Kubek, is first up in the third. Ford out there now with a 4-run ball, 6-2 game. A curve is hit inside third down the left field corner for a base knock. Pearsall's around first. He's on his way to second. Here comes the throw, and Pearsall is safe. Richardson is making a remonstrance with Bob Stewart. It is a double for Pearsall. Richardson was standing gallantly at second base as though there wouldn't be any throw. And then suddenly when he got the throw, he snapped it. So Pearsall gets the double. Double to left. Hit number 5 off Whitey. And here is Francona. Tito hitting 292. Takes a slider for a call strike. Above the knees on the outside. Pearsall averages 150th hit this year. He's having quite a season. Outfield toward right on Tito, who crouches very much. Swings, hits the ball into right field on a line. Base hit. Nara takes on the first skip, and Pearsall is held at third base for 2 reasons. One, when you're behind 4 runs, you can't be risky running. And 2, Maris is on. So we have runners at first and third. This is 6 hits off Whitey. Cleveland is taking more liberties with a little left-hander than he usually permits. The Yankees have the bullpen up again. They had Coates and Seminger going down there in the first inning. There's John Romano, who singled in the first inning and knocked in a run. Takes the curve low inside, ball 1. Coates is now throwing in the bullpen as the curve hits foul between the coacher and third base itself. That's the count. Runners at first and third. Nobody out here in the third. Cleveland roughed up Whitey for 2 runs and 4 hits in the first inning. He got to start out in order in the second, but now the first 2 men up have hit him here in the third. Pitches. There's a trickle ball up toward third base, and it goes foul. Pearsall was not going to try and score. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Romano, who had crossed first, he couldn't wait there to see whether the ball would be fair or foul. He had to run. He's walking back. Now the Yankee runs, they're all charged. yards to the starter, Latman. Whitey looking at the baseball as though he were counting the stitches. Pitch is low outside. Ball 2. 2-2. For Deal, the curve swung on, grounded foul, back at third. He is taking more time today than customary for him. But now that he's got this big lead, he would like the best in the world to at least get 5 innings in and have some of the lead left. Under the existing rules, a starting pitcher cannot be credited with a win unless he pitches 5 innings. Delivers and has the ball that is hit out into short left center field and is dropping for a base hit between Kubek and Mantle. Pearsall is home to make it now 6-3. Francona stopped at second, and here comes Howe going out to the mound. Ralph took the glass down at his bullpen. He is talking to Whitey. Hawk so far hasn't made any motion. There is one thing about Whitey Ford. He is completely candid and forthrightly honest. For example, if a manager comes out and says, "How do you feel?" Ford will tell it. Exactly, because I've heard Whitey say many times that the responsibility to the team is so important that it is up to you to tell the manager always exactly how you feel, and then let him make the decision. And Houck points to the bullpen. So this will be all for Whitey, and he can not be a pitcher of record. He can either win or lose. I think it was apparent from the very start of the ball game, the very first hitter, that his stuff was simply not alive. That's 3 runs and 7 hits off Whitey. He's responsible for these 2 runners. Romano has batted in 2 runs today. Gives him a total of 74. Long Jim Coates is now being announced, and he's walking across right field. This is Coach's ball game to win or lose. He is 10-5. This is his 38th ball game, and he has been a 2-way pitcher this year, both starting and out of the pen. Ford gets a hand as he walks off. So yesterday was Ford Day, and today isn't. Favor the Yankees. Because this Cleveland crowd is just so hot back of the neck you could fry an egg. They've lost 16 straight games to the Yankees here at the stadium, and if you don't think that's not putting the ball under the saddle blankets, you got another thought coming. Now Houck is going back into the dugout. Coach is checking his battery signs with Howard. And speaking of checking, we will pause for station identification.
Good sound broadcasting for 1961. This is Quality Modern, WOKO, Albany, New York. WOKO time, 2 minutes before 3 p.m.
Whitey Ford has done absolutely yeoman service this year. He has been a laboring man, and by pitching every fourth day, and with remarkable success, and with strong assists when necessary from Arroyo, it has made possible the rebuilding of a pitching staff. For example, at spring training camp, you certainly counted on Curley, counted on Ditmar. So suddenly, they were ineffective. Something had to be done, and had to be done in the course of the season. The great test of managing for Howe. But now that Ford has done so much work, I would say that the number one consideration about him from now on is to get him tuned up for the World Series. All right. Jim Coates is ready to go. Here's Willie Kirkland, who singled in the first inning and knocked in a run. The Yankees leading 6-3. Runners at first and second. We have nobody out. A curve is inside, too close to the belt. Ball one. Jim delivers. There's a sharp curve. It's a flatter swung on and missed down across the chin. Coates went the route against Washington 5 days ago. Gave them 1 run, 4 hits. Won his 10th game then. There's a curve that is fouled up. Howard is getting under it. 2/3 of the way back to the stands and has it for the first time. So, 1 down. Foul ball to the catcher. And the hitter now is Powell. Pick in that severe crowd. With the outfield laid back into right, he dropped a double inside the left field line. First inning. Hitting 265. 6-3 New York. Yankees had a 6-run explosion in the second. Fastball swung on late, fouled off. I'll say this, that Coates is the very antithesis of Ford as far as pitching equipment goes. Whitey, Stocky's left-hander, who was using breaking stuff today, not throwing hard. And Coates, a tall, lean, hungry-faced right-hander who throws hard. Jim ready. His ball game to win. He can hold it. Pitch is swung on. There's a ball hit out to right field. It may be trouble. It is a home run. It's still Coates' game to win, but he's got no lead. Sailed in the lower right field stand, about 10 feet fair. Coach first sadly shook his head. It is now 6-6. The first 5 runs charged to Whitey. The 6th one charged to Coates. Now we have Woody held. 1 man out. Fastball slightly high inside. Ball 1. Held hit a line drive which Mantle one-handed coming in the first inning. 6-6. Curve swung on and missed. Strike 1.
1 ball, 1 strike. Now, this promises to be a rough afternoon, doesn't it? Ball right-handed deals. High curveball. It's too high. Ball 2. 2 and 1. For Power, that's his 5th home run this year. His runs batted in now, total 61. 2-1 delivery, swung on as a high foul ball up alongside third. Boyer under it, makes the catch, 2/3 of the way over to the stands, and we have 2 out. Third baseman Delahose, who is playing in place of Phillips, who got hit on the hand earlier in this series. Pitch is swung on as a line drive over short into left center for a base hit. Delahose goes around first base and stays. Milo quickly recovers the ball, throws it in. Single to left center. Now, this gets relief pitcher Locke as the hitter, and it is Locke's ball game to win or lose. Game is pitched back and forth. First it was 2-0 Cleveland, then it was 6-2 New York, and by the time that Locke came in, it looked as though he would just be sort of the expendable long man out of the bullpen. And now all of a sudden, here we go, head to head. 6 and 6. This is the 8th man to bat for Cleveland here in the 3rd inning. Relief pitcher coach takes the sign from Howard. Delahose leads off first. Locke, a right-hand hitter. Swings the curve, hits it to short. Kubek runs over, steps on second for the unassisted fourth, and that is the 3rd out. But before that happened, 4 runs, 5 hits. And the score at the end of 2.5 innings is Cleveland 6 and New York 6.
Does your car perform as if it were several years older than it really is? Well, even a new car can't give you a smooth, even ride with a dirty carburetor. That's where Atlantic Imperial gasoline comes in. It cleans your carburetor as you drive and keeps it clean. And this is very important. You see, under ordinary driving conditions, harmful deposits can form around the lower carburetor walls. In time, these deposits can affect the action of the throttle plate, cause rough idling, frequent stalling, and gasoline waste. But not when you use Atlantic Imperial. It washes these deposits harmlessly away, and with continued use keeps the new deposits from forming. I hope you'll use Atlantic Imperial in your car. It's the gasoline that cleans your carburetor as you drive and then keeps it clean.
The last half of the 3rd inning. Howard first up, then Skowron and Boyer. Bobby Locke, who replaced Lapman. He's now the pitcher of record. It's a 6-6 ball game. The 2 starters are off the hook. There's a ground ball hit up toward third. Delahose grabs it, puts it into first base. Plenty of time, and Howard is out. Now we have Skowron. The Moose slips a double to right center in the 2nd inning. Hitting .273. Field, fastball low inside, ball 1. Bobby Locke from Grindstone, Pennsylvania. It always strikes me as an interesting name for a town. Well,
swung on and fouled right back into the chest protector. Plate umpire Umar, 1-1. Mosen on the scoreboard. First quarter score. Baltimore Colts 28, New York Giants 13. One pitch. There's the ball bounced high. The pitcher has to wait for it to come down. He grabs it, throws to first, and Scowen is out. Power using that one hand all the time down at first. I have Cletus for you, 0 for 1. Ball game hanging 6 and 6. Each team is taking turns beating on the other. Ball in there. Football season is opening earlier and earlier. There's a fastball swung on and missed, strike 2. One thing that's done is it has divided up sports announcers. It used to be that you did baseball and then did football. Maybe you'd have an overlap of 1 day as a ground foul. Most 2, which you could work out. But now it's getting the specialization even more keenly noted. A baseball announcer can't get away to do football and vice versa. Got 2 sets of outside. 2-strike pitch, fastball high inside, ball 1. 1 ball, 2 strikes. One and 2. Two down. Block throws hard, delivers. There's a curveball fouled off. There's been a correction that has come in on the printer about the big ball game at Cincinnati. The Cardinals were first credited with a run. The correction is they didn't get it, and Cincinnati has got a run at the end of 2 innings and leading 1-0. There's a high foul back out of play. 1 ball, 2 strikes. So it is first place Cincinnati 1 and St. Louis nothing at the end of 2. End of an inning, Pittsburgh is leading Milwaukee 3-0. Those runs belong to our old friend Tom Stedman. 1-2 pitch, curve, fouled off in the upper left field stand. In the 3 innings, the Red Sox, who have closed the season here the last 3 days, are leading Detroit 6-0. The end of 4, Baltimore's leading Washington 2-0. Baltimore's driving to take second place away from the Tigers. I mean driving. Block 1 and 2 with Boyer. There's another foul back. Still 1 and 2. Baltimore is 3 games back of Detroit. In case you don't want to go get the morning paper. Dumont, with all these foul balls, is having to... wait a minute. No. What it is? I thought he was going to call for some more baseballs. He's calling for the trainer, Gus Mount, to come up there and see Boyer's left hand. Apparently, maybe he's pulled a blister. Batters do that sometimes, Patty. Uh-huh. putting a piece of tape on the left hand. Let me see now. I think it's the index finger. Now Romano moves between us. Now he moves away. Thank you, John. Now let's see, Cletus. Hold your hand out where we can see where that bandage went. All right, 1 ball, 2 strikes. There is a curve fouled off. Still 1-2. Six-ball game. He struck him out with a high inside slider. So it is 1-2-3. And at the end of 3, the total is a 6-9 all for the Indians and 6-7 all for the Yankees. Now, Phil, our statistician Bill Kane has been very cooperative this year, but I asked him to do something just now, and he flatly refused, and I wondered if you would do it.
What's that?
I wanted to go down and ask Houck what happened to that 6-2 lead.
I'm like Bill Kane. I'm not going to do it.
Well, he said, I doubt if I'd get back, and if I did, you couldn't use his answer.
Outro. And Red must be just about talked out. 12 runs and 16 hits in 3 innings. Man, this looks like one of those days. Have a little candlelight dinner tonight about 12:30. Figure we'll have a long day at the ballpark. On the scoreboard in the American League, it's Red Sox 6, Detroit nothing at the end of 3. Coplett replaced Mossy in the 3rd, Conley for the Red Sox. Billy Bruton is just homing in the 4th. That makes it 6-1. Yastrzemski homing in the 2nd with 1 on for the Red Sox. Baltimore 2, Washington nothing at the end of 3.5. McLean against Estrada. Jackie Brandt and Brooks Robinson have homed. Chicago at L.A. has not started. Minnesota at Kansas City hasn't started. National League, Phillies 1, Cubs nothing at the end of 2. Roberts against Cardwell. Tallison homed. Pittsburgh 3, Milwaukee nothing at the end of an inning and a half. Sturdivant against Spahn. Cincinnati 1, Cardinals nothing at the end of 2.5. Sadecki against Turkey. Los Angeles and San Francisco not underway. Johnny Temple up for his 3rd time in the ball game here in the top of the 4th. He doubled and scored in the 1st, struck out in the 2nd. Jim Coates replaced Whitey Ford, fires a fastball right in there, strike call. On deck, Jimmy Pearsall. Curve fouled and going out of play down the right field line. 0-2. Man, look at that first quarter score. Baltimore Colts 28, New York Giants 13. They're playing up in the Yale Bowl. That's equivalent to this score here in the 3rd inning of 6-6. A lot of scoring. Nothing in 2 on Temple. Wind up by Coates. Fastball high inside, ball 1. Got a real good crowd here today. Never really expected this much, but the fans so interested in the Mantle Maris race for home run honors that they're coming out. Curve misses outside, 2-2. Coach ready for the 2-2 delivery. Here it is, and it's a foul back in the upper deck out of play. Out holds at 2-2. Nobody out, nobody on. Top of the 4th.
Again, the 2-2 delivery. Curve is high, ball 3, 3-2. Temple batting .281. He's been having a pretty good series against the Yankees. Now the payoff pitch. Inside, ball 4. That's the first walk given up by Yankee pitchers in the ball game. Whitey Ford, who went 2 innings, didn't walk anybody. Brings up Jimmy Pearsall, bounces short, double to left field, and scores. Jimmy hit one right inside third base, and Blanchard played it perfectly off the wall, made a good throw to second. And there was a little dispute on the call at second base. It was close, but Pearsall just beat the tag. Pitch to Jimmy. Pitch outside, ball 1. Elston Howard figured that Pearsall and Temple might have the hit and run on. On deck, Tito Francona. Temple leading away. Fastball over, strike called, 1-1. Boyer is playing way in at third. Scarron holding first against Temple. Time is called by Johnny Temple at first base. Wanted Pearsall to step out of the batter's box. They rechecked the signals with third base coach Luke Appling. Now everybody ready to go. Al Reniff is up in the Yankee bullpen. Quick throw to first, Temple back. Here's the stretch. Curve hit in the ground at second base. Richardson to Kubek for 1. Back to first. Double play. They got him. The Yankees' 162nd double play of the year. Boy, Richardson made a pretty play on that ball. As he caught it, he had to flip it backhanded and sort of underhanded to Kubek. Couldn't get too much on it, but Tony came across the bag and fired to first, and then Pearsall. So it's 2 out, and here's Francona. Fly to right, single to right. Tito scored once. Last year, the Yankees had only 160 double plays all year. First pitch to Francona is ball 1, rolls back to the screen. And already this year, the Yankees have 162. Nobody on. Wind up by Coates. Fastball line down the left field line. That's in there for extra bases. Rolling down in the corner. Blanchard picks it up, and Francona's in with a stand-up double. So again, the big double play that the Yankee infield came up with keeps the run from scoring. That is the 10th hit for the Indians off Yankee pitching, and it brings up Johnny Romano, who has 2 of those 10 hits. He scored twice and driven in 2 runs. Lined a single to left, dropped a single in short center field. Romano now over the 300 mark again, batting .301. Francona's second, scored side 6-6. The curve is low and away, ball 1. On deck, Willie Kirkland. Coach sets.
Fastball high and inside. Ball 2. 2-0. Here's a stretch by Coach. Fastball fouled. Right over our heads. A little too high, though. 2 balls, 1 strike. Two out. Francona leads off second base. Right-hander set. Fastball high, ball 3, 3-1. Coach ready again. 3-1 pitch is a ground foul outside of third. Full count on Romano. Both starting pitchers were knocked out in a hurry. Barry Latman, who started, went an inning and 2/3, and Whitey went 2 full innings. Looks like a hitter's day here today at the stadium. Ready now for the payoff pitch. There it is. It's a curve, popped in the air, foul. Skowron chasing it near the stands, but he can't get it. It goes back about 5 or 6 rows. The count holds at 3-2. Coach ready again. The run is going. The ball is fouled again over our heads. And Frank LaFrosia gets one of the easiest foul balls I've ever seen. It bounced off a few hands, rolled down off the top, took one little bounce, and Frank just picked it up. So it's still 3-2. Here's a stretch by Coates. Curve swung at and missed, strike 3. So for the Indians in the top of the 4th, no runs, 1 hit, no Yankee errors, 1 man left at the end of 3 1/2. Cleveland 6 and the Yankees 6.
Say, that new power mower sure looks easy to operate, George.
Yeah. Wish our car performed half as well.
What's the trouble?
Oh, idles like a vibrating machine all over the place.
Sounds familiar.
Your car the same way?
Used to be. Turned out the carburetor was full of dirt.
Oh? What did you do?
Cleaned it, of course.
Hey, that must have been a big job.
Nothing to it. I just started using Atlantic Imperial gasoline.
What's that got to do with it?
Hey, where have you been? I thought everybody knew by now that Atlantic Imperial gasoline cleans your carburetor as you drive and keeps it clean.
Atlantic Imperial. And it works for you?
It works for me.
Boy, I'll have to start using Atlantic Imperial gasoline right away. Meanwhile, back to the grass. That's one problem Atlantic Imperial can't solve.
Right now, let's pause for station identification.
At 1460 on the radio dial, you're in tune with Quality Modern, WOKO, Albany, New York. Good sound broadcasting for 1961. WOKO time, 27 minutes past 3 p.m.
That, by the way, single to center field to drive in a run. Coates is 1 for 34, batting .029. Takes the fastball right down the middle. Strike one call. Bobby Locke on the mound. Pitchers of record right now are Bobby Locke for the Indians and Jim Coates for the Yankees. There's a swing and a miss at a curve. Strike two. One year, Coates had a great year at the plate for the Yankees. He hit nothing but line drives. Curve, strike three called. Jim stepped back and the ball broke over. That's one out. Here's Bobby Richardson, who walked and singled off Barry Latman. The ball was hit so hard off Latman that it kicked between short and third out to left field. I don't know whether Barry was injured on that play or not, but after the next man doubled, he was taken out of the ball game. Pitch to Richardson, taken for a strike. Tony Kubek on deck. One strike fastball inside, 1-1. Cleveland scored 2 in the first. The Yankees scored 6 in the bottom of the second, and the Indians came back with 4 in the top of the third. That's the way it stands now, 6-6. Fastball line to right center field, way back there, and that ball is one hop against the right center field wall. Richardson around first, digging for second, and holds up. And that's a lot of power for little Bobby Richardson in the opposite field. A ball hit just about 400 feet, one hop against the right center field bleacher wall. One of the longest doubles that Richardson has ever hit, that's for sure. That's the second hit off Locke, the Yankees' 8th hit of the ball game, and for Richardson, his 16th double of the year. Brings up Tony Kubek. Speaking of doubles, Tony has 37, leading both major leagues in that department. He doubled in the second inning after hitting into a double play in the first inning. Tony has driven in 1 run, batting .279. Richardson is second with 1 out. Stretch to pitch to Kubek is bunted foul in back of the plate. Tony trying to drag one with the right side of the infield playing back. Richardson hit that ball the way he did in last year's World Series. On deck, Roger Maris. Fastball in the dirt, knocked down by Romano. Bobby holds at second base. In last year's World Series, Richardson had 11 base hits, 2 doubles, 2 triples, 1 homer, and 12 runs batted in. He broke records that have been held by sluggers like Babe Ruth, Lou Gehrig, Yogi Berra, Joe DiMaggio. Fantastic series. Ready for the 1-1 pitch. A foul out of play in the upper deck and back of third. One ball, 2 strikes.
good thing the Yankees have an off day tomorrow. The way this ball game is going, in over an hour and a half, we haven't played 3.5 innings yet. Fastball high and tight. Tony sits down. It's a 2-2 count. One out, and Richardson leading off second. Lock ready for his 2-2 delivery. A fly ball to left field. Tito Francona right there and takes it for the second out. At the last second, Tito had a little trouble with that ball, but he caught it. Here's Roger Maris. Roger fly to right field in the first inning, singled between short and third in the second inning to drive in 2 runs, giving him a total of 132 RBIs. Batting .272. 56 homers. On deck, Mickey Mantle. Stretched by Locke. Pitch outside, ball 1. When Roger gets a base hit to left field, it's almost as exciting to see him hit a home run. Very seldom does he hit a ball to the left of second base. Here's a 1-0 pitch. Outside again, ball 2, 2-0. Richardson at second now has 160 base hits on the year. That's the high for Yankee hitters. Ready for the 2-0 pitch. Fastball hit deep to right. And curving foul. Holy cow, he missed a home run by inches. Roger Maris hit a ball that just missed hitting the foul pole for number 57. Roger never left the batter's box, trying to use a little body English. And what a line drive he hit. Oh, man. Oh, that was close. Two balls, 1 strike. The stretch. Curve is a check swing fly ball down the left field line and going into the stands out of play. De La Hoz chased it way back. Couldn't catch up to it. Roger was trying to hold up on that swing. Johnny Temple runs in from second base to talk with Locke. The ball went out like a bullet. Didn't have too much chance to curve. It was just pulled a little bit too much. Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 out. The score tied 6-6. This is the bottom of the 4th inning. Ready for the 2-2 delivery. High and away, ball 3. Now the payoff pitch to Maris. Here it is, and it's a curve foul in back of the plate. Served him 3-2. You can tell by the way they're pitching Maris and Mantle that the pitchers are not trying to let these 2 hitters break the record. They hit a home run, they earn it. Again, we'll have the 3-2 pitch. Curve, he checked his swing. It's low inside, ball 4. Romano started to walk off the field.
that'll bring up Mickey Mantle, who tripled and scored in the second inning, walked also in the second inning as he came to bat twice in one inning. Mickey batting .326. Maris at first, Richardson at second. That was Maris's 83rd walk of the year. Pitch to Mantle, a curve over, strike call. Mantle has 117 base on balls. On deck, Johnny Blanchard. Pitch to Mickey, a ground ball to second. Temple up with it. Throws to Vic Power for the out. So for the Yankees in the bottom of the fourth, no runs on one hit. No Indian errors, 2 men left. At the end of 4 full innings, it's Cleveland 6 and the Yankees 6. And right now I'd like to mention again on the scoreboard, it's the Red Sox 7, Detroit 2 at the end of 4 1/2. Bruton and Yastrzemski have homered. Baltimore 3, Washington nothing at the end of 5. Brandt and Brooks Robinson have homered. Chicago at L.A. and Minnesota at Kansas City have not started. In the National League, it's the Phillies 1, the Cubs nothing at the end of 3 1/2. Callison homered. Pittsburgh 3, Milwaukee nothing at the end of 2 1/2. Cincinnati 1, Cardinals nothing at the end of 4 1/2, and Los Angeles at San Francisco not underway. For the Indians, Willie Kirkland will lead off. Kirkland singled to center to drive in a run in the first inning and fouled out to the catcher. 6 ball game. Ground ball to first base. Skowron backhands it. Flips underhand, a coach covering in time to get Kirkland. For a big fellow, that Kirkland can go down the line. And that'll bring up Vic Power, who doubled to left field and then hit a 3-run homer to the opposite field in the 3rd inning. It was only Vic's 5th homer of the year, giving him a total of 61 RBIs now, batting .267. Pitch low and away, ball 1. Well, today is Roger Maris's 27th birthday. Happy birthday, Roger. Pitch to Vic Power, foul, back of the plate. 1-1. Man, what a career he's got ahead of him. Just 27 years old. Curveball hit down the right field line, close to the pole, and foul deep in the right field corner. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Two strikes, 1 out, nobody on. Fastball almost hit by it. Did hit him. He goes to first base. Vic Power now pointing to Jim Coates, trying to say that Coates threw at him intentionally. And Vic Power was just nicked with that ball on the hand. He's throwing the bat back, walking towards the mound and pointing his finger at Coates and saying something as he goes to first base. And Jimmy Dykes now wants to talk with Frank Umont. And it was off Jim Coates that Vic Power hit the 3-run homer. And Coates low bridged him. Dykes now talking to Umont. You know, if it is determined that a pitcher threw intentionally at a hitter, he can be given a stiff fine and suspended. And Vic Power is not too happy at first base. And he has made no bones about it. Here's Woody Held, who lined to center field, Mantle making a fine running catch, and then popped to third. One away. Score tied 6-6. Pitch to Held, high, ball one. Quick throw to first, Power back. And Vic Power says throw to the plate. He points into the plate to Jim Coates. And Vic Power now arguing with first base umpire Joe Linsalata. Coates throws over there, but Vic had his foot on the bag. Well, we might have a little activity, little action in this ball game before it's over. Jimmy Pearsall now standing on the top steps of the Indian dugout. Looks like he's ready to charge out there. I'll tell you one thing, if they have a rhubarb, I'm in the right spot up here. I've been in a few of them. All right, here's the stretch. Curve is high, ball 2, 2-0. Pearsall now yelling out to Coates. Somebody threw a rubber ball out on the field. Kobeck picked it up, throws it to Luke Appling. Looks like the folks are out here having a picnic. Ready for the 2-0 pitch. Inside, ball 3, 3-0. Mike Delahose on deck. The 3-0 delivery. High inside, ball 4. Held walk. Vic Power walking slowly to second base. And Pearsall is waving a towel at Coates and trying to get Jim's attention. Ralph Houck is going out to the mound now. Houck talking with Jim Coates, Bobby Richardson and Elston Howard there. Going to leave him in. He's telling Coates to never mind the riding from the opposing team, but to concentrate on the hitter. One away, runners at first and second. Score tied 6-6 in the top of the 5th. The batter, Mike Delahose, fly to center and single to center. Leads off second. Woody Held off first. The stretch by Coates. Curveball is high and away, ball 1.
Pearsall still waving the towel. Throw to second base, and Power is safe. And Power did not slide back in a second, and Bobby Richardson argues very briefly with second base umpire Bob Stewart. Vic Powell was almost picked off second. He did not slide back into the bag. And that would have made Coach very happy. Vic's taking a big lead down there. Here's the 1-0 pitch. A ground ball to third. Boyer steps on third, goes to first, double play. For the Indians, in the top of the fifth, no runs, no hits, no Yankee errors, one man left. At the end of 4 1/2, it's Cleveland 6 and the Yankees 6.
Next time, take along a six-pack, a jolly six-pack of Valentine beer. It carries with ease, cools in a breeze, and best of all, it gives you 6 icy cold cans of the crisp refresher.
Take along a six-pack, jolly, jolly six-pack of ice cold Valentine beer.
While Bobby Locke was loosening up, Jimmy Dykes hopped out of the Cleveland dugout to talk with Frank Humont once again. For the Yankees, Johnny Blanchard leads off. Blanchard, who was up twice in the second inning, homered with Mantle at third base and then flied to center field. Johnny now batting .312 with 20 homers and 47 RBIs. The pitch to Blanchard is over, strike one called. On deck, Elston Howard. Fastball low, 1-1. The halftime score now up in New Haven. Baltimore Colts 35, New York Giants 13. It's Johnny Unitas having a great day again. Curve hit deep to right, way back there, and fouled by inches, way up in the upper deck again. Oh man, that Blanchard is really tagging that ball. He hit that one high and deep. That ball couldn't have been fouled by much. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Curve way outside, 2-2. Two pitch outside, ball 3. 3-2.
in on Johnny Blanchard. Bobby Locke completely soaked through his uniform with perspiration. Now the payoff pitch to Blanchard. A foul coming near the Indian dugout. Romano chasing it, but he can't get it. Bounces on top of the dugout and then way back in the seat. Out holds at 3-2. Ready again for the 3-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike three, and Johnny went after a bad pitch. He knew it. Tried to hold the bat back, but couldn't do it. Strikeout number 3 for Locke. That'll bring up Elston Howard. Howard struck out in the second inning, bounced to third in the third inning. Kelly now batting .360. And Locke now wants a towel from the Indian dugout. Fans are getting on somebody out there. Waving handkerchiefs. One out now, nobody on. Howard takes the fastball low, ball one. Another fastball outside this time, ball 2, 2-0. Cincinnati now leading the Cardinals 2-0 at the end of 5. And the Red Sox leading Detroit 8-2 at the end of 5. Los Angeles and San Francisco just getting underway. All right, here's a 2-0 pitch. It's a swing and a miss, strike one, 2-1. Bill Scarron. Fastball hit over the pitcher's head and back a second. Held up with it. Throws to first in time to get Howard. Nice play by Woody Held. Had to throw that ball off balance. Two-way, and here's the Moose, who doubled a deep right center field in the second inning, hit back to the box in the third. Scarron has scored once. 2 out in a 6-6 ball game, last of the 5th. Pitch to the Moose. Curve that's low. Ball one. Changeup curve hit. Backhanded by the third baseman. A long throw. In time for the out. And Mike Delaholt pulled a Clete Boyer as he slid on his knees and backhanded Scarron smash over the bag and threw a strike to first base. So the Yankees go down in order in the bottom of the 5th, nothing across. At the end of 5 full innings, it's Cleveland 6 and the Yankees 6. And right now, some important news for all bowling fans in the area. From September 9th through the 17th, the Long Island Fair will have a new special feature this year. Valentine, along with AMF and the Long Island Daily Press, will sponsor the Long Island Pro-Am Bowl Affair. Here, the nation's top professional bowlers from the famous Valentine Bowling Classic, fellows like Wrong Foot, Lou Campy, Lindy Faragalli, and other well-known pro bowlers, will bowl against 100 amateurs picked at random. Now, the amateurs will get 100% handicap from the pros. These fellows can really bowl, and it's a great chance to study their techniques. On top of that, it's a lot of fun. So be sure to attend the Long Island Fair at the Roosevelt Raceway and Exhibition Center in Westbury, Long Island. Don't miss the Valentine Bowling Classic bowlers in action. Right now, let's pause for station identification.
At 1460 on the radio dial, you're in tune with Quality Modern, WOKO in Albany, New York. Good sound broadcasting for 1961. WOKO time, 5 minutes before 4 p.m.
Red Sox 8, Detroit 2 at the end of 5. Baltimore 3, Washington nothing at the end of 7. Chicago at LA hasn't started. Minnesota, Kansas City a doubleheader, 0-0 at the end of 1. The National League, Phillies 1, Cubs 1 at the end of 4.5. Pittsburgh 3, Milwaukee 1 at the end of 4. Cincinnati 2, the Cardinals nothing at the end of 5. LA and San Francisco just getting underway. Bobby Locke swings and misses a curveball, strike one. Locke's been up once, bounced to the shortstop. Fastball is low. 1-1 a Locke. On deck, Johnny Temple. One curve, low outside, ball 2, 2-1. Here's the 2-1 delivery. Well, look out, the bat went into the seat. I don't know whether it hit anybody, but that bat went back at least 7 or 8 rows into the box seats in back of the Cleveland dugout. And it did not hit the seats. We could not hear any noise. It hit somebody. And I just hope it didn't hit them hard. It's very slippery up there at the plate today, and the bat slipped out of Locke's hand. The policemen are there. It doesn't look like anyone was hurt. But I tell you, I've seen some bats thrown, but that one's a record. That bat went about the distance of home plate to second base. And they get the bat back. But I believe they should give him another bat. That's like a foul ball being hit into the stands. They're entitled to a souvenir, more so if you're hit by a bat than a baseball. I think they're looking for a bat that nobody uses too much and will give it to the fans. And that's what they're going to do. And they get a brand new bat, and they get applause, too. And a little youngster there. He may be bruised a little, but he's very happy. Nothing serious. Boy, everything's happening here today. 2-2 count on Bobby Locke. Curve fouled off the screen. And that ball stuck underneath the screen. So we're not surprised at anything that happens from here on in. Still 2-2 with nobody out and nobody on. In the top of the sixth, score tied 6-6. Again, Coates 2-2 delivery. It hit his bat, goes fair down the first baseline. Skowron picks it up and tags Locke for the out. Locke was trying to get out of the way of the inside fastball. And the ball hit his bat, went right to the moose. That'll bring up Johnny Temple. Doubled in the first inning and scored. Struck out in the second. Walked in the fourth. Giving the youngster who was hit with the bat a hand, and he's waving the bat up in the air. All right, here's the pitch to Temple. A foul back out of play in the upper deck. Strike one. It must be a frightening feeling to see a bat come sailing towards you. Don't know what to do. You can't catch it like a baseball. One strike curveball foul back in the lower deck. Nothing in two. Two-strike pitch, high and tight, ball one. Deck, Jimmy Pearsall. And if Coach should throw a little close to Pearsall, we'll see some fireworks. But he and Coach have tangled before. The 1-ball, 2-strike curve is hit to right field. Roger Maris moves back a few steps under it and takes it. That's 2 away. And it'll bring up Pearsall, bounce to short, doubled and scored, and then hit into a double play. Pearsall was digging a hole in the batter's box while Umont was trying to clean home plate. All right, here's the windup. Pitch to Pearsall, high inside, ball one, and Jimmy gives Pearsall the look and starts talking to him. It was really not that close. Pearsall seems to be closer to the plate than his normal stance. He's swinging the bat back and forth and talking to Coach at the same time. 1-0 pitch. Curve over. Strike one, 1-1. On deck, Tito Francona. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Another curve fouled back off the screen. 1 ball, 2 strikes. The windup. Curve in the dirt, 2-2. 2 out, nobody on. Ball players from both benches are picking their opponents in case of a free-for-all. They do that jokingly. As for Monty, looking over in the Yankee dugout. Here's the pitch. It's fouled back in the upper deck. Count holds at 2-2. Pretty good idea, though. If you think there's going to be a rhubarb, pick out somebody you know is kind of friendly. Trouble is, in a fight, too many of the opponents would pick me. Good thing I could run. Tell you that.
still 2-2 on Pearsall. Coach's 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. He struck him out. And the Indians get down in order in the top of the 6th inning, nothing across. At the end of 5 1/2, it's Cleveland 6 and the Yankees 6.
To be crisp, a beer must be icily light. Ooh, icily light. With true lager flavor, precisely right. Ooh, precisely right. Lively golden, crystally clear, the crisp refresher. Crisp refresher, Valentine beer.
Pleasure is the purpose of the crisp refresher. Your first swallow and everyone to follow is light and crisp and golden. So pour pleasure. Pour today's Valentine.
So clap your hands, tap your feet, snap your fingers. And ask the man for Valentine, the crisp refresher, Valentine beer.
Since 1840,
America's finest.
For the Yankees, Clete Boyer will lead off, to be followed by Jim Coates. Maybe followed by a little fireworks. Boyer popped to first base and struck out. Score still tied 6-6. Lock into the windup. Pitch to Boyer. A foul. Just to our left side of play. Comes back with a curve that's fouled in back of the plate, picked up by Romano. 0-2. Rick Powers still talking with first base umpire Joe Linsalata. 2-strike pitch, just outside on the fastball, ball 1. One-ball, 2-strike curveball is low inside, 2-2. Two pitch is foul on the upper deck, down the left field line, kicks down the lower deck. 2-2 on Boyer. Bobby Lark's uniform is really soaked. It must be heavy out there. Now he wants a new baseball. Two pitch foul back in the upper deck, out of play. Let's say on a day like this, a pitcher can lose easily 10 pounds and as much as 15 or 17. Pitch is a fly ball to short left field. Francona coming in, held back, Held going back. He's got it. A nice running play by Woody Held with his back to the plate. And over the shoulder grab, Francona could not have caught up to the ball. Fine play by Woody Held. And here's Jim Coates. Coming up to the plate. Coates was called out on strikes in the fourth inning. One out, nobody on, and now Locke wants to talk with Romano. Coates talks with Frank Umont while they're huddling out on the mound. Now we're set to go. Here's the windup. Fastball right down the middle, strike called. Coates leaned away from the pitch, kind of expecting an inside pitch. But he didn't get it. There's one almost hit him, and he jumps out of the way, and it rolls back to the screen. 1-1. Frank Umont looking at the ball, talking with Romano, and warning Romano to warn his pitcher not to come too close to Mr. Coates. Let's lock and throw hard. Bobby takes out a handkerchief, mops his hands and his brow. The pitcher can always claim that the ball slipped out of his fingers on a hot day like this. All right, here's the 1-1 pitch. A little bit low. Ball 2-1. Pitch. Right down the middle, strike two, and they're merely making a bucket hitter out of Coates this time at bat. He's stepping right towards third base on every pitch. Can't say as I blame him. The 2-2 pitch. He swings and misses strike three at a low curveball. Fourth strikeout for Locke. It's 2 out. Here's Richardson, who's 2 for 2. He walked, singled, and doubled. Bobby now batting .273. 6-6 to score here in the bottom of the sixth. Pitch to Richardson, a foul at the plate. Bounced on the ground, bounced up and hit Richardson. 1 strike. Curve is popped into short left field. Francona makes the catch, and he almost lost that ball. You could see the sun glistening on his glasses as he went after it. He flinched a little at the end, but he caught it. So the Yankees go down in order in the bottom of the sixth. Nothing across, and at the end of 6 full innings, it's Cleveland 6 runs, 10 hits, no errors. The Yankees 6 runs, 8 hits, and no errors. As we take a look at the scoreboard, in the American League, at the end of 6 innings, it's Boston 8 and Detroit 3. Coplitz against Conley, Bruton homered for Detroit, Yastrzemski with 1 on for the Red Sox. Baltimore 3, Washington nothing at the end of 7.5. Klipstein replaced McLean. Estrada for Baltimore. Brandt and Brooks Robinson homered for Baltimore. Chicago at L.A. hasn't started. Minnesota at Kansas City in the first of 2.
The A's won, the Twins nothing at the end of 2, Kralik against Bass. In the National League, Phillies won, Cubs won at the end of 4 1/2, Ferretti against Cardwell, Callison homer. Pittsburgh 3, Milwaukee won at the end of 5, Sturdivant against Spahn going for number 307. Cincinnati 5 and the Cardinals 2 at the end of 6. Sadecki against Turkey, Post homer in the 6th with 2 on. After the Cardinals had tied the score in the top of the 6th with 2 runs, Post came back with a 3-run homer. Los Angeles at San Francisco, Williams against Lowe. Well, we're all set to go here in the top of the 7th of this tie ball game, and ready to go, carry the rest of the way, Mel Allen.
Hello there, everybody. We're ready now for the 7th inning, with Tito Francona leading off for the Indians, Johnny Romano on deck, and Willie Kirkland to follow. Score tied 6-6. Jim Coates delivers. The pitch is in there for a called strike. Took a little off his fastball. Francona flied to right, single to right, and double to left. The numbers 3, 4, and 5 hitters in the order. First up, Coates in relief of Ford. Comes in now with another half-speed pitch, which is outside. Ball 1, 1-1. One ball, 1 strike. Jim into the windup. Around comes the right arm. The pitch, fastball swung on, lifted up into the air. Stumbled in the Tiger series, but still made a spectacular catch. Scratched his arm. Place where Bob Serb hurt himself earlier in the year. It's a little dip out there, and you're running across a certain level of ground. That foot just doesn't hit right. Johnny Romano swings at the first pitch, bounces it to short. Kubek up with it, throws on to first in time. 2 away. Now Willie Kirkland comes up. Single to center, foul to the catcher, and grounded to first. Big Power coming out on deck. Indians 6, the Yankees 6. It's the 7th inning. Jim Coates into the windup. In comes the pitch to the left-hand batter. It's over. Strike 1. 0-1. Can't make a mistake with Willie. And the pitch. Over the outside corner. Strike 2. Open stance. Good, solid, full hitter with power. 6-all, 7th inning. Now the 2-strike pitch. Fastball misses. Low and away. 1-2. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Jim into the windup. And the pitch is in there. Called strike 3. Caught him looking. Sides retired. No runs, no hits, no errors, no one left on. And at the end of 6 1/2 innings, Indians 6, Yankees 6. On a warm summer day, there are few things more pleasant than a cold, golden glass of beer, especially when that beer is Valentine's. Every sip you take is pure pleasure. You see, pleasure is the purpose of the crisp refresher. And that's why over 5 million glasses of Valentine beer are enjoyed every day. Discover the crisp refresher yourself. Your very first swallow, and each one to follow, proves that a beer can be light and still give you all the lager beer flavor you want. This sunny, mellow flavor is what makes Valentine beer the crisp refresher. So, friends, if you drink beer for taste and refreshment and pleasure, then Ballantine's the beer for you. Try it. See for yourself why Ballantine is the most popular beer from Maine to Florida. Pour pleasure. Pour the crisp refresher. Real soon. In the last half of the 7th inning,
Tony Kubek will be leading off. Roger Maris on deck and Mickey Mantle to follow. For any late tuners in, the Indians scored 2 in the first off Ford, and after the Yankees had knocked out Barry Latman with a 6-run attack in the second, including a home run by Johnny Blanchard following Mantle's leadoff triple. The Indians knocked out Ford in the third, and Vic Power hit a 3-run homer off Coates to tie the score. Kubek grounded to second into a double play, double to right, and fly to left. Bobby Locke, who has been in there since the second inning with 2 outs in relief of Latman, into the windup. The pitch is high and away, ball 1. And the next pitch swung on. It's a high fly ball into left center. Jimmy Pearsall gets under it and has it. 1 away. Now Roger Maris. Slide to right, single to left, and walk. Time up, Maris just missed a homer. Rocked one the third deck foul a little bit. Pitch is way high, ball 1. 1 ball, no strikes. Right-hander Bobby Locke to the windup, the pitch. And Maris swings and lifts a high pop foul as Vic Power comes in for, and he has it.
2 down.
Now coming up is Mickey Mantle, who tripled in the second inning and walked all in the same inning, and then grounded to second in the fourth, batting .325. Indians 6, Yankees 6, 7th inning. Mantle wants Frank Dumont to look the ball over. He leads it in the game. To the windup, and the pitch is high and away, ball 1. 1 ball, no strike. Bobby Locke ready, 2 down, 7th inning, 6-6. Into the windup, and the pitch is high outside, ball 2, 2-0. Two balls, no strike. Now the pitch. Change up is high, ball 3. 3-0. Mantle looks at Crissetti, sees he's got a green light. Guarantee you're not going to get one down the middle anyway. Three balls, no strikes, 2 outs. 6-6, 7th inning. Locke ready into the windup, and the 3-0 pitch is high for ball 4. Second time Mantle has walked. Mickey gets to walk. His second of the game and 118 the season. Now Johnny Blanchard hit a home run in the second inning, flied to center all in the same inning. Struck out in the fifth after he too almost had a second home run. Barely foul in the upper deck. 6-6, seventh inning. Bobby Locke to the stretch. And time has been called. And somebody takes a swing at Pearsall. Two men take a swing at Pearsall, and he goes after him. And the police are after them. And the Indian Ball Club is after him. Two kids went out and took a swing at Pearsall and the whole Indian Ball Club. And the police are out there, and they got him. Jimmy started to pound them, and they got him. Two ran out onto the field and suddenly started swinging. Jimmy dropped one after the other. And the Indian Ball Club got out there in a hurry. And a dozen or more police got right out there. And Mickey Mantle is one that's out there. Mickey went out too. And now the cops have both of the offenders and hustle them out of the ballpark. And Mantle was out there along with Crissetti. Someone of the two, have we got any, you got any field glasses here? I think Pearsall may have suffered some abrasion. Wally Bachman's going out, but Jimmy is surrounded. What an offensive thing. Jimmy gets the hand. God bless him. I'll tell you this. I'd hate to be those two fellas. There must have been three-quarters the Indian Ball Club finally got out there on top of them, and Mantle and Crissetti got out there. They'll fight one another on the field of play, but don't let anybody like that come out, because then they gang up on them. And Jimmy is staying in. Just lost his father, this past week. You knew that this had to happen someday, something like that. And I don't mean just to Jimmy, but to anybody with people running on the field. And as stiff as is the fines and the jail term, it will probably be made even stiffer. Just all of a sudden, I would say they must they look to me like about from over 100 yards away, I'd say somewhere around 21 to 25 years old. And Jimmy took them both on, but he didn't have too long. The Indian bullpen emptied. They came out of the dugout. And Mantle, who's on first base, raced out. And Crissetti came over from third base. Well, it's been a wild day. But you just can't win. Let the players play their game. Here's Johnny Blanchard up, 2 down, Mantle on first, and the pitch. Swung on, foul back upstairs, strike 1. 0-1. Still buzzing over that incident. Why, I don't know. Why it happened. No balls, 1 strike. Bobby Locke ready, and the pitch. Way outside. Almost a wild pitch, 1-1. 1-1 count on Blanchard. Boy, the stadium police moved faster than ever. I mean, they just came out of everywhere. Throw to first, almost a wild one. Vic Power jumps up to grab it. Mantle was standing on the bag. 6-all, 7th inning with 2 outs. Bobby Locke's ready, and the pitch swung on. There's the drive to deep right center, and that ball is going to be caught by Pearsall. He took a home run away from Blanchard. How about that? He leaped up and took a home run away. Listen to hand for Jimmy. Pearsall went all the way over in front of the Yankee bullpen, leaped high into the air, and took a home run away from Johnny Blanchard. And the side is retired. No runs, no hits, no errors, and 1 left on at the end of 7 innings. Cleveland, 6 runs, 10 hits, no errors. The Yankees, 6 runs, 8 hits, and no errors. Wow. Jimmy really climaxed the inning after 2 people had assaulted him. He just committed highway robbery, which is legal on a ball field. We pause for station identification.
Good sound broadcasting for 1961. This is Quality Modern, WOKO, Albany, New York, your Yankee baseball station. The time, 29 minutes past 4 p.m.
The Boston Red Sox lead the Detroit Tigers 8-4 at the end of 6.5 innings. Baltimore 3, Washington nothing at the end of 8. Kansas City 1, Minnesota nothing, end of 2.5. National League, Chicago 6, Philadelphia 1, end of 6. Pittsburgh 3, Milwaukee 1, end of 6. Cincinnati 5, St. Louis 2 at the end of 6.5. Los Angeles nothing, San Francisco batting in the first inning. Now to the 8th, 6-all, and the Vic Power. Jim Coates to the windup, and the pitch is swung on, lined out into right center for a base hit. Maris takes it on a hop and tosses it back into Richardson. Power double to left, hit a 3-run homer off Coates in the 3rd. Was hit by a pitch ball in the 5th. Opens the 8th with a single to right. That brings up Woody Held with Mike Delahose on deck. Jim Coates in relief of Whitey Ford. Checks the runner. Here's the pitch, and Held started to bunt and takes it for a strike. No balls, 1 strike.
shortened up at third. Jim Coates tosses easily over to first. Time has been called. Asked for by Held. Now he's back in. Coates again to the stretch. And the pitch. Swung on and missed. Strike two. They switch. No balls, 2 strikes. Coach ready. Now the pitch, and it's outside. Ball 1, 1 and 2. A let-up curve just off the plate. One ball, 2 strikes. Power leading away and throw over. He's back. Jim Coates into the stretch. Here's the pitch. Swung on. That's a high pop-up out back of second. Richardson backs up. Still goes back under it and has it. 1 down. And the batter's Mike De La Hoz. Line to center, single to center, and grounded to third into a double play. The Indian bullpen is busy. So is the Yankee bullpen. Throw over to first and Powers back. The pitch is high for a ball. 1 ball, no strike. Now the delivery inside. Ball 2. 2 balls, no strike. A 2-0 count. Bobby Locke, the next scheduled batter. Whether he bats or not may depend on what De La Hoz does. Here's the pitch. Swung on and fouled off to the right of the plate, out of play. 2-1. Two balls, 1 strike. 6-6, 8th inning. 1 on and 1 out for the Indians. De La Hoz, the right-hand batter. Power moves off first. Here's the pitch. Swung on. There's a looping pop that will be taken by Maris in short right. Power retreats to first. De La Hoz lifts a pop-up in the very short right. And now we look toward the Indian bench, and Bobby Locke is coming out. He has done a fine job in relief of Blattman. In fact, Locke has just given up 2 hits. Came on in the second inning with 2 outs, gave up 1 hit then, and gave up 1 hit in the 4th, and that's all. Grounded to short and first. The delivery swung on and missed. Strike 1. Johnny Temple is on deck. A 6-6 ball game as we play in the first of the 8th. Fixed Power on first base.
Stretch by Jim Coates. And the pitch. Swung on, bounced over the head of the pitcher, out over second, into center for a base hit. And that's only Locke's 4th base hit of the season. It had 3 hits this season. He bounces one through the middle. And that may be a key base hit with Johnny Temple coming up. Johnny Temple, double to right center, took a 3rd strike, walked and flied to right. Runners on 1st and 2nd, 2 down. The pitch to Temple, swung on, hit sharply to short. Kubek up with it, flipped on to Richardson for the force out at 2nd, blocked. The side's retired. No runs, 2 hits, no errors, 2 men left on. To end at 7 1/2 innings. Cleveland 6, New York 6.
To be crisp, a beer must be icily light. Ooh, icily light. With true lager flavor, precisely right. Ooh, precisely right. Lively golden, crystally clear. The crisp refresher. Crisp refresher. Valentine beer.
Pleasure is the purpose of the crisp refresher. Your first swallow and everyone to follow is light and crisp and golden. So pour pleasure. Pour today's Valentine.
So clap your hands, tap your feet, snap your fingers, and ask the man for Valentine. The crisp refresher, Valentine beer.
Since 1840,
America's finest.
It's the last half, the 8th inning. Elston Howard first up for New York. Bill Scarron on deck and Clete Boyer to follow. Score tied at 6-6. And if anyone just tuned in or just got in the car driving along, no M&M homers. Big Power hit a 3-run homer. Johnny Blanchard hit a 2-run homer. Elston Howard, nothing for 3. Bobby Locke's delivery. Low outside, ball 1. Howard struck out, grounded to 3rd and short. Hitting .359. And Ford were the starters. Locke, the right-hander, into the windup, and the pitch is low again, ball 2. 2-0. The 2-0 pitch. Right in there, 2-1. Next delivery, swung on. There's a fly ball down the right field line, going foul, out of play. A 2-2 count. 2-2 pitch. Swung on, hit out back through the middle for a base hit. Kershaw up to the ball, tossing it back in. Elston Howard singles to center to open the 8th inning for New York. The Yankees' second hit since the second inning. They got all their runs and 7 of their 8 hits in the second inning. They got 1 hit in the 4th and now 1 in the 8th. Bill Skowron doubled to right center, hit to the box and grounded to third. Bobby Locke into the stretch. And the pitch. High and inside, ball 1. Ellie has hit safely in his last 8 games. 6-all, 8th inning. Locke throws a lot of sinkers. That's what he'd be throwing up there to Moose. He's ready. And the pitch is inside, ball 2. 2 balls, no strikes, and now out of the dugout comes Jimmy Dykes. He may figure, we'll see what he figures. May figure Bobby, who has pitched brilliantly on this hot day since the 3rd inning with 2 outs. Or rather, the 2nd inning with 2 outs. May be tiring, but we'll see. He just signaled his bullpen a little bit ago to see if whoever was warming up out there was ready. He got a signal back, so he's going to call someone in. Bobby Locke turned in a great job in relief. Pitching 5 1/3 innings. Nobody out in the 8th. He allowed 3 hits. He walked 3 men and struck out 4. I believe that's Frank Funk coming in. Locke, in Jimmy Dykes' judgment, just simply has begun to tire. So Frank Funk will be coming in. With a 2-0 count on Skowron. In the event he should walk, that walk would be charged to the outgoing pitcher, Locke. Whatever else happens is charged to Funk. A hand now for Bobby Locke. Will be making his 54th appearance and his 3rd in this series. Has a record of 11-10. Yesterday he was charged with a defeat. The Yankees will next be home the last week of the season with the Orioles and the Red Sox.
Sox lead the Tigers 8-4 in the 7 innings, and Baltimore defeated Washington 3-2, saving off a center to ninth inning rally of 2 runs. All right, we're ready to continue. Frank Funk, who has a good assortment of fastballs, curveballs, change of pace, into the stretch. And the pitch. Swung on a high foul beyond first, and the ball is going to be out of play. 2-1. There's a spot where a batter had his mind made up to be swinging. He figured with the count 2-0, pitcher's going to have to get the ball in the strike zone. 2-1 now. The right-hander into the stretch. Howard moves off first. Here's the pitch. Swung on and missed. Strike 2. Counted him with a fastball. Two balls, 2 strikes. The right-hander ready. And the pitch. Swung on. Little roller hit toward third. Delahoe's up with it. Plays it to first base in time. Howard advancing to second. A slow roller to third. And Berra had started out of the dugout to hit for Boyer. Went right back in. Maybe he went to get another bat. It's going to be Hector Lopez. I think Ralph Howe quickly figured what could happen anyway. If Lopez does nothing. If you put Berra up with first base open, it'd walk him. So rather than just lose a man, sending up Hector Lopez to hit for Boyer. To pitch to Lopez. The Yankee bullpen is busy, and if Lopez doesn't do anything, they may send Yogi up to hit for Coates anyway. They could still walk him if they wanted to. But here's Lopez up with 1 away. 6-all, 8th inning, and the pitch. Swung on and missed. Strike 1, 0-1. All set. And the pitch. Swung on and fouled off to the right of the plate, out of play. No balls, 2 strikes. One away in the 8th inning, 6-all. On second, 1 out. The right-hander to the stretch, and we're ready for the 2-strike pitch. Here it is. Swung on and missed. Strike 3. So Hector Lopez strikes out. Now Bob Sturb's going to come up and bat for Coates. 2:22. Johnny Romano out to talk to Frank Funk. The pitch to serve is inside, ball one. Bobby Richardson on deck. Elston Howard on second with 2 down in the 8th inning. The Cleveland right-hander set, checking the runner. And the pitch. Sailing high inside for ball 2. Two balls, no strikes. Howard moves off second. Here's the pitch. And it's right over. Strike 1, 2-1. Ready for the 2-1 pitch to Big Bob. Here it is. Swung on, line to left field for a base hit. Here comes Howard around third and comes on in to score. On a single to left by Bob Serve. And Billy Gardner will go in to run for Serve. Bob Serve singles home Elston Howard to make it 7-6 New York. Serve's 34th run batted in. And Billy Gardner goes in to run for Serve. Bobby Richardson steps up, drew a walk, singled, doubled, and flied to left. Now the pitch. Swung on, popped up in the air behind the plate. Romano comes back toward the screen. It's out of play. And you know what? The ball just missed the screen, and Romano misjudged it. He gave up. He's thinking the ball was going to land on the netting, and it just was inches short of it. No balls, 1 strike. Funk into the stretch. The right-hander's pitch is swung on, bounced to short, held up with it, flips on to Temple for the force out of Gardner. And the side is retired. 1 run, 2 hits, no errors, and 1 left on. And Luis Arroyo is coming on to the bullpen. At the end of 8 innings, New York 7 runs, 10 hits, no errors. 6 left on. Cleveland 6 runs, 12 hits, no errors, and 7 men left on base. Outdoors are in. Summertime's the time to work up a thirst. And when that happens, it's time for Ballantine. Time to take along a 6-pack of Ballantine beer. You'll refresh with a crisp refresher. Coming on, and while he does, we look at the scoreboard.
Tigers got another run in the 8th inning. And at the end of 7 1/2, it's Boston 8, Detroit 5. Cornelius for Conley in the 8th. Mossy started for Detroit, Coplett and Staley in relief. Homers, Bruton, and Yastrzemski. Baltimore beat Washington 3-2. Estrada beat McLean. Brandt and Brooks Robinson homering. Angels won, the White Sox nothing. At the end of the 1st inning, Spring against Pizarro. But in the 2nd inning, Smith and Landis have homered for the White Sox to make it at least 2-1. Lee Thomas homered for the Angels in the 1st. Kansas City 5, Minnesota nothing, end of 4. Bass against Kralik. Dotter relieved Kralik in the 3rd. National League, Chicago 6, Philadelphia 1, end of 6. Cardwell started for the Cubs. Schultz and Anderson relief in the 7th. Roberts for Philadelphia, Ferretti in the 5th. Callison and Demeter have homered. Demeter, a grand slammer in the 7th inning for the Phils, so it's at least now 6-5. Pittsburgh 3, Milwaukee 2, end of 7. Sturdivant against Spahn. Spahn homered in the 7th. Cincinnati beat St. Louis 5-2. Bob Perkey beat Sadecki. Post homer with 2 on. And San Francisco leads Los Angeles 2-0, end of 2. Lowe's against Williams. Now to the 9th inning. Jimmy Pearsall leads off. Luis Arroyo to the windup, and the pitch. Swung on, hit to short. Kubek's up with it. Throws on to Skowron, 1 away. Jimmy had 1 for 4, a double, and he took a 2-run home run away from Blanchard. Here's Tito Francona. He's had 2 for 4. Arroyo making his 58th appearance. A record of 14-3. Billy Gardner, of course, has taken over at third base for Boyer. Tito in there for a strike. Johnny Romano on deck. Now the delivery. Curveball outside. Ball 1-1-1. Jim Coates, whom Arroyo relieves, came on the 3rd, nobody out. Pitched 6 innings, allowed 5 hits. Was charged with 1 run, but 1 hit he gave up was a 3-run homer. 2 of the men put on by Ford. Next delivery, outside, ball 2, 2-1. The 2-1 pitch. Way outside, ball 3. 3-1. Now the delivery. Swung on and fouled back. Strike 2. Full count. The 3-2 pitch. Swung on and fouled back out of play. Once again, the windup and the 3-2 pitch. Swung on, fouled off, again out of play. Back up 3rd in the upper deck. Ninth inning, 1 out. Gardner guarding that 3rd baseline. Kubek way over near 2nd. Once again, Louis goes to the windup and the pitch. Swung on. It's a high pop into very short left. Kubek dancing out and makes the catch. So they're 2 away, and the batter, Johnny Romano, with Willie Kirkland on deck. Romano single to left, single to center, struck out, grounded to short. Driven in 2 runs. Hitting .299. Here's the pitch on the way. Swung on, a high pop foul. Howard moving toward it, under it, and has it, and the ball game is over. No runs, no hits, no errors, no one left on. And the Yankees win their 11th straight game. It's 7-6. We'll have the totals in just a moment.
Enjoy sunny, mellow Valentine's here along with baseball. And for the 26th consecutive year, by Major League Baseball's largest continuous radio and television sponsor, the Atlantic Refining Company and your Atlantic dealer. This is Bob Delaney from Yankee Stadium in New York, where the Yankees and the Tigers close out their 3-game series. And this, of course, is a vital game for the Tigers. It can be the difference between 3 games and 1 game. A Yankee victory today and a sweep of the series would put them 4.5 games ahead of the Tigers, 5 games up on the losing side. However, a Tiger victory today could restore some small hope to their pennant chances, which have gone a glimmering with the 2 Yankee victories Friday night and yesterday afternoon. A Tiger victory today would move the Tigers out of town just 2.5 games out of first place, 3 on the losing side. So this is a big ball game for both the Yankees and the Tigers. Of course, a little bit bigger for the Tigers, in as much as they're fighting for their lives at the moment as far as the pennant race is concerned. Another hot, humid day in New York. Another very large crowd at Yankee Stadium. The grandstand, as it has been for the entire 3 games, is, for all practical purposes, sold out. There may be a few obstructed view seats in the upper decks of right and left field, but generally speaking, the stadium, as far as the grandstand is concerned, is packed. The bleachers today will have fewer people than in either of the previous 2 days, but again today we'll have a crowd that will be in excess of 50,000. Down below us, warming up, Bill Stafford for the New York Yankees, and carrying the Tigers' hopes, the big right-hander Jim Bunning. Here are the batting orders for the Tigers. Leading off and playing second base will be Jake Wood. In center field, batting second, Billy Bruton. In right field, Al Kaline. In left field, Rocky Colavito. Colavito has accounted for the only 2 runs the Tigers have scored in this series so far, with a first-inning 2-run homer yesterday that put the Tigers out ahead for the only time in the 2-game series. At first base, Norm Cash. At third base, Dick McAuliffe. Chico Fernandez at shortstop. Mike Rourke catching. And Jim Bunning pitching. For the Yankees, leading off, playing second base, Bobby Richardson. At shortstop, Tony Kubek. In right field, the man of the hour, Roger Maris, who yesterday connected for 2 home runs to run his total for the year to 53 to become the second highest home run hitter in Yankee annals. Babe Ruth, of course, being El Premier, number 1, but no other Yankee has ever hit in excess of 52 home runs, and Roger yesterday went to the 53 mark. In center field, Mickey Mantle. Mickey hurt his arm yesterday while swinging. However, during batting practice today,
He found that his arm did not hurt too much if he didn't swing too hard. In fact, he bounced a couple, didn't bounce them in. He hit them into the seats, swinging very easily. So the Mick, with a bit of a tender arm, is nonetheless going to be in there today, swinging or bunting at the ball, but in there anyway. In left field, Yogi Berra batting fifth. Johnny Blanchard will catch today. First game that Elston Howard has missed. Bill Skowron, who's wielded a big bat in this series, at first base. Clete Boyer, the shortstop, the third baseman, rather. And Bill Stafford will try to duplicate the fine pitching performances turned in by Ford, Daly, and Arroyo in the first game. And yesterday's fine effort by Ralph Terry with a late inning assist again from fabulous Louis Arroyo. The umpires have had their pregame confab with a comparatively happy Ralph Houk and a somewhat dejected Bob Sheffing. The umpires moving out to station themselves, and the Yankees will be breaking for the field right about now. Following the playing of our national anthem, we'll pick up Phil Rizzuto for the play-by-play. Now, our national anthem.
Rundown of the lineups once again. Jake Wood leading off at second base for Detroit. Billy Bruton in center field batting second. Al Kaline batting third in right field. Rocky Colavito in the cleanup spot in left field. Norm Cash batting fifth at first base. Dick McAuliffe at third base batting sixth. Chico Fernandez playing shortstop batting seventh. Mike Rourke catching and hitting eighth, and Jim Bunning pitching and hitting ninth. For the Yankees, Richardson leads off at second base. Kubek batting second at shortstop. Maris in right field batting third. Mantle in center field hitting cleanup. Yogi Berra in left field batting fifth. Blanchard catching and batting sixth. Skowron at first base batting seventh. Clete Boyer at third base batting eighth, and Bill Stafford pitching and batting ninth. Nestor Shylock calling balls and strikes. Cal Drummond at first base. Joe Paparella at second, and Ed Runge at third. And out on the mound, Bill Stafford, who has won 12 and lost 7. Against Detroit, he's had a rough time. No wins, 2 defeats. His lifetime mark against Detroit, 1 win and 2 defeats. Stafford won his last 2 games and has allowed only 1 run in his last 21 1/3 innings. Last time out against the Twins on August 30th, he pitched a 4-hit shutout, winning 4-0, giving him 3 shutouts for the year to lead the Yankees in that department. And Stafford's earned run average of 2.63 is the lowest among the Yankees' regular starting pitchers. So the youngster, since he changed his delivery out on the mound, has pitched tremendous ball for the Yankees. As you know, the opposing coaches were picking off Stafford's signs by the way he held the ball while getting the sign from the catcher. But he has changed that now and is hiding the ball very well. And it's improved his pitching. Jake Wood leads off for Detroit, batting .257. 16 doubles, 11 triples, 11 homers, 57 RBIs, 27 stolen bases. Coaching at third, Phil Cavaretta. At first, Don Hefner. And the first pitch of the ball game is a curve that's high, ball 1.
Wood, a right-hand hitter, stands deep in the box. Boyer in at third. Stafford's fastball hit on the ground by Boyer down the left field line. There's Wood around first and rounds it and holds up as Yogi fires the ball in. So Jake Wood singles past the third baseman Clete Boyer, who was playing way in looking for the possible bunt. But more and more the opposing teams are starting to recognize Yogi's throwing arm in left field and are not trying for that extra base. Here's Billy Bruton batting .260. 10 doubles, 4 triples, 16 homers, 57 RBIs, and 21 stolen bases. The Tiger base running has hurt them in this series so far. The pitch is low inside to Bruton, ball one. They've had men picked off first, men thrown out attempting to steal second, and men thrown out attempting to stretch singles into doubles. It's taken them out of 2 or 3 big innings. Skowron holding first against Wood. Again, Boyer is way in at third base, even closer than he was to Jake Wood. Pitch to Bruton on the inside corner, 1-1. Wood has stolen 27 bases in 34 attempts, which means he's been thrown out 7 times. Bruton, who is up, has stolen 21 out of 25. Kaline has the best average. He's stolen 13 bases in 14 attempts. Stafford set. Change up, low inside. Ball 2, 2-1. On deck, Al Kaline. Nobody out here in the top of the first inning. Wood with a big lead at first. The pitch, curveball swung and a missed, strike 2. A curve that broke in on Bruton's fist. 2-2. Now Boyer moves back at third base. Yankee outfield straight away on Bruton. 2-2 pitch, curve, foul tip, and the back of the plate. Just got a piece of that breaking pitch. That was down just around the knees. Jake Wood at first having an amazing year. He struck out 116 times, yet he has 145 base hits. The second high total of hits on the Tiger team. So if he could cut down those strikeouts a little bit, he'd really up that average. Again, the 2-2 pitch. Change-up, foul, back in the television booth. And booted by Mel Allen. An error for Mel in the first inning here. And the fans get on him. All right, a 2-2 count on Billy Bruton. Stafford set. Fastball hit on the ground to third. Boyer up with a throws to Richardson for 1. No chance for the double play. Richardson threw, but off balance, and Bruton, who can go down the line, beat it out. So it's a force play from third to second. Bruton safe at first, and it brings up Al Kaline. Kaline has had a good series so far. He is 4 for 8 in this series. And for the past month, he's 39 for 116. That's a 336 clip. He is batting overall .309 right now with 33 doubles, 6 triples, 17 homers, and 71 RBIs. And as we told you, has 13 stolen bases. Bruton leading off first. Here's the stretch. Pitch to Kaline. Curve in there. Strike call. On deck, Rocky Colavito. Kaline steps back, looks down at Phil Cavaretta, coaching at third. Outfield playing a little deeper on Kaline. Still straight away, though. Pitch to Kaline. It's a pitch out, but Bruton was not going. Elston Howard has been uncanny with his calls of pitch outs in the last week or 10 days. He has called every one exactly right and has thrown the runner out at second. All right, a 1-1 count on Kaline. Throw to first, Bruton back. Bruton was picked off by Bud Daly in the first game of this series. Whitey Ford had picked a man off first. All right, ready for the 1-1 pitch. There goes Bruton. The ball is swung and missed. The throw to second. Bruton slides. He's safe at second. A good throw by Blanchard, but Bruton had a good jump at first base. The throw was perfect to Bobby Richardson right on the bag, but Bruton beat the throw. So it's a stolen base for Billy. And that's his 22nd of the year. And that gives him a total of 22 out of 26. Bruton has only been thrown out 4 times. It's a 1-ball, 2-strike count on Al Kaline. They had the hit and run on, but Kaline swung and missed the pitch. Bruton at second with 1 out. Stafford's curve is popped in the air. The third base Clete Boyer in foul territory is under it and takes it for the second out. Bill Stafford, whose sidearm curve has baffled right-hand hitters all year. But here's Rocky Colavito. Rocky batting .292. Has 27 doubles, 2 triples, 40 homers, and 124 RBI. Rocky and Roger Maris tied at 124 each, trailing Jim Gentile by 2. Pitch to Colavito. Curve outside, ball 1. On deck, Norm Cash. Billy Bruton at second with 2 outs. Rocky points the bat out at the pitcher. Stafford sets. Fastball over, strike called, 1-1. There are Mantle and Maris in the Yankee outfield, playing Colavito deep. Mantle shading him a little bit in left center. Maris giving him a lot of the right field line. Pitch to Colavito, outside, ball 2, 2-1. Two-ball, 1-strike count on Rocky. Here's the stretch. Change up, line to left field. That's a base hit. Yogi takes it on 1 hop. His throw to the plate is cut off by Boyer. Boyer throws to first, but Colavito dives back in head first. And Detroit leads 1-0. Bill Stafford threw a change of pace to Colavito, but got it up around the eyes, and Rocky lined a single to left. Bruton scored, and Colavito has driven in all 3 runs that the Tigers have scored in this series thus far. A 2-run homer yesterday, and an RBI single today. That gives them a total of 125 runs batted in, 1 behind Jim Gentile, who leads the American League. Here's Norm Cash, leading both leagues in hitting. Swings and fouls the first pitch off. That's to Shylock's chest protector, strike 1. Cash batting .362, has 21 doubles, 7 triples, 32 homers, 111 RBIs, and 10 stolen bases. Left-hand hitting first baseman. Colavito at first. On deck, Dick McAuliffe. Stafford stretching. Fastball, broken bat, ground ball at second. Richardson up with it, throws to first, just in time to get Cash. Nice play by Bobby. But Detroit comes up with a run here in the top of the first on 2 base hits. No Yankee errors, 1 man left, and at the end of 1/2 inning, it's Detroit 1, the Yankees coming to bat.
You know, something new has been added to the do-it-yourself list. Yes, now you can clean the carburetor of your car. Remove dirt in the vital throttle plate area without even raising the hood. How? Just use Atlantic Imperial regularly. You see, dirt deposits build up in the lower walls of most carburetors. In time, these deposits can affect the action of the throttle plate and cause it to feed the wrong mixture of air and gasoline to your engine. Now, this results in rough idling, frequent stalling, and actual gasoline waste. But after a few thousand miles of driving with Atlantic Imperial gasoline, this carburetor dirt will be gone, washed harmlessly away. And for as long as you use Atlantic Imperial, you needn't worry about new deposits forming. That's why more and more people these days are using Atlantic Imperial. It's the quality gasoline that cleans your carburetor as you drive and keeps it clean.
Making his 33rd appearance of the year. All starts except one, and this is his second against the Yankees. Faced them back on May 14th in the second game of a doubleheader, losing 8-6. All right, Bobby Richardson leads off for the Yankees. Bobby, with a 10-game hitting streak, is batting .267. 14 doubles, 4 triples, 3 homers, 43 RBIs. He has 7 stolen bases. Jim Bunning out on the mound. Tall and lean. He's 6'3", 185 pounds. That's not too lean. Pitch to Richardson is a bunt attempt, missed, strike one. And Bobby had Dick McCall of Buffalo that third. He bluffed a bunt, brought his bat back as though to swing. McAuliffe moved back, and then Bobby tried to drop a bunt, but bunted right through the pitch. Tony Kubek on deck. Bunning's next pitch, a curve on the outside corner, strike two. Bunning reminds me a little bit of Ewell the Whip Blackwell, who had some great years for Cincinnati and also helped the Yankees to a pennant. He comes by the way of third base, and a right-hander really has to dig in to keep from stepping in the bucket. Two-strike pitch, curve, swung at it, missed, strike three. He got the ball on the outside corner, and on 3 pitches struck out Bobby Richardson. Brings up Tony Kubek, who came through with a clutch single, driving in 2 runs yesterday. Tony batting .282, 35 doubles, 4 triples, 6 homers, 39 RBI. Pitch to Kubek is a fly ball to short left center field. Colavito is calling for it. And Rocky makes the catch for the second out. 2 out, and here's Roger Maris. Roger Maris batting .273, 16 doubles, 3 triples, 53 homers, and 124 RBI. 2 out, nobody on. Detroit leads 1-0. Pitch to Maris. Right, a fastball just above the knees. We notice that Raj has been taking a pitch now and then in the last week or so. Prior to that, he was swinging at anything that was near the plate. Found that he was swinging at some bad pitches, so he's looking one over now and then. 1-strike pitch, curveball, line to center field, a base hit. Billy Bruton up with it, and Maris is on with the Yankees' first base hit. And here's Mickey Mantle. Mickey Mantle batting .322, 14 doubles, 5 triples, 48 homers, and 115 RBI. Mickey hurt his arm yesterday during the ball game. Almost was taken out of the game, but stayed in there. As a matter of fact, the last time up, his arm hurt so bad that he couldn't swing, and he was forced to bunt, and he beat it out for a base hit. Batting left-handed against Jim Bunning. Pitch to Mickey, outside ball 1. Mick strained a muscle in his left forearm. Mantle's had his share of miseries this year, as he does every year. Maris leading off first, Cash holding him on. Pitch to Mickey. Inside, ball 2, 2-0. On deck, Yogi Berra. Another big crowd here at the stadium, watching the last appearance of the Tigers here in New York. Bunning takes that big stretch. Fastball foul back off the screen, and as Mickey swung, he let go with his left arm and went down on one knee. Not alibiing for the Mick. He doesn't want any alibis. But it's so evident to everybody here at the ballpark. 2 balls, 1 strike. Bunning set, pitch, outside and high, ball 3, 3-1. Tigers leading 1-0 here in the bottom of the first with 2 outs. How about Cincinnati defeating the Phillies 17 straight games so far this year? They're leading 1-0 right now at the end of 2. One big reason the Reds are in first place. 3-1 pitch to Mickey. A foul back. Look out. Man, they're gunning for Mel Allen today, I tell you. That's the second one that went by Mel. This one went back in the mezzanine. Full count on Mickey, and with 2 out, Maris will be off with the pitch. Bunning goes to the rosin bag, and the pitchers will be using that a lot today. Real hot, humid day here at the stadium. All right, Bunning ready for the payoff pitch to Mantle. There goes Maris. A drive to deep right. That's fine. Way back in there. A home run for Mantle. Talking about Mantle's sore arm, and he really screamed one. Nothing wrong with that swing. Way back in the lower deck. Homer number 49 on the year for Mickey Mantle. Gives them 117 RBIs. The Yankees lead 2-1 now with 2 outs. And off Jim Bunning, that's the 20th home run pitch he served up this year. Mantle and Maris now with 102 homers between them. Yogi hits the first pitch to deep right field, way back, and there's a home run for Yogi. Yogi Berra hits his 19th of the year, gives them 55 RBIs, and the Yankees lead 3-1. So after Bunning got the first 2 Yankees out fairly easy, Maris singled, Mantle homered, and Berra homered. Back-to-back homers by Mickey and Berra. Here's Johnny Blanchard, batting .286. Bunning pitch to Blanchard, a curve over strike call. Johnny has 5 doubles, 1 triple, 15 homers, 36 RBIs. That's the 11th time this year that Yankee hitters have hit back-to-back homers. Pitch to Blanchard, a high pop-up to the infield. Norm Cash, the first baseman, is under it. Now he comes in and makes the catch in fair territory. So the Yankees get the home run ball going and score 3 runs on 3 hits. No Tiger errors, nobody left. And at the end of 1 full inning, it's New York 3, Detroit 1. Man, that happened quick. By the way, the combined record for homers for 2 men, Ruth and Gehrig, is 107. set in 1927 when Ruth hit 60 and Garrett 47. And Mantle and Maris now have 102 between them. So that record looks like it's within reach, as well as the 60 home run mark. Quickly on the scoreboard in the American League, Boston at Minnesota not started. Cleveland at Baltimore. It's Bell against Barber, just getting underway. Chicago at Washington, a doubleheader. White Sox 2, Senators 1 at the end of 6.5. Herbert against Katina. Los Angeles at Kansas City hasn't started. And the National League, Cincinnati at Philadelphia. The Reds won, the Phillies nothing at the end of 2.5. O'Toole against Owens. Pittsburgh at St. Louis is Friend against Simmons. Milwaukee at Chicago is Fredette against Brewer. They're playing a doubleheader. And San Francisco at L.A. has not started. While Stafford is loosening up, got some people here today from Nestor Shylock's, or near Nestor Shylock's hometown, the Friendly Sportsman Club from Mayfield, Pennsylvania. And Jack Murphy, our television director, has the Romeo and Juliet crowd from Trenton here today. And then the Mattatuck Fire Department is here on their annual outing to Yankee Stadium. All right, Dick McAuliffe leads off for Detroit here in the top of the second. McAuliffe batting .250, 11 doubles, 3 triples, 5 homers, 31 RBIs. Pitch to McAuliffe, curve, outside ball 1. By the way, that homer of Mantle ties him with Ralph Kiner. They both have 369 lifetime homers and are tied for 8th place in the all-time home run hitting derby. Fastball, outside ball 2, 2-0. McAuliffe bats him left-handed. Boy, that happened so quick, the fans are still buzzing. A single and then back-to-back homers by Mantle and Barrow. 2-0 pitch. Right in there, strike called. On deck is Chico Fernandez. Stafford's 2-1 pitch. A curve popped in the air. Lee Boyer, the third baseman, is under it. And takes it in fair territory for the first out. That'll bring up Chico Fernandez. Chico batting .242. 12 doubles, 4 triples, 3 homers, 37 RBI. In the first game of this series, the Yankees used tremendous pitching and defense to win 1-0. But in the last 2 games, yesterday's and today, they're using the home run. Pitch to Chico, inside ball 1. Mike Rourke, the catcher, on deck. Stafford's curve low and away. Ball 2, 2-0. Mantle out in center field is still holding that left arm, but with a smile, I might add. Not a decoy or anything. Fastball almost hit Chico. He goes down 3-0. Now the 3-0 pitch. Right down the middle. Strike call, 3-1. Three-one pitch, curve is high, ball 4, and there's the first walk given up by Stafford in the ball game. Fernandez walks. Brings up Mike Rourke, the catcher. Rourke batting .234, has 6 doubles, 1 triple, 2 homers, and 22 RBIs. That was the 46th base on balls given up by Stafford this year in 155 innings of pitching. Rourke, a right-hand hitter. Skowron holding first against Chico. Here's the stretch. Pitch to Rourke. Curved right in there. Strike call. Fastball fouled back off the screen. 0-2. Fernandez leading off first. 2-strike pitch. Curve just inside. Ball 1. Stafford really has a rough sidearm curveball for right-hand hitters. They automatically back away a little bit, and the ball seems to break late and sharp. Quick throw to first. Fernandez back. Boy, this series is as hot as the weather has been. Stafford ready again. There goes Fernandez. The curve is hit on the ground to third. Boyer goes to first base in time for the out, but Fernandez, by running, broke up the double play. And Rourke was fooled on that pitch. It was a half swing that Boyer easily picked up and threw him out. So it's 2 out, and here's Jim Bunning. Bunning batting 149, 13 for 87, 1 double, 4 runs batted in. 3-1 New York leads. Top of the second, 2 out. Fernandez at second. Stafford stretch, and curve is in there. Strike 1 call. On deck, Jake Wood. Curve is high this time, 1-1. Tigers are much more of a running club than the Yankees. They have stolen 89 bases this year, counting Bruton's today. The Yankees have stolen 27. One curveball hit on the ground is short. Kubek on the big hop. His throw to Scarron in time as Moose had to reach a little bit. And for Detroit, in the top of the second, no runs, no hits, no Yankee errors, 1 man left. And at the end of an inning and a half, it's New York 3, Detroit 1.
If your car had a glass carburetor, you could see Atlantic Imperial gasoline washing away the harmful dirt deposits that build up on the carburetor's lower walls. But since you can't see your carburetor work, we're going to do the next best thing and invite you to take Atlantic's clean carburetor test. Find out now just how good this fine gasoline really is. Here's how the test works. Use 100 gallons of Atlantic Imperial. Ask for a receipt with each purchase. Then, if you're not satisfied that you're getting better performance from your car, just mail the receipts to the Atlantic Refining Company. We'll refund the average difference in cost between 100 gallons of Atlantic Imperial and the same amount of regular gasoline. Try Atlantic Imperial. It cleans your carburetor as you drive and keeps it clean.
For the Yankees, Bill Scarron leads off. The Moose batting .279. 20 doubles, 3 triples, 23 homers, 75 RBI. Bunning's pitch is a foul at the plate, strike 1. Scarron against Detroit this year is batting .340. He has 18 base hits and 53 at bats. Blanchard's batting .358. Howard .357. Kubek .291, Lopez .333, Mantle .333. Now Mickey with that other hit goes up a little higher. So they're doing pretty well against the Tigers. The sidearm curve is in there. Strike 2 call, 0-2. Talavito doing setting up exercises out in left field. He does them all over. 2-strike pitch, another curve. This one's outside as he took a little bit off the curveball. 1 ball, 2 strikes. curve outside. 2-2. Bunning's a hard worker out there on the mound. A lot of effort to every pitch he throws. The windup on the 2-2 pitch. Curve, strike three, swinging. Moose way out in front. As again, Bunning took a little bit off the curveball. That's his second strikeout. Brings up Clete Boyer. Batting .226, 17 doubles, 3 triples, 8 homers, 43 RBI. Tigers have had good pitching in this series. They have not folded. Not this series or any time during the year. Fastball to Boyer outside, ball 1. Fastball swung and missed. Strike 1, 1-1. One pitch. Fastball fouled back into the seat. Oh, man. That missed everybody and looked like it broke a slat out of one of the box seats. As Boyer tried to check his swing, the ball hit the bat and shot back into the box seat. That's one of the toughest fouls to duck. Somebody's drink went splattering all over trying to get out of the way of that ball. There's a curve foul off the end of the bat to the right of the plate. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Two of the people got splattered down there. Again, the 1 ball, 2 strike pitch. A high pop-up. The shortstop, Fernandez, is moving back. Now he comes in. Under it and makes the catch. That's 2 away. 2 out and it brings up Bill Stafford. Stafford batting .167. 2 doubles, 1 RBI, 9 for 54. Two outs, nobody on. 3-1 New York leads. This is the last of the second. Pitch to Stafford, popped in the air to short right field. Al Kaline is moving under it. And Al takes it for the 3rd out. So the Yankees go down in order. In the bottom of the second, nothing across. And at the end of 2, it's now New York 3 and Detroit 1.
Atlantic is the gasoline specially designed to clean your carburetor as you drive and keep it clean. Here's Red.
Well, what'd you say when Mickey hit the 3-2 pitch?
Well, just prior to that, Red, I was trying to explain to the folks that Mickey's left arm hurt him, and I didn't think he could swing too hard. He sure made me wrong in a hurry. He had one of his best cuts of the year, and I almost fell out of my chair.
Well, of course, you weren't supposed to play, but apparently the arm got better overnight. And, of course, the important thing that the people don't understand is that Mickey plays whether he's hurt or not.
That's why I said I'm not alibying for Mickey. He's the last one of 1 alibis, but he's been hurting all year and turns around, hits a homer.
Well, what'd you say when Barry hit the first pitch?
You know, I hardly had time to say anything. I was talking about Mandel's homer, and Yogi didn't even wait for me to give his average or anything. He hit the first pitch in the bullpen. I said, there's another one.
Well, he's getting stronger playing left field, isn't he?
He loves it out there, Red.
Well, 3-1 ball game. Favor the Yankees. And Detroit comes now with the top of the batting order in the 3rd. And the situation is self-apparent. This is one. This is the biggest game of the year for the Tigers. They know it. The Yankees know it. The big crowd that's out here knows it. So we'll just carry on. Here is Jake Wood, who opened with a single inside third base and down into left field in the first inning. Bill Stafford with this 3-1 lead, gunning for his 13th win. Young right-hander delivers a curve low inside, ball one. Blanchard is catching today. The infield is the regulars. Cowan, Richardson, two backs for you. There's a pitch slider on the outside for a called strike, 1-1. Bell out in left field. Mantle in center. Maris in right. Stafford delivers 1-1. There's the ball grounded down to short. Trueck on a big bounce. Up with it over to Cowan. Plenty of time, and Wood is down. One up, one away. Here's Billy Bruton, who forced Wood in the first inning, then stole second base, and scored with 2 out on Colavito's single, which was Rocco's 125th RBI. Bruton hitting .259. Don Heffler coaching at first, Bill Cavaretta at third. Bruton, the left-hand batter, swings late, fouls it off into the third deck. Strike one. The Tigers go down to Baltimore after this series. The Yankees are home tomorrow. Washington coming in for 2, starting at 1:30, and remaining in to complete its last visit at the stadium this year, Tuesday night and Wednesday afternoon. Strike one pitch, change of pace, high outside, 1-1. After this series, the Yankees are home tomorrow. Washington coming in for 2, starting at 1:30, and remaining in to complete its last visit at the stadium this year, Tuesday night and Wednesday afternoon. Strike one pitch, change of pace, high outside, 1-1. Nestor Charlack back at the plate. Cal Drummond is first base. Joe Paparella at second. Ed Runge at third. The supervisor of umpires for the league, Big Cal Hubbard, is here looking on. Curveball low outside, ball 2. I would say that Charlack moves toward the position of where the ball is more than any umpire in the league when he's back of the plate, which makes it much easier to detail where a pitch is. 2-1 pitch, curve outside and high, ball 3. 3-1. 3 balls, 1 strike, 1 out. It's not as hot as it has been the last couple of days, and we have a pleasant breeze. Ball 4, high outside. So, second walk given up by Stafford. Bruton is on. And now we have the big hitters lined up. Kaline, Colavito, Cash. Blanchard has gone out to the mound. Talked this situation over with Stafford. The breeze is coming in from right field, blowing straight in. And it is welcome. The Yankees leading 3-1. The M boys went to work in the first inning when Maris singled and Mantle hit number 49. Kaline hits with a high fastball, fouls it back. Strike one. And then Berra promptly unloaded in the bullpen. Kaline hitting .308. Outfield plays him straight away. He'll go to either field. Takes an inside curve, ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Kaline, slight pouch, swings and hits a high foul into the first base stand. Strike 2. 1 into. Just looking around at the crowd, the main stands are filled. Triple deck stand. There are not as many people out in the left center field sector of the bleachers as we had for the first 2 games, but otherwise it's another big crowd. There's a line drive hit straight out to left field to Berra, who makes the catch. Came in a step, went back a step. He had it sighted all the way. So we have 2 down, and here is Calavito, who singled in the first inning. Knock in the Detroit run. Calavito hitting .294, batted in 125. Calavito has hit safely in 16 of his last 17 games, 25 of his last 28. Takes a curve that is too low. Ball one. The bulletin on the scoreboard is that Mantle has tied Ralph Kiner with 369 home runs, lifetime. He tied him for 8th on the all-time home run list. High inside, change off the fastball, ball 2. 2-0. Calavito is wearing a little tape on the outside of his right elbow, where he skinned the arm yesterday, falling down. Samples 2 out, checks the run first, and there's a ground ball hit deep back to third. Boyer's up with it. The long throw to first to Scour and is in time. So Boyer takes the base hit away from Calavito on the line behind third. And, of course, Cletus has been doing that all year on all hitters. And the score stands at the end of 2.5. Single game. The Yankees 3 and the Tigers 1.
Is your car a late model or a veteran of the highways? Well, whatever its year or type, believe me, it'll perform better when your carburetor's clean. And now you can clean the carburetor of your car as you drive just by using Atlantic Imperial gasoline regularly. You see, Atlantic Imperial gasoline was especially designed to remove harmful dirt deposits that form on the carburetors of practically all cars, on the lower walls around the throttle plate. In time, these deposits can cause rough idling, frequent stalling, gasoline waste. But Atlantic Imperial washes them harmlessly away, generally in just a few thousand miles. I hope you'll use Atlantic Imperial in your car. It's the quality gasoline that cleans your carburetor as you drive and keeps it clean.
Tall Jim Bunning is ready to pitch to Bobby Richardson. Does, and there's a high foul back into the stands for strike 1 as we move into the third inning. The Yankees with a 3-run explosion in the first inning, leading 3-1. Every time the Yankees hit a home run, of course, it adds to their record high for the league. They now have 199. Curve is outside to Bobby. Ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Bunning has won 15, lost 10. All won with New York this year. Ball right-handed delivers, and there's a fastball lined in the right center field. Base hit for Richardson. There's the ball retrieved by Kaline, thrown into second, and Bobby singles sharp to the right center field. And this extends his hitting string now through 11 games. Gives him a total of 149 hits to keep him even with Mantle in total hits most on the club. And we have Tony Kubek. Hit a fly ball to left field in the first inning. Cash, the first baseman, is overholding the bag against Richardson. Maris is moving out on deck. Kubek bunts to the fastball and fouls it back. Strike 1. Bunning pitching and Mike Ross catching. Cash at first base. Jake Wood is at second. Shortstop is Chico Fernandez. The third baseman is Dick McAuley. Left fielder Rocco Calavito. Center fielder Billy Bruton. Right fielder Al Kaline. The Yankees lead in the season series 7 games to 6. There's a curve swung on and missed down under the hand. Strike 2. Ross, the catcher, throws down to first, but Bobby was well back ahead of it. Wally Moses coaching at first base. Frank Rossetti coaching at third. Bunning deals the fastball low outside. Ball 1. Right fielder Kaline is straight away on Tony, who can pull when he wishes. Although he goes to all fields, Calavito is in rather short at left, and Bruton is 2 steps over toward left in center. Running ready. He doesn't waste much time. Delivers the curve. Swung on. Low inside. Tony tried to check his swing, and then he looked imploringly at the umpire. Charlie says, strike 3. Now we have Norris up there. Roger hit a curveball for a single to center field in the first inning. Batting .275. He hit 52 and 53 yesterday. And, of course, it was front page news this morning. 1 down. Run at first. There's a change up the fastball. Swung on and missed. Strike 1. Richardson, the runner, at first. 1 down. Running, some steps. Checks the runner over his left shoulder. Works. Change of pace, swung on, grounded to the first baseman. There's a throw down to second. Bobby's fourth, throw back to first. Double play. 3 to 6 to 3. So they got the double play. Got out of the side. No runs, 1 hit. So the Tigers at their 125th double play. The Yankees have 25 more. And total at the end of 3 innings. For the Yankees, 3 runs, 4 hits and no errors. And for the Tigers, 1 run, 2 hits and no errors. Bob Shepard over the PA is calling the attention of the stands here today to the doubleheader with Washington here tomorrow at 1:30, and then Tuesday night and Wednesday afternoon. The Indians come in for a makeup game Thursday night. That's the last game the Yankees get to make up this year here at home. Regular night game Friday, Saturday single, and a Sunday doubleheader. Now, Boston, Minnesota, no score end of half an inning. Cleveland at Baltimore, no score end of 2.5 innings. First game, Chicago at Washington. Chicago 3, Washington 1 in the last of the 8th inning. Although Tasman has now homered for Washington in the 8th with 1 on to get that ball game even, and Washington is still at bat. Los Angeles and Kansas City playing later. Cincinnati at Philadelphia in the National League. The first place Reds are leading 1-0 at the end of 4. Pittsburgh has just opened up with 3 runs down at St. Louis. First of a doubleheader, the Cubs won, and the Milwaukee Braves nothing at the end of 3. San Francisco later at Los Angeles. All right, here's Norman Cash, leading the league in percentage, swinging and hitting the ball to right center field. It's in there for an extra base hit, bounces off the wall on the first bounce. Mantle retrieves, throws in, and Cash stops the second with a double. Boom. That was a change of pace, and Cash really got a good look at it coming down. Norm went up there at 361 and promptly belted his 22nd two-bagger. He has now 22 doubles, 7 triples, and 32 home runs. Double to right center. And this gets the tying run to the plate. Yankees leading 3-1. And here's the rookie infielder, Dick McAuliffe. They brought him up as a shortstop, and now they're playing him at third. Stafford delivers, and McAuliffe swings at a hot run on 1 bounce to Richardson, who has to go to first base to retire McAuliffe. Richardson to Skowron, and Cash moves over to third. By the way, Bill Kane has just figured it out. As he stands at third base, his batting percentage is now .363, if you're interested. So runner at third. 1 man down. Fernandez, the shortstop, walked in the second inning, hitting .242. Yankees leading 3-1. They're keeping the infield back. In other words, they'll take an out and give the run if they have to. That's what the infield position is saying. Curve is low outside. Ball 1. Stafford delivers a curve, and it is low outside again, ball 2. 2-0. At the end of 8 innings, first game, Washington 4, and the White Sox 3. Stafford behind, pitches 2-0. A good curve for a called strike. Notice that managers are changing rather rapidly. Paul Richards quit to take the general managership at Houston. Luman Harris is the manager pro tem for the rest of the year. And Charlie Dresden was dismissed yesterday at Milwaukee, and Bertie Tebbett is in the dugout today running the ball club. And according to the stories this morning, he has a contract for the next 2 years. Curve is low outside, ball 3. 3 balls, 1 strike. 1 down. Fernandez is up there to try and get this run in from third. Close the gap. 3-1 pitch is a slider off the hands on the inside. Called strike 2. Fernandez turns around and balks on it. All right, 3-2. Stafford setting the sign. Hung out by Blanchard. Right-hander pump, pitches, a curve swung on, grounded down to short. Here comes the runner from third. Here's Kubek's throw, and Cash is out. Kubek to Blanchard. He's out on the close play at the plate. It seemed to me, I noticed out of the corner of my eye, because naturally you were watching the ball first, but it seemed to me that Cash hesitated just a split second before he decided to come in. Bang, bang play at the plate. Kubek to Blanchard. Fernandez at first, still a 3-1 game, and Catcher Rourke fouls the pitch back, strike 1. So he's thrown out at home. 6-2. So Fernandez is first in the fielder's choice. Yankees still leading 3-1. Also on that play at the plate, while it was a close play, plate umpire Charlack was right on top of it and had a perfect angle to see it. And there was no squawk. Throw to first, nothing doing. Fernandez back. Strike 1 pitch. Curves low inside. Ball 1. 1-1. On that ball hit to Kubek, keep in mind that they were going to get 1 out anyhow. If he didn't break from third, he'd have had to bat it. Of course, there's a difference having a runner at third and a runner at first. Curve is high inside, ball 2. 2 balls, 1 strike. Stafford was 112, lost 7. Has not beaten Detroit this year, and they've beaten him twice. Pitches, fastball swung on, hit foul by a couple of inches outside third. Sharp foul ball. Ed Runge on the line back at third. All right, 2-2. For this very vital series with the Tigers here, the umpires will reshuffle. This is a fast-moving quartet. 2-2 pitch, swung on, foul back into the third deck. Still 2-2. Stafford rubbing up the ball. Pitchers developed tremendously calloused hands, rubbing that ball all season long. They want to get it as rough as they can. Hernandez goes. The pitch is swung on there as a fly ball to left center field. Berra goes over. He's getting under it. He has it way out there in left center. So, that's all for a big threat for 1 run. No runs, 1 hit. Score in 3.5 innings. The Yankees 3 and the Tigers 1.
Does Atlantic Imperial gasoline make a difference in engine performance? We know it does, and so do millions of motorists. And now you can find out for yourself without risking an extra penny. Simply take Atlantic's clean carburetor test. Each time you buy Atlantic Imperial, ask your dealer for a receipt. Then after 100 gallons, if you're not satisfied by generally better engine performance, mail your receipts to Atlantic. They'll refund the difference between Atlantic Imperial and regular gasoline with no questions asked. Start using Atlantic Imperial gasoline today.
Mantle gets a big hand and is evident so as he steps in. Here's the first pitch to him, last of the 4th inning. It's a called strike. Change off the fastball over the outside twice to the plate. Strike 1. Mickey, with the Tigers ahead 1-0, and Maris on at first in the first inning hit his 49th home run. He's batting left-handed. Against right-handed Jim Bunning. Takes a curve low. Bluffs the bunt. 1-1. Mickey is playing with a sore left arm. It was announced after the game last night that he'd be out for 3 or 4 days. But Manager House, first thing today, made out a batting order that had Maris in center field and Blanchard in right. And Howard catches. 1-1 pitch. Low outside. Ball 2. So Mickey got dressed, took a couple of swings, and says, I'm ready. So, this fellow plays. 2 ball, 1 strike pitch. Inside, across the knees. Ball 3. That was a slider. 3-1. Not so deep, round toward right. Strike. Fastball on the outside, 3-2. Mantle hitting .324. The ball that he hit in the seats in the first inning was off of a 3-2 pitch. Swings and strikes out. Bunning slowed up on him. Struck him out with a change of pace. Mickey hit a fastball in the first inning, and Jim remembered. Now we have Mr. Bauer hit the first pitch in the first inning. Bunning has a lot of strikeouts in the league. He struck out 163 this year. Pitch is down across the knees. Running seemed to us that Barra wouldn't hit the first pitch this time. 1 out, after the 4th. Outfield remains deep and around toward right on Yogi, as it was for Mickey. Running double pump, steps, throws a curveball, breaks it right in. Barra doesn't think so. All right, 1-1. I think Yogi thought the ball was high. He started grinning. Yogi has the most ingenuous, disarming way of protesting. 1-1 pitch. Curve low outside. Ball 2. He has a difference of opinion with you, but you can't feel that there's any animosity about it. Three-1 favor the Yankees. Yogi hit in the third run. His home run in the bullpen. 2-1 pitch. Change of pace swung on, and it is popped up. The second baseman going over back of second base and makes the catch. So Bunning going to his change has disposed of Mantle and Berra, which he didn't use on him in the first inning. And now we have Blanchett, who fouled out to the first baseman in the first inning. Blanchett hitting .285. Strong, left-hand batter. Takes a curve low inside, ball one. The ball is being brought in for an inspection. Plate umpire passed it, tossed it right back to the mound. Blanchett with a square stance. Outfield around toward right on him. Curveball is over. Strike one. 1-1. Bunning is a big, tall fellow. He's 6'3". A slider thrown into the knees, and it is ball two, strike one. Bunning won 20 games in 57. Pitched a no-hitter up at Boston in 58. And for the last 2 years has been the league leader in strikeouts. One pitch, swung on and missed. That was a slider thrown right down in there. 2-2. Two down, nobody on. Last of the fourth. Durock delivers. There's a curve swung on, hits the right field. K-line is waiting, and the right fielder takes it. That's all. And the totals at the end of four. The Yankees 3 runs, 4 hits, and no errors. The Tigers 1 run, 3 hits, and no errors. And now we'll pause for station identification. Well, we're back at the big ballpark. The big ball game carrying on into the 5th inning. Big crowd on hand. And I'd like to mention that the second half of this game is being brought to you by the crisp refresher, Valentine beer. Your first swallow, and everyone to follow, tells you why over 5 million glasses of Valentine beer are enjoyed each day. Stafford will be working to Detroit pitcher Bunning. We move into the 5th inning. In the top of the order, Wood and Bruton. Cowan at first base is warming up the rest of his infield. Richardson, Stubach, Moya. Some outfields, the Detroit outfield, they always throw the ball back and forth for a couple of long throws as the infield limbers up. The Yankee outfielders don't do it. Barham, Mantle, and Maris. In fact, Maris does not even throw on infield and outfield work out before the game. He just goes out and catches a few fly balls. Mantle throws sometimes. Sometimes he does. Well, here's Bunning, right-handed hitter, 0 for 1 today. Swings and hits a high fly ball out to deep left center field. Mantle going back, and makes the catch. surprised everybody, and particularly Mantle. He hit the ball to the edge of the grass at the track in front of the 4:57 mark. He cowtailed it. And Mickey started running laterally. And then suddenly he just turned and flared back. He realized that he had misjudged that ball. He didn't think Bunning could hit it that hard. And actually, Mickey had to outrun it. Bunning was at second base when the ball was caught and rather slowly trotted off. There is Jake Wood, who has 1 for 2, single. Stafford pitches low outside, ball 1. Crowd still buzzing over Bunning hitting the ball so far, and Mantle running so fast to catch it. There's a high fly ball into straightaway left field. Barrow waiting for it to come down, and catches it, and we have 2 out. Center fielder Bruton was a very polished center fielder. I know yesterday on a long fly ball, he made a catch that was a very graceful thing to watch. He judged the ball, turned his back to the infield, ran, turned around, and there was the ball. 3-1, favor the Yankees. Pitch is in there, fastball for a called strike. This is a big game for the Yankees. It is a mortal game for Detroit. This is the equivalent of 2 games on the first place lead. There's a high foul pop-up by third. And there is Boyer just outside the line for the catch and the third out. So the score at the end of 4.5 is now official. The Yankees 3 and the Tigers 1.
C-R-I-S-P. The crisp refresher. To be crisp, a beer must be icily light. The crisp refresher is icily light. With true lager flavor, precisely right. The crisp refresher, precisely right. Lively golden, crystally clear. The crisp refresher, Valentine beer.
With your first swallow and everyone to follow, today's Valentine delivers a sunny, mellow taste that really refreshes. Since people know quality when they taste it, over 5 million glasses of Valentine beer are enjoyed every day.
So clap your hands, tap your feet, snap your fingers, and ask the man for Valentine, the crisp refresher. Valentine beer.
Since 1840,
America's finest.
The last half of the 5th inning, the last third of Manager Hout's batting list of 9, Skowron, Boyer, and Stafford. Skowron's up there. Bunning struck him out, 2nd inning. The Moose hit in the winning run, 2 out in the 9th inning Friday night. Knocked in the first run with a double yesterday. Hitting .278. Bunning delivers a curve that catches the outside corner above the knees for a called strike.
This is WOKO, Albany, New York.
Right-hander delivers a fastball that swung on and missed high inside. He had the Moose completely tied up on it. I think John was set to swing, but I think he had expected a curveball. So, Bunning has gotten 2 quick strikes on the Moose. Double pump. Fastball strikes him out. Struck out swinging. 5 strikeouts for Bunning. Today, 164 for the year. Pasquale leads the league at 177. All right, here's Boyer, off the short, 2nd inning. Right-hand hitter. Swings at a curve, fouls it off. As was announced yesterday, the Yankees have a new ball player over there on the bench, Tom Tresh. dad was a Major League catcher, Mike Trash. Tom can play, he's primarily a shortstop. He can also play third. Switch hitter. Strike one pitch. Change of pace. Lined over third to left field. It's a base hit for Cletus. He makes the turn and holds off. Line single to left. Number 5 for the Yankees. Now we have pitcher Bill Stafford making his way to the plate. The Yankees leading 3-1, all scoring within the first inning. For Detroit, a single by Wood, who was forced by Bruton. Bruton then stole second and scored on Colavito's single. With 2 out in the first inning, Maris single, Matt a homer, number 49, and then Barrow homer. Infield has to look for a bunt. Stafford bunts at it, bunts it toward first base, and Bunning takes it, throws to first and second baseman Wood covering. The sacrifice is executed, setting Boyer over to second base. The pitcher to the second baseman covering. And now we have Bobby Richardson. Hit safely now in 11 straight games. Singled into third. Bobby hitting .268. In the 5 innings, the Phillies lead the Reds 2-1. Running pitches, a curve low outside. Ball one. Bobby keeps the third baseman in now these days since he has increased his proficiency at bunting along the line. Swings at a fastball and fouls it back. 1-1. One ball, one strike. Bunning, who had been pitching very rapidly, is now with a runner at second base taking his time. 2 down. Right-handed deal. Richardson swings, lands it in the center field. Base hit. Boyer is coming around third on his way to the plate. And he scores. Bruton overran the ball, which meant he couldn't pick it up for a throw to the plate. He didn't have a chance anyhow. Richardson stays at first base. So for Bobby, who has knocked in more runs this year than ever before, this is number 44. And it is now a 4-1 ball game for the Yankees. Line single to center. Gets Boyer home. That's the wisdom of the sacrifice of Stafford. In other words, if they had not had Stafford bunt, he had swung, let's say he'd gone out. Well, Boyer would have still been at first base and could not have scored. Had he hit the ball, he might have hit into a double play. There's still a chance he might have gotten a base hit. Lee Houck had him bunt. Here's Kubek. There's a throw to first, nothing doing. Sign on the scoreboard, Whitey Ford Day here, Saturday, September 9, with Cleveland. Kubek takes a strike on the outside. He was just cradling the bat. He wasn't going to do nothing but take it anyhow. Tony hitting .280. Two down. Running deals. Richardson goes. Kubek takes. There's a throw from Rourke, and Bobby is out. Shortstop Fernandez puts the tag to him. So that 2-6, it is 1 run, 2 hits. And at the end of 5, the total, The Yankees 4-6-0, and the Tigers 1-3-0. And now Mel Allen's coming over from the TV side. In fact, we're going to trade spots.
Waiting for Mel Allen. I'll just read a couple of scores here. Boston at Minnesota, 0-0 at the end of 2. Cleveland at Baltimore, 0-0 at the end of 4.5. White Sox beat Washington 5-4. And Los Angeles at Kansas City hasn't started. The National League is Cincinnati 2, the Phillies 2 at the end of 5.5. Pittsburgh 7, St. Louis 0 at the end of an inning and a half. And the Cubs 3, Milwaukee 1 at the end of 4.5, the first of 2. San Francisco at Los Angeles has not started. Mel reading a few scores over on television. We're waiting to see what the story is. The first batter is Al Kaline facing Bill Stafford, and he takes a pitch on the outside corner, strike call. Art Mill's going to take an inning off. His voice is not up to par, has a little bit of a sore throat, so he's going to rest an inning. Kaline popped the third line to left field. Stafford's next pitch right in there, strike 2 called, a fastball that cut the plate in half. Yankees 4 and Detroit 1. This is the top of the 6th. The final game of the 3-game series, and the last appearance for Detroit in a regularly scheduled game. 2-strike pitch. Curve way outside, rolls back to the screen. 1 ball, 2 strikes. On deck, Rocky Colavito. Wind up by Stafford. Curve inside, 2-2. Yankees and the Senators play tomorrow afternoon. Doubleheader. And Tuesday night and Wednesday afternoon. Stafford's 2-2 pitch. A curve hit out in the left center field. That's in there for a base hit. Yogi to his left. Up with it on one hop, and Kaline has another base hit. His first today, but that's his 5th hit in this series. And here is Rocky Colavito. Rocky singled in the first inning to drive in a run. Bounced out deep to third base. Boyer making a fine play throwing him out in the 3rd inning. Don't forget Whitey Ford Day here at the stadium Saturday, September 9th, and the Yankees play the Indians that day. Kaline at first with nobody out. The stretch. Fastball is low, ball 1. One ball, no strike. The stretch and the fastball hit on the ground at second. Richardson to Kubek for 1. Back to first. Double play. And for the Yankees, their 151st double play of the year. Colavito trying to go to right field, hit a hard grounder to Richardson. Kubek was playing in the hole and caught the ball about 10 feet away from second base. Touched the bag and fired to first. They still had Colavito by plenty. Here's Norm Cash. Bounces second, double to deep right center field. Cash batting .363. Stafford's pitch is high, ball 1. 1-0 pitch is high, ball 2, 2-0. All year long, the Yankee infield has gotten the pitches out of jams. Not that they've been in that many, but whenever they have been in trouble, they've come up with a big double play. Fastball over, strike call, 2-1. Norm Cash leads both major leagues in hitting with his .363 average. Two-one fastball foul back off the screen. 2-2. On deck, Dick McAuliffe. Now the 2-2 pitch. Fastball foul to the left and back in the upper deck. Count holds it 2-2. Yankees scored 3 in the first on a 2-run homer by Mantle and a solo homer by Barron, and 1 in the fifth. Again, the 2-2 pitch. A curve hit deep to right. That one is gone. That one is way back in there. Way back in the bleachers. 3/4 of the way up to the left or right. That one is gone. That one is way back in there. Way back in the bleachers. 3/4 of the way up to the left of the Yankee bullpen. A tremendous home run by Norm Cash. His 33rd of the year. Man, did he hit that one. Roger Maris didn't even take a step. He just turned around with his hands on his hip and watched that ball sail back there. At least 3/4 of the way up in the bleachers. Norm Cash, his 33rd of the year. Man, did he hit that one. Roger Maris didn't even take a step. He just turned around with his hands on his hip and watched that ball sail back there. At least 3/4 of the way up in the bleachers. A high curveball. It's now a 4-2 ball game in favor of the Yankees. Here's Dick McAuliffe. Pop to third, bounce to second. So Cash will tack another point to his batting average. The pitch inside, ball 1. That's the second home run for Detroit in this series. Colavito has one. There's a strike. Matter of fact, Cash added 2 points to his batting average. He's now batting .365. 2 out, nobody on. Change up, pop foul back in the lower stand. No, on the screen and out of play. Just hit the end of the net. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Now the 1 ball, 2 strike pitch. Change up, hit high in the air to right field near the line. Maris coming over to his left near the wall. Reaches in, he can't get it. It's foul. Just went in a little too far. Maris reaching into the stand. Count holds at 1 ball, 2 strikes. Out, nobody on. Yankees 4, Detroit 2. Stafford ready. A fastball foul. It's bouncing back of the plate, and as McAuliffe followed through it, hit his bat again, went over towards the Detroit dugout. Nice cool breeze comes up every once in a while. Much more comfortable than yesterday and the night before. All right, Stafford's pitch is a curve fouled and back of the plate. Chico Fernandez on deck. Again, the 1-ball, 2-strike pitch. A ground ball off Stafford's glove, and McAuliffe's going to have a base hit. He deflected it towards Richardson, but the ball lost its speed, and before Bobby could get to it, McAuliffe has himself an infield single. So the big double play for the Yankees in this inning got him out of a jam. Not altogether. It's cashed home at McAuliffe single, but would have been a lot worse. Here's Fernandez, who walked, and with a runner at third and 1 out, bounced to Kubek, whose perfect throw to Blanchard at the plate nipped Cash, trying to slide in. 2 outs. Stretch by Stafford. Pitch to Chico is inside, ball 1. Here's a stretch. Fastball foul off the umpire's mask, 1-1. Jerry Staley is up in the Detroit bullpen. In the event that Fernandez and Rourke get on, Bob Sheffing will go pinch hitting, and he wants to have a pitcher ready. On a 1-1 count. Curve right in there, strike 2, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Louis Arroyo is up in the Yankee bullpen. Sidearm curve hit on the ground. Boyer up with a nice play. Throws to first base in time to get Fernandez. Boy, that was a fine play by Boyer on a short hop. Backing up. Making the long throw. For Detroit in the top of the 6th. 1 run on 3 hits. No Yankee errors. 1 man left. At the end of 5 1/2, it's the Yankees 4, Detroit 2. 4-2, the Yankees lead, bottom of the 6th. Bunning's fastball a little high, 1-1. Bunning into that big windup. Changeup is high, ball 2, 2-2. The 2-2 pitch. Fastball foul. Back in the mezzanine. Count holds it 2-2. Bunning throwing his fastball away from Kubek. Tony trying to go to left field. Keeps fouling it off. Bunning goes to the rosin bag. Bunning's pitch outside. It's a full count, 3-2. When Bunning puts a little extra on his fastball, he falls way over towards first base. All right, now the payoff pitch to Kubek. It's a ground ball foul outside of first. Count holds it 3-2. Yankees 4, Detroit 2 in the last of the 6th. Nobody out, nobody on.
Again, the 3-2 pitch. A fly ball to straightaway center field. Bruton going back. Turns under it and makes the catch in fairly deep center field. One out. Here's Roger Maris. Maris singled to center and scored ahead of Mantle's 49th homer in the first inning, and then hit into a fast double play in the third inning. Fans yelling for number 54 for Maris. Pitch to Roger, outside, ball one. Bunning's next pitch is a strike called toward the outside corner, 1-1. Mickey Mantle on deck. One out now with nobody on. One pitch. On the outside corner, strike two. He is trying to pitch Maris away. He just missed with the first pitch and then nicked the corner with the next two. Maris took both of them. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Bunning's next pitch, a curve just outside, and Bunning pounds his fist into his glove. He thought he had the corner again. 2-2 the count. In the first inning with 2 outs, he was bearing down on Maris, and Maris singled up the middle to start the Yankee 3-run rally. Then back-to-back homers by Mantle and Berra. New York picked up 3 runs. Here's a 2-2 pitch. Foul back in the upper deck. And that time he came right over the plate. Maris had a good cut. Count remains 2-2 on Roger. Bunning into the windup. Curve low inside. It's a full count on Maris. 3-2. Bunning ready now for the payoff pitch to Maris. Here it is. It's a fastball swung at and missed. Strike 3. Got the fastball by Rod that time. That's the 6th strikeout for Bunning. And it brings up Mickey Mantle, who hit a 2-run homer in the first inning, his 49th of the year, and struck out in the 4th. Two out, nobody on. 4-2 New York lead. Wind up by Bunning. Pitch to Mantle. A swing and a miss. Strike 1. On deck, Yogi Berra. Curveball low and away. 1-1 to Mantle. fielder way over in left center field on next. 1-1 fastball outside, and Bunning almost fell down trying to put a little extra on that pitch as he fell towards first base side of the mound. 2 balls, 1 strike. Bunning's 2-1 delivery is a swing and a miss, strike 2. Bunning is really firing that ball. Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 out, nobody on. Here's the windup. 2-2 pitch, high and away, ball 3, 3-2. Another full count. Bunning has had a full count on all 3 Yankee hitters in this inning. Got Kubek to fly to center, struck out Maris. Here's the payoff pitch to Mantle. Strike 3, swinging. 7 strikeouts for Bunning. The Yankees go down in order in the bottom of the 6th. No runs, no hits, no Tiger errors, nobody left. And at the end of 6 full innings, it's the Yankees 4 and Detroit 2. And we pause for station identification. Right now, we're going to have a pinch hitter for Detroit as we get ready to go on the top of the 7th. To tell you all about it, Mel Allen.
Hello there, everybody. Thanks, Phil. Larry Osborne leads off for the Tigers in the 7th inning, hitting for Mike Rourke, with Charlie Maxwell on deck to hit for Bunning. As Bob Sheffing sends up the shock troops here. Stafford's pitch is high, ball 1. Luis Arroyo's warming up. Stafford has not been very sharp all day. He has managed to get out of some jams, but has been in frequent trouble. Now the delivery. It's in there, strike 1, 1-1. There has not been but 1 inning in which he retired the side in order. The right-hander's pitch swung on, bounced toward second. Richardson has it. Throws on to Skowron, 1 away. Now Charlie Maxwell coming up to bat for Jim Bunning. Maxwell hitting .245. Stafford's big problem today has been a lack of sharpness in his control. He generally has to keep his stuff low. An overpowering type pitcher sometimes, when that ball comes up, can still throw it by you. Stafford does have a good fastball. He's not as fast as his Bunning, for example. There are very few good high fastball pitchers. Typical example of whom, of which would be Early Wynn in his prime. But a man, for example, like an Allie Reynolds or a Bob Feller, on days that they didn't get the stuff where they wanted it, they could overpower you. Here's the pitch to Maxwell, and it's outside for a ball, 1-0. That's what makes this game. Days you do, days you don't. And then the days you have to labor hard. They pitch in there for a strike, 1-1, to overcome certain deficiencies. 1 ball, 1 strike. Charlie Maxwell, left-hand batter, hitting for Bunning. 4-2 New York, 7th inning. Bill Stafford's delivery change of pace is a little high. Ball 2, 2-1.
Now the 2-1 pitch on the way to Maxwell. Swung on, hit foul, out of play, off to the left of the plate. A 2-2 count. Bill is a great competitor. He's a much more mature performer than his 23 years might tend to indicate. A native of Athens, New York, deputy sheriff, a fine guy. Pitching now to pinch hitter Charlie Maxwell of Paw Paw, Michigan. And the 2-2 delivery swung on and fouled off again out of play to the left of the plate. The Yankees almost had Maxwell once. Came up into the majors through the Red Sox organization. Two balls, two strikes. One out in the seventh. New York 4, Detroit 2. Stafford getting the sign from Blanchard. Into the windup. In comes the pitch. Change of pace. High. Ball 3. 3-2. Jake Wood on deck. Maxwell digs in now for this 3-2 pitch. In it comes, and it swung on and missed. Strike 3. He threw him a let-up curve on a 3-2 pitch. That's one of the strong points of Bill Stafford. Ever since he came to the Yankees last year as a rookie, people were amazed to see a rookie throw a curveball 3-2. Shows you have confidence in that pitch. And not too many pitchers will do it. Here's Jake Wood coming up. Single to left, grounded to short, and fly to left. Boyer over at the mound talking to Stafford. Now Boyer hollers into the plate. No, he's talking to Shylock or Blanchard. Blanchard going out. And now Boyer's pointing into the Yankee dugout, and here comes Ralph Howick to the steps. And Blanchard points there. So here comes Ralph Howick out. As you know, Stafford had a sore arm earlier in the year, and occasionally he'll tighten up on him. And that may be what's happening now. I can't be certain, but watching fellas pitch all the time, you can tell when they're sharp when they're not. Howick leaves him in. Here's Jake Wood. 1 for 3. Billy Bruton on deck. 4-2 New York, 7th inning. Stafford with the windup, and the pitch is bunted, and here comes Boyer up with it. Fires on to Moose in time, and they get him. Cleat was looking for that bunt. He came charging in as soon as that ball was released. He sort of lingered back and decoyed him, and as soon as Stafford released that ball, he started racing in. He opened himself up to a swing, but he got him. No runs, no hits, no errors, no one left on. The end of 6.5 innings, New York 4 and Detroit 2. Phil Regan coming in to pitch for the Tigers. Dick Brown back of the plate. Jim Bunning in 6 innings gave up 6 hits and 4 runs. And Jim was, except for a sudden rash, a sudden outburst there in the first inning by the Yankees after he retired the first 2 men. Maris singled, Mantle got his 49th homer, and Barrow followed with a homer. He gave up 2 singles in the 5th for a 4th run. Otherwise, struck out 7 men and didn't walk anybody. And that's always an important aspect of any game. Sometimes you don't walk them and they may get hits every time, but as a rule, if you don't walk anybody, you got fairly good stuff, you're in good shape. Regan with a record of 10-7, making his 29th appearance. Started twice against the Yankees this year and beat them twice. 8-3 and 4-2. Yogi Berra, the batter. The delivery is in there. Strike one. Dick Brown back to the plate, making his first appearance in harness since July the 15th, when he broke the middle finger of his right hand. A foul tip causing the injury. Right-hander Regan's delivery. Outside, ball one, 1-1. Bob Sheffing, who tried to get back in the ball game there in the seventh, bringing in Phil Regan now in place of Bunning. The pitch is swung on and fouled back, out of play, 1-2. He'd hoped to get something started there, failing it with the bottom part of the order. That was the time to do it. You cannot wait later. The way the game breaks and what part of the order is how soon you start to make a move. So with Regan in, he hopes to hold the Yanks in check and maybe his men come on in the 8th and 9th. The 1-2 pitch is outside, 2-2. Berra homered in the first inning, popped out to second in the fourth. And Jim Coates is warming up for New York. Arroyo also has been warming up. I don't know whether it is at the moment or not. I can't see back there. The 2-2 delivery swung on and fouled off over toward the Yankee dugout. Count remains 2-2. A doubleheader tomorrow. First game at 1:30. So often we think of a holiday in terms of a Sunday when doubleheaders start at 2. So we thought we'd remind you it starts at 1:30. Plenty of room. Hope you'll be able to come out. Regan swings to the windup. Around comes the right arm. The pitch is swung on, line to right field for a base hit. Kaline up for the ball. Puts it back into Jake Wood. And Yogi gets his second hit of the game, ripping a liner to right field. Now Johnny Blanchard pops to first and line to right. Regan has had to change his pitching pattern to Blanchard. John wore him out last year in the early part of this year. So Regan changed the way he worked on him. The delivery, look out, down he goes. Ball one. I don't know whether that was part of the pattern or not. One ball, no strikes. Regan delivers, and Blanchard takes it high. Ball 2-0. Two balls, no strikes. Here's the delivery. Swung on. There's the drive going to right field, going foul. He got out too much in front. Just went foul by about 10 feet or so. One strike. Right-hander to the stretch and the pitch. It's fouled off into the Tiger dugout on a check swing. Blanchard was pulling away from the plate, and the ball hit the bat and ricocheted over into the Tiger dugout. 2 balls, 2 strikes. delivery. Change of pace is swung on and fouled off coming back here. A 2-2 count on Blanchard. Fair on first. 4-2 New York, 7th inning. Regan in relief of Bunning. Taking a lot of time looking for the sign. Now he's to the stretch. And the pitch. It's outside, ball 3. 3-2. Fastball is tailed away from John. Three balls, 2 strikes. We'll watch Yogi, see whether he's running or playing it safely. The stretch. There goes Yogi. The pitch is swung on with a roller foul. Off to the right of the plate and beyond first base. And the count holds at 3-2. Outfield course around to the right. Regan again to the stretch. Yogi to the lead. There he goes. The pitch is high. Ball 4. Blanchard draws the walk. Moving Barrett to second. And bringing up Bill Scarron, who twice has struck out. We're going to have a runner. Mike Tresh will run for Blanchard. Mike Tresh is a young shortstop. The Yankees brought up from Richmond, a switch hitter. He's the son of a former Major League catcher, Mike Tresh. Now Bob Sheffing has come out of the dugout, and that's going to be all for Regan. He signals his bullpen. I call him Mike. Actually, it's Tom Tresh. He's the son of Mike Tresh. Tresh is a switch hitter who did a pretty good job there at Richmond. Batted .316. Wally Moses talking to him. And we're looking out now toward the Tiger bullpen. And Terry Fox is coming in. Terry Fox. Fox has real good breaking stuff. Bob Sheffing, knowing that Moose likes to chase curveballs away from him, and bringing in Terry Fox, good curveball pitcher. A good fast one, too. Regan pitched to 2 batters, allowed a single and a walk. Terry Fox coming in for the 32nd time this year. He was out for a while. From July 20th until August 20th, he did not make an appearance. Terry Fox warms up. We'll pause for station identification.
At 1460 on the radio dial, you're in tune with Quality Modern, WOKO in Albany, New York. Good sound broadcasting for 1961. Your Yankee baseball station. The time, 1 minute before 4 p.m.
Terry Fox missed a lot of action because of an inflamed tendon in the elbow of his pitching arm, of course. But since August 20th, he has made 4 appearances, and this will be the 5th one since he returned to action. He has been one of the pleasant surprises for the Tigers this year. The 26-year-old right-hander, who's a 6-foot, 175-pounder from Midlothian, Illinois, came out of the Milwaukee organization. Has a record of 4-1. And an earned run average of 1.43. In 44 innings, allowed just 7 earned runs. Struck out 23, walked 8. So he's pitching to Skowron with 2 on and nobody out in the 7th. 4-2 New York. The right-hander to the stretch. And the pitch. High and inside, ball 1. Big motion. Pulled the string on him. McAuliffe shortened up at 3rd. Fox again to the stretch. And the pitch. Curveball on the corner. Strike 1, 1-1. He got a beautiful curve. One ball, 1 strike. Ready for the 1-1 delivery. Here it is. Curveball swung on and hit foul upstairs. Strike 2, 1-2. One ball, 2 strikes. Clete Boyer on deck. Here's the 1-2 delivery. Curveball outside, 2-2. Just a little bit too far out for Moose to go after. He had him set up for it. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Bear on second, and Tresh running for Blanchard on first. Cash in behind the runner. Stretched by Terry Fox. And the pitch. Swung on, hit foul. Out of play. The fastball. Went off to the right of the plate into the upper deck. A 2-2 count. Eases off second. Tresh off first. Fox to the stretch and the pitch. Swung on it, missed. Strike 3. Curved him. 1 away. 3rd time Moose struck out today. Now coming up is Clete Boyer. Pops to short and single to left. Now the pitch to Boyer. Swung on to a high fly ball in the left. Colavito getting under it. Waiting and makes the catch. Runner's hold. And now Elston Howard is going to bat for Bill Stafford. Howard, batting .349, hitting for Bill Stafford. 2 on and 2 out. Last of the 7th. Terry Fox to the stretch and the pitch. In there, strike 1, 0-1. Dick McAuliffe guarding that third baseline very tightly. Fernandez shaded a little over towards second. Howard has a good ground shot between third and short. If he gets his pitch. Outfield straight away. Berra moves off second, Tresh off first, the right-hander to the stretch, and the pitch. It's into the dirt, blocked nicely, and it was swung at by Howard. Strike 2. He swung at a pitch that was into the dirt. He tried to pull back, but he couldn't. He was over anxious. That ball bounced up there. A 2-strike count. Sometimes a fella gets over anxious. No balls, 2 strikes. Berra on second. Tresh running for Blanchard on first. 2 out. The stretch and the pitch is right in there. Called strike 3. Howard caught looking. And Terry Fox came in and really put out the fire. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and 2 men left on at the end of 7 innings. New York, 4 runs, 7 hits, no errors, 2 men left on. The Tigers, 2 runs, 6 hits, no errors, and 5 men left on. Luis Arroyo's coming in from the bullpen. Meantime, you can move into the kitchen. It'll be Bruton, Kaline, and Colavito. First 3 men up in the 8th inning. Elsewhere, Boston leads Minnesota 5-0 at the end of 4. Cleveland, Baltimore scoreless end of 6.5. Time called rain. Chicago beat Washington 5-4. Second game, Chicago leads 1-0. End of an inning and a half. Los Angeles, Kansas City rained out. National League. Cincinnati, Philadelphia 2-2 end of 6.5. Pittsburgh 8. St. Louis 1 end of 5.5. Milwaukee, Chicago 3-3 at the end of 7.5 in the first game. San Francisco, Los Angeles later. Billy Bruton grounded to third, walked, and fouled out to third. Left-hand batter. Luis Arroyo into the windup. Around comes the left arm. In comes the pitch, and it is swung on and lined by second to right center for a base hit. Mantle scoops it up and throws back into Richardson. And Bruton opens the 8th with a single to center, and here's Al Kaline coming up. Colavito to follow. Delivery, swung on, lined into center for a base hit. And there goes Bruton around second on his way to third. Mantle throws into Richardson. Runners on first and third, nobody out. Colavito coming up. And Tiger fans now have something to cheer about as Colavito steps up with runners on first and third and nobody out. The stretch by Arroyo, the pitch swung on, ground ball hits the short. Kubek up with it, over to Richardson, back to first, double play, Bruton scores. Colavito grounded into a double play. Kubek to Richardson to Skowron as Bruton scores, and it's 4-3. The Yankees' 152nd double play. Now here's Norm Cash, who grounded to second, double to right center, and homered. It's 4-3, 2 out. Norm Cash, the Major League's leading hitter, batting .365. Arroyo's delivery. In there, strike one, 0-1. Louis goes to the windup, and the pitch. Swung on, hit down the left field line, and it is going foul. Out of play. Strike two, 0-2. Cash is this kind of a hitter. He'll hit to all field. Green to get something he can pull, he'll do it like he did there in that sixth inning. He really rode it deep into the bleachers. Arroyo goes to the windup, and the pitch. Swung on and missed, strike three. Decides to retire. 1 run, 2 hits, no errors, no one left on. At the end of 7.5 innings, New York 4, Detroit 3. In the last half of the 8th inning, it'll be the top of the New York order. Bobby Richardson, Tony Kubek, and Roger Maris. Terry Fox doing the pitching. Yankees 4, Tigers 3. Last of the 8th. Richardson struck out, single to right center and single to center. 2 for 3. Terry Fox into the windup. Around comes the right arm. The pitch is a curve outside. Ball 1. The paid attendance today is 55,676. With servicemen, a total of 56,464. Now the 1-0 delivery. Swung on to high fly ball into short right center. Wood waves everybody away and makes the catch. Bruton and Kaline were moving on. 1 down. Tony Kubek flied to left, struck out, and flied to center. And it is suddenly getting cloudy here. Fox into the windup. Around comes the right arm. The pitch. Fastball outside. Ball 1. One ball, no strikes. Now the pitch. It's in there, strike 1. The 3-game series has drawn a total of 171,503. That's stadium attendance record for 3 games. The 1-1 pitch to Tony. Swung on. There's a high fly ball into center. Billy Bruton is under it and has it. And they're 2 away. And Roger Maris coming up. Single to center. Grounded to first into a double play and struck out. 273. Yankees 4, Tigers 3. It's the 8th inning. Terry Fox comes in with the pitch, and it's over. Strike one. Good curve. Now the one strike offering on the way. Swung on and fouled off. Ball hits the mask, I believe, of the plate umpire. Strike two, nothing in two. A two-strike count on Rod. Two outs. Fox goes in with the windup. And the pitch. High and away, ball one, 1-2. He wasted that pitch, trying to set him up. A 1-2 count. Fox swings to the windup. Round comes the arm. In comes the pitch. Swung on and missed. Strike three. Side is retired. No runs, no hits, no errors, no one left on. And Terry Fox came in the 7th inning with 2 on, nobody out, and he's knocked off 6 men in a row, striking out 3 of them. So that at the end of 8 innings, it is New York, 4 runs, 7 hits, no errors. 2 men left on. The Tigers, 3 runs, 8 hits, no errors, and 5 men left on. Dick McCollum leads off in the 9th, 4-3 New York. Arroyo's pitch inside, ball one. If you're wondering why Bob Sheffing's letting a left-hander bat, we've got 2 reasons. One is Arroyo often pitches better to right-handers than left-handers. Here's the pitch. And it's ball 2. Plus the fact if he gets the pitch, he might pull it for the equalizer. Fernandez was on deck. Now the 2-0 delivery. Inside, ball 3. The 3-0 pitch. Strike one. 3-1. The 3-1 delivery to McCullough. Ball 4. He's on. Still outside. Dick McCullough draws a walk, starting in the 9th inning. And up comes Chico Fernandez, who walked, grounded to short, and grounded to third. Dick Brown on deck. Time has been called while McAuliffe gets the regulation cap. Arroyo to the stretch, and the move to first base, the runner's back. Boyer is vulnerable at third. He has to shorten up. The stretch and the pitch. It's bunted foul to the right of the plate. Strike one. 0-1. Fernandez has a look at Phil Cabaretta to see whether the sacrifice is still on or whether he's to be swinging. He's got Boyer way in. McAuliffe leads away. The stretch and the pitch. And it is bunted foul to the right of the plate. Strike two. 0-2. Scowen in to talk to Arroyo. Yankees 4, Tigers 3. It's the ninth inning. Arroyo getting the sign from Howard into the stretch. McAuliffe leads away. Here's the pitch. Fernandez takes it low outside. 1-2. A let up screwball. Arroyo again to the stretch. Here's the pitch. Swung on, hit foul to the right of the plate, out of play. And the man makes the catch in the upper deck. A 1-2 count on Fernandez. Dick McAuliffe on first. Nobody out. The ninth inning. Arroyo ready. Here's the pitch, and Fernandez swings it to foul down the right field line, out of play. Guarding that plate. Arroyo set. Here's the pitch. And it's low, ball 2, 2-2. Two balls, 2 strikes. Nobody out. McAuliffe on first base. Yankees 4, Tigers 3, ninth inning. Louis to the stretch. And the pitch. In there, called strike 3. Fernandez didn't like it. He curved him. Now Dick Brown comes up. Dick Brown, right-hand batter. Hitting .259 on the season. McAuliffe on first, one away. Arroyo checks the runner. The pitch to Brown. Swung on, little number, hit slowly toward the mound. Arroyo has it, throws to first, and throws the ball. And here comes McAuliffe on the third. And into second goes Brown. On a little roller to the mound, Arroyo threw the ball away. And instead of being 2 outs, there are runners on second and third and 1 out. Luis Arroyo with a little easy ground ball. Threw the ball away in the right field. McAuliffe raced to third and Brown to second. And the Tigers have a big life with Bubba Morton coming up. To pinch hit. Ralph Howe comes to the mound to talk to Arroyo.
the ball game has suddenly switched around as Arroyo, on a throwing arrow, puts the Tigers in position with runners on second and third and one out, and Bubba Morton, a right-hand batter, coming up to hit for Fox. Jake Wood on deck. And they're going to put him on with first base open. A walk and an error. Have set it up. Now you'll have Jake Wood, a right-hand batter, coming up, and Billy Bruton to follow. As the Tigers suddenly in the ninth inning get a big life on a throwing error by Arroyo. Now Bertoya is going to go in to run for Dick Brown. Bertoya goes in to run for Brown. You got McAuliffe on third, Morton on first, one out, and the batter, Jake Wood. Single to left, grounded to short, line to left, and was out on a bunt. One away, 4-3. The windup. Here's the pitch to Jake Wood. Swung on, lined into left center field. It's in there for a base hit. Here comes Bertoya into the plate. 2-run score. Lines a single to left. Scoring. McAuliffe and Bertoya. Morton going to second. And it's 5-4 in favor of Detroit. Now here's Billy Bruton with Kaline and Colavito to follow. One out. And the pitch. Outside, ball one. Morton leads off second. Jake Wood off first, driving in 2 big runs, 59 for the season. The pitch to Bruton, swung on to high pop. And the infield fly rule is called. Tubeck makes the catch. Now Al Kaline. Foul to third, line to left, single to left center, and single to center. 2 for 4. It's 5-4 in favor of Detroit. Kaline, the batter, with Colavito to follow. Bubba Morton on second, Jake Wood on first. Kaline hit the first pitch for a single off Arroyo in the 8th. And the delivery. Swung on, grounded toward third. Up with it is Boyer. Throws across the scour, and the side's retired. The damage is done as the Tigers jump on Arroyo, taking advantage of his throwing error. 2 runs, 1 hit, 1 error, and 2 men left on. And at the end of 8.5 innings, Detroit 5 and New York 4. Pause for station identification.
You're in tune with Quality Modern, WOKO, 1460 on the dial in Albany, New York. The time, 28 minutes before 5 p.m.
Jerry Staley comes in to do the pitching for the Tigers in the last of the ninth, and Frank House is back at the plate. That's the new battery, Staley and House. The Tigers leading 5-4.
Jerry Staley, the veteran sinker ball pitcher, comes on in relief of Terry Fox, who pitched 2 great innings. Didn't allow a hit. Didn't walk anybody. In fact, retired 6 in a row. And came in with 2 men on base and nobody out in the 7th inning. As you look back, it was a clutch performance, not only for Fox, but a turning performance in light of what happened in the 9th. Mantle, who homered in the 1st inning, struck out twice since coming up. Berra on deck. Staley throws low stop, making his 47th appearance. He's hard to hit for the home run because he pitches sinker balls and throws some knucklers once in a while. Frank House goes out to talk to Staley just as he was ready to work. Arroyo's the 3rd scheduled batter. The Detroit Tigers jumping on the opportunity as befits the team that has played the great kind of ball they have all year. Leading now 5-4. Jerry Staley into the windup, and the pitch to Mantle. Outside, ball 1. The 1-0 pitch to Mick. Swung on as a high drive to deep right field. Look out now, Kaline. He is not going to get it. A home run. Number 50. Just hit his 50th home run of the year into the bleachers, and it's a tie ball game. Now Yogi Berra at bat takes the strike. Mickey hit it into the right field bleachers. His 2nd of the game, his 50th of the season. He now ranks number 8 among the all-time home run hitters. The pitch to Yogi Berra. Outside, ball 1, 1-1. Mantle ties it up as he rocks his 2nd of the game and his 50th of the year. The 370th of his career. And the 2nd time he's hit the 50 mark or better. The pitch to Yogi, swung on, fouled off, over toward the Yankee dugout. 1-2. One ball, 2 strikes. Berra's had 2 for 3, a homer and a single. The 1-2 pitch. Swung on and a foul ball. It's going to be a foul ball. All the way foul. A 1-2 count on Yogi. Jerry Staley to the windup, and the pitch to Berra. Swung on as a fly ball to right. Kaline coming fast and can't get it. The base hit. Berra singles to right, and Arroyo's going to come up. And out of the dugout now comes Bob Sheffing.
stepping out of the dugout. And we'll have another pitcher. So Staley works to Mantle and Berra. Mickey rocked his second homer of the game, his 50th of the season, under the right field bleachers. Driving in 3 runs in the game for 118 this season. Berra singles to right. Ronnie Klein is coming in to do the pitching. Ronnie Klein, whom the Tigers acquired from the Los Angeles Angels on a waiver deal in August, and who has, in 3 starts, won 2 and lost 1. Ron Klein, 6'3", 198-pounder. Last year with the Cardinals, had a 57-92 lifetime record in the National League. With the Angels, Klein beat the Yankees once 5-3 in a start. Made 2 appearances against them, 1 in relief and 1 as a starter. Started out in the majors with Pittsburgh in 1952, and then was traded to the Cardinals for Tom Chaney and Gino Cimoli in December 1959. Was with the Cardinals last year, and then they sold him to the Angels April 10th of this year. So Ronnie Klein, the right-hander, comes on. Arroyo will bat. Klein throws a good knuckleball, by the way. Dick McAuliffe moves in close, looking for the bunt. Cash at first, holding against Yogi. Arroyo bats left-handed. 5-all, 9th inning. Klein to the stretch, and the pitch is bunted towards McAuliffe. Is placed to first base to Wood. Yogi takes second as Arroyo sacrifices. And up comes Skowron. With 1 out and first base open, we'll see what Bob Sheffing does. He says, put him on. They got to put him on. I was looking at the dugout, waiting for him to give the signal. You have to put him on to set up the double play. And Moose beat him 1-0 with a 9th inning single on Friday night. Clete Boyer comes up. Berra on second, Skowron on first, 1 out. And Boyer at bat. 5-5, it's the 9th inning.
Ronnie Klein to the stretch. And the pitch. Low outside, ball one. Keep in mind that while Yogi can turn it on pretty well for one of his relatively speaking advanced age, he got great arms in left field and right field in Colavito and Kaline. Now the pitch. Outside, ball 2. 2-0. 2 balls, no strikes. 5-5. It's the last of the ninth. Ronnie Klein into the stretch and the pitch. Swung on and missed. Strike one. He threw a fastball by him. 2-1 the count on Boyer. Boy, this has been a torrid series. Berra leading away from second, Skowron from first. The stretch, here's the pitch. Swung on, the line drive, but right at Al Kaline. He grabs it and a runner's hold. A wicked liner, but right at Kaline. So there are 2 outs and Elston Howard coming up. Howard, batting for Stafford in the 7th inning, struck out. So with 2 away, Ellie is up. 5-all, 9th inning. Ronnie Klein to the stretch and the pitch. Right in there, strike one. Klein sets. Here's the pitch. Swung on. There's a high drive to left. Colavito going back. And the ball is going down. The ball is over. Belted it into the left field stands for a 3-run home run, and the ball game is over. He scored. Skowron and Berra ahead of him, and the Yankees sweep the series 8-5. Howard slamming his 15th home run of the year, and 60 runs batted in. 61 runs batted in. So Mantle opened the inning with a homer to tie it, and Howard ended it with a 3-run homer to win it. How about that? Now, the losing pitcher is Jerry Staley, who gave up Mantle's homer and Berra's single, and Berra turned out to be the winning run, and so he is the losing pitcher.
Well, that winds up another Valentine baseball broadcast. Now, this is Bob Delaney saying that's all for now from the Atlantic Refining Company and your Atlantic dealer, who offer you Atlantic Imperial, the gasoline that cleans your carburetor and keeps it clean. And Pete Valentine and Sons, brewers of the crisp refresher Valentine beer. Enjoy sunny, mellow Valentine beer along with baseball. Now, just a reminder that this broadcast is authorized under broadcasting rights granted by the New York Yankees solely for the entertainment of our listening audience. And any publication, rebroadcast, or other use of the description and accounts of this game without the express consent of the Yankees and the American League is prohibited. This is the Home of Champions Network.
The World Series is on the air. This is Fort Bond at Navin Field, Detroit, where the St. Louis Cardinals and the Detroit Tigers start their battle for the World Championship. The play-by-play descriptions of all the World Series games are brought to you with the compliments of the Ford Motor Company, Mr. Henry Ford, Mr. Edsel Ford, and your local Ford dealer, producers and distributors of Ford and Lincoln cars and Ford trucks. The sponsors will be amply repaid if you get enjoyment from these broadcasts. In order that you might hear the play-by-play description of this game in its entirety, a number of advertisers have kindly omitted their regular afternoon broadcast. Among those are Camé programs, usually heard at 3:15 over some of these stations. Their program this afternoon will be heard instead at 4:30. Also Procter & Gamble, manufacturers of Dress, and the makers of Octodol, who are moving their broadcast from 3 o'clock to 4:30. In behalf of the Ford Motor Company and the National Broadcasting Company, we wish to thank them for their courtesy. Now, fans, ladies and gentlemen, we present a man whose voice has been familiar to you over the air for years. Here he is to give you the thrill and color of this World Series pregame atmosphere. It's wild around here, a crowd fills the park, but here is the man who can tell you about it and picture it to you right there in your home. It's Graham McNamee, and here he is.
Thanks, Ford. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the radio audience. We're at Navin Field this afternoon in Detroit, Michigan. We're in just about 15 minutes, or even a little less. The World Series will be opened by the umpire who will howl, play ball. And in this case, it will be Geisel of the American League who will be behind the plate this afternoon. When he yells play ball, then the party will start. Magic words for the 47,000 wild-eyed, rabid baseball fans gathered in the stands, while thousands mill around the park, hoping that by some miracle they'll be able to squeeze themselves through those turnstiles tomorrow with a shoehorn or something of the kind. The Detroit Tigers and the St. Louis Cardinals, the Redbirds, that's the setup. And his general opinion is correct. The next week should produce a series of games which will make the blood flow plenty fast through the veins of those fortunate fans lucky enough to be here and in the stands down at St. Louis the latter part of the week. The bleacher crowd began to gather outside the park 2 days back, and this morning at 4 a.m. Oh, that's an awful hour to be up. I saw 5,000 expectant bleacherites waiting more or less patiently for the gates to open. They were a good-natured crowd, turning jokes here and there, playing cards, sleeping in blankets, or even in newspapers, those who were not fortunate enough to have blankets. Even a bit of a trap shooting game was going on here and there. The penny ante was indulged in. The weather coming into Detroit last night on the American Airways was just a bit threatening. It was very thick up above, and our ship even had a touch of difficulty coming in because the haze was so strong. But it's okay now. The weather remained bad most of the morning, and it looked as though it might possibly rain. But about 11:45, the sun just managed to peep through the haze, and although it's not clear now, all thought of rain has been dispelled. That's over for today. Fastball pitching should go mighty well in the semi-haze of today. We're situated just off first base on top of a double-deck stand, and although we're 150 feet off the foul line, we're so high up that the bag looks like a short jump from here. The series this year resembles last year's battle in that both teams are under first-year managers. Frankie Frisch, the old Fordham Flash, took over the Cardinals after midseason last year. And Mike Cochran of the Tigers came to Detroit after last season. From Philadelphia, of course, where he has been under Connie Mack for many years. Both are playing managers, of course. Frisch covering second for the Cards and still losing his cap now and then as he shags those Texas leaguers into right and center field. And Cochran, who is one of the greatest catchers ever to wear a chest protector. Both men know baseball from start to finish. They're no newcomers to the game. They're in there and know every move. And both are known as players who are at their best when the going is toughest. As money players, there's no choice between these two managers, and they're the best there are. I don't believe there ever was a series that promised more color and spice and pep with that Pepper Martin, Medwick, Frisch, and the Dean brothers, Dizzy and Daffy for the Cards, and Cochran, Gehringer, hungry for this series in any city in my recollection. 13 years at the microphone on World Series. The city has been eating, sleeping, and talking World Series for weeks and has packed every available inch of the stand. Just about every available inch now. They're coming in droves, and it won't be long before we won't be able to see a seat in the place unoccupied. And to cheer the Tigers on to victory. Opinion as to the outcome seems more even than I've ever seen it before. A fine band has been entertaining the crowd, and Al Jack has furnished a lot of laughs with his antics as leader of the band and playing the clown at third base, as only Al can do it. A mob of groundkeepers has just been manicuring the base paths, and the foul lines have been newly chalked, and all is ready to grow. Well, the crowd color from the visual angle is not quite what we have seen it at times. The reason of that being, of course, is because it's rather chilly today. Men have on their overcoats and hats. You don't see any white shirts out today, and the ladies are done up in their furs and coats. So the color is just a little bit drab through the stand as it is through the sky. But the incentive to come to this series is there just the same. The umpires today are at the plate, Geisel of the American League. At first base, that grand old-timer, Bill Clem of the National League. And by the way, it's way back in 1909 since that Detroit won its last pennant. Not a World Series, but a pennant. And Bill Clem, way back there in 1909, was one of the umpires of that series. In fact, he's the only one of the four umpires who worked at that time who is alive today. At second base, Reardon. Clem will be at first. At second base, Reardon of the National League. And at third base, Owens of the American League. And in just about 7 minutes now, they'll be ready to go. Those are the umpires. That's the way they're lined up. And as you know, the umpires are switched each day through the series, whether it go 4, 5, 6, or 7 games, and they go clockwise around. In other words, the man on third today will be at the plate tomorrow. That is Owens. And they switch from day to day, going with the clock. I believe that Dizzy Dean and Al Crowder will pitch. I think that that's official. Mickey Cochran has said he will pitch Al Crowder. And Frankie Frisch comes through with Dizzy Dean. Dizzy, you know, has been hanging around Frankie Frisch's coattails for the past 3 days. Every time he got an opportunity to speak to his manager, he'd say, Frisch, can I pitch the opening game? And Frisch would look at him and say, maybe. Well, that didn't do Dizzy much good for a while, I suppose, because he just didn't know where he was standing, and he was just wild to pitch this game. But finally, Frankie came through and allowed his great ace, who has, with his brother, practically cinched the pennant for the National League team, the Cardinals, will pitch the first game. Star for Detroit, who was one of the outstanding features of the year to bring Detroit the flag, will not work today. He will probably be pitched in the second game, possibly against Daffy Dean, Dizzy's brother, tomorrow afternoon. That is Schoolboy Row. But today, it almost certainly will be Dizzy Dean and Al Crowder. Dizzy Dean for the Cardinals, Al Crowder for the Tigers. And now, let me go through the lineup for the afternoon. I believe this to be correct, and if there are any changes, we will give them to you when they are announced. We'll give you the visitors first. St. Louis Cardinals. Leading off, Martin, Pepper Martin, who simply walked away with a World Series in his pocket several years ago. That was, in my experience, the greatest one-man effort I have ever seen in baseball. Pepper Martin, third base for the Cardinals. Rothrock, R-O-T-H-R-O-C-K, right field. Frankie Frisch, manager, second base. Medwick in the cleanup position, left field. Medwick. Collins at first base.
Delancey, Delancey. Catching, Orsatti, Orsatti, center field. Durocher, Durocher, shortstop. Durocher, one of the greatest of all shortstops in the field. Not a terrific batter, but a marvel down there, getting in the way of those balls and getting them over to first base. And Jerome Dean, pitching for the Tigers. Detroit, White is the leadoff man, center field. Mike Cochran has put himself in the second position. Mike used to bat third and fourth, you know, cleaning up. But now he is up in second place. Cochrane, catching. Geringer, Gehringer. Marvelous batting boy that plays second base for the Detroit Tigers, and one of the real reasons why Detroit is up there and in this series today. Greenberg, last year, just a rookie practically, just another first baseman, and today, one of the big talked of baseball stars. Greenberg, first base. And then that old Washington boy, whose acquisition was one of Cochran's big fine steps this year, Bruce Goslin. You know, we've seen him playing World Series in Washington these many years. But now he's over with Detroit because Cochran was wise enough to pick him up. Rogel at short, Rogell, short. Owen at third base, Owen. Fox in right field, and Al Crowder will do the pitching. The umpires, we will repeat. There has been a change in the umpires in their position. We gave you what we had, but there has been a change. Owen is behind the plate. Clem, Bill Clem, at first base. Geisel at second base, and Reardon will be over at third. And now it's just 2.5 minutes before this ball game is going to begin. And I'm going to turn this microphone over, let the boys who are going to work inning by inning talk for a moment just to loosen up their whistles a little bit so that they'll get started on the right foot. First, Ford Bond will speak to you for a moment. He will turn the microphone over to Tom Manning. Ford Bond of New York and Tom Manning of Cleveland. We were going to call him his nickname, but I believe we've stopped calling him that nickname. Tom, what do you think of that? Anyway, Ford Bond will speak, then Tom will speak to you, and boys, who's going to start the game? Tom Manning, 4.5 innings. Tom Manning will work 4.5 innings, followed by Ford Bond for 4.5 innings. And now the umpires and the managers are about home plate. Talking the situation over for a moment, talking of certain ground rules, and getting ready to go. The field is cleared. All that's out there in the field are a few fielders lying on the ground. And come on, Ford, take this microphone. Ford Bond. The boys are just about ready to go out and start this man's ball game for the first game of the 1934 World Series between the St. Louis Cardinals and the Tigers of Detroit. There's the national anthem. Let's listen.
want to revert just a moment to those Dean brothers again. St. Louis won 15 shutouts this year. The Deans scoring 12 of them, and the balance of the staff 3. Boys, listen to that crowd here as the boys go out into the field. Jerome won 7 of those 12 shutouts, and Paul 5. The balance of the staff 3, and Paul also had his great no-hit game against Brooklyn. Now, the boys are out in the field, and in just a few moments, this ball game is going to start, opening the series, and my old pal Tommy Manning of Cleveland, come on in.
Thank you, Graham. Good afternoon, everybody. We're over at Navin Field, Detroit, today. What a season this has been in baseball. What 2 teams we have out here. The color galore. The Dean brothers. It's Jizzy and Daffy. It's that kind of a series, if you please. Over here in Detroit, for the first time in the history of the World Series, we've been postponed for 20 minutes to allow the crowd to get in. These fans here are so excited, so enthused over the expectancy of the color in this World Series that they have all taken it good nature. The band has just left the field. Detroit Tigers are out there now tossing the ball around. Hello, black fill that they've been using throughout the season. It's so black that it looks like a piece of coal. And that veteran right-hander, formerly of the Washington Senators, General Crowder, who pitched a great season in 1933, but faltered in the World Series, perhaps due to overwork. He is out there, being acclaimed again by these enthusiastic Detroit rooters. Manager Mike Cochran, one of the greatest catchers of all time, goes to the receiving. Here's the last-minute official lineup again. For St. Louis, Pepper Martin at third, Jack Rothrock in right, Manager Frisch at second, Sedgwick in left, Collins at first, Delancey, catch, Orsatti, center, DeRocher, short, and the great Jerome Dizzy Dean in the box. They say he's dizzy. I wish we was dizzy too. For Detroit, White, center, Manager Cochran, catch, Geringer, second, Hank Greenberg, first, Bruce Goslin, left, Billy Rogel, short, Owen, third. They say he's the most improved player in the majors this year. Fox in right field. Crowder pitching. Umpire Vic Owen behind the bat. Clem at first. Geisel at second. Reardon at third. The umpire has called play ball. Pepper Martin, the right-hand hitter, is stepped into the box. A great cheer goes up. General Crowder takes his glove off, stands back near the rosin bag, looks out towards center field. He has his outfielders all spotted. The old general steps up on the rubber. It won't be long now. Cochran clutched behind the plate. Pepper Martin taking his aim, swinging that old bat up and down. In that bluish gray uniform with cardinal red. He's swinging the bat up and down. Up goes Crowder's arm. The World Series is on. The first pitch. It's a bounder down third base. Owen has it. He whips it across the diamond. Greenberg. And Martin is out. One away. The first ball pitch. General Crowder taking a slow wind-up. Hits that ball over the heart of the plate. Pepper Martin, the right-hand batter, swung on too hot. Carvel stepped over. Nonchalantly picked it up. Tossed it over to big Hank Greenberg. The series is on. The Cardinals in the first inning. 1 out. Nobody on. Jack Rothrock, formerly of the American League, playing a great game in right field for the Cardinals. He bats him left-handed, reputed to be a very fast runner, one of the fastest in the major league. The pitch, it's outside, ball 1. Jack Rothrock taking a slow, easy aim at the pitcher, and here it comes. And there it goes, a high fly to center field. Out in the center field, and White is waiting for it. He has it. 2 men out. Puts that old ball into Johnny Geringer. Geringer to Owens to Greenberg. To Owens to Greenberg. They almost knock each other down. Then Greenberg fondles the ball a moment, tosses it over to General Crowder, and we're ready to go. Frankie Frisch, the manager of the Cardinals. A left-hand hitter is that bat. He's a switch hitter, you know. And here it is. Right ball, a fast ball, right down the old alley. Strike 1 on the Cardinal manager, Frankie Frisch. 2 men out in the first inning. Nobody is on. The windup, the pitch. A half swing, but it's declared a ball. And the count is ball 1 and strike 1.
Frankie Fish is all set to lamb-bait that one through out of the cherry shoot, as they call it. And now the count of the Cardinal manager, ball one and strike one. Fish steps out of the box. Gets a pinch of dirt. Knocks the ducks off his shoes, and he's back in there again. The signal and the windup. Ball one, strike one, two out, nobody on. Here it is. He swings at the ground ball. The ball on, knocks down. It's over near short. Owen goes over, retrieves the ball, but is unable to make a play. And I'm sure it is a base hit for the Cardinal manager, Frankie Quick. That was a ground ball. It is scored as an error. That ball was hit to the left of Barlow. He leaped over for it, batted it over towards shortstop. But Rogel was running over to back him up. He batted it over to the regular shortstop position and was unable to make a play. It is scored as an error. Barlow, the third baseman. Now we have Joey Ledwick up, hits the first ball, pitches a base hit into left field. Fish is rounding second base. Johnson retrieves the ball, puts it into Rogel at third. Fish stops to second. A single. Now we have runners on first and second. Frankie Fish is on second. Ledwick. Frankie Fish on second. Ledwick on first. Two men out in the first inning. And Rip Collins, who has hit 35 home runs this year. For the St. Louis Cardinals, the left-hand batter is up. General Crowder, a right-hand pitcher, is in the box. Gets his signal. Looks out for second. And here it is. He hits the first ball. Pitch. It's a side into center field. White is backing up. He's under it. He has it. And a ball for the Cardinals in the first inning. No runs, one hit, and one error. Runners remain on first and second at the conclusion of the first half of the first inning. Come in for it. That was a tense moment with two men on, two out. And Rip Collins is back. Man who has slapped out 35 homers this year. Here's the way that inning worked. Martin came up, smacked the first pitch down the third, and was out on the fast throw from Owen over to Greenberg. Reached the first backer just about 5 feet before the runner got there. Then Rothrock came up, slapped the second pitch on a high fly, sailing way out into center field with a hard-driven ball. But JoJo White was there when it came down, and two men were out. Frankie Fish came up. Frankie Fish drove one hard to the left of Marv Owen down on third. He came out, got his hands on the ball, and Fish went on down to first with safe on Owen's error. Thrower calling it Owen's error, safe down on first. Ledwick came up, slapped the ball hard out into left field. Fish moved on down to second. Actually, he wanted to circle it, and Goose Goslin rammed it on into third base. Collins came up without on that fly, but here is the Tigers at the first, and Tom Manning to give it to you. All right, Tom. JoJo White, left-hand hitter, center field of the Tigers, in his white uniform with the blue runners. He's up there. The first pitch from Dizzy Dean. Strike one, call. Up burning fastball, well high, right down the old alley for a call strike. Dizzy Dean is out there wearing that big smile, just as confident as he has been in his 30 victories in the past season. The windup, a long, lean windup, and here it is. A hook ball is low inside. Ball one and strike one. It's the last half of the first inning. In this old World Series ball game at Haven Field, Detroit. We're receiving the description through the National Broadcasting Company. Ball one and strike one. The pitch. Ball two. A fastball. This is the outside corner of the plate. And the count on the left-hand hitter, JoJo White, is ball two and strike one. He is the leadoff man of the Tigers. Delancey the catcher, and here's the pitch. Ball three, a fastball. It drives JoJo White away from the plate. And the count on the first Tiger hitter, ball three and strike one. Boy, oh boy, that Dizzy Dean certainly has plenty on that ball. There it is. It's a strike. Right down the middle, and the count on JoJo White is ball three and strike two. Dizzy Dean swinging those big arms that come down almost to his knees. What a big fellow he is. Here's the windup. The count is 3-2. There it is. There it goes. It's a ground ball. Down short. DeRosa has it. He looks at the column, and JoJo White is out. That was comparatively an easy catch. DeRosa taking that ball about so high, and a nice throw right over shoulder high to Collins, and the Tigers have one man out in the first inning. Mike Cochran gets a great hand as he steps to the plate. Manager Mike Cochran in his first year as manager of the American League. He's back to left-handed. Here's the first pitch to Mike. Ball one. A fastball is low and just a little bit inside. The last half of the first inning. No scoring yet. One man out.
Nobody on. Cochran up. And it's ball one. Dizzy Dean, right hand was pitching. Delancey catching. Here it comes. It's a ball. The fastball is outside. That was close. And the count on Mickey Cochran is 2-0. Guy Perkins is coaching at first. Baker at third. One out, nobody on. Ball to the pitch. Strike. Ball. That was a nice fast one. Over the plate. Well high. And now the count on manager Cochran. Ball two and strike one. Charlie Garinger, the Tiger second baseman, hanging around home plate. The pitch. He swings. It's a ground to the first. Fish is down on his knees. He comes up. Out at first. Fish to Collins. That was a hard ground ball. Manager Fish goes down on both knees. He stumbles momentarily, but came up with the ball. Passed it over to Collins, and Cochran is out. Now we have 2 in out, and nobody on. Charlie Garinger, one of the greatest second basemen of all time, gets a great hand as he steps to the plate. He plays marvelous ball here for the Tigers, and he gets a great hand as he steps up to the batter's box. He's also a left-hand hitter. Charlie had a great battle on this year, for the batting leadership of the American League. The first pitch, it's a strike, ball. Charlie Garinger elected to look that first one over. Dizzy Dean is in the box, general starter for Detroit. Last half of the first inning, 2 outs, nobody on. No score as yet. Here's the windup. Strike one on the hitter. Ball. That was a third ball that missed the outside corner. And Dizzy Dean takes his head just a little bit. And now it is ball one and strike one. 2 men out. Last half of the first inning. And nobody on. Here's the windup. 1-1. The pitch. It's a sweeping hook ball that is low inside. Garinger steps back. Ball 2 and strike one. Garinger pulls quite a bit away from the plate on that last pitch. It's sort of a change of place offering. Now it's ball 2 and strike one. The windup. The pitch. He swings. It's a base hit. A base hit in the left field. Ball out there is received by Joey Medley. He whips it into Leo Carroll at second. And Charlie Garinger is on first base. A ringing single to left field. That is the first Tiger hit of the World Series. Hank Greenberg is coming up. Hank Greenberg is the big Tiger first jacker, a right-hand hitter. Frankie Twist has left his position at second and has ran in to back with Dizzy Dean. Now he's going back again. The last half of the first inning, 2 men have been retired. Charlie Garinger on first, and Hank Greenberg is back. The outfielders are moving back, ready for the pitch, and here it is. It's a foul ball down third base. Pepper Martin comes up with a defer. He is out at first. That was a beautiful play by Pepper Martin. He went far to his left, reached for the ball, and threw it over there, just off the ground to Rip Collins at first base, and that is all for the Tigers in the first inning. No runs, 1 hit, and no errors. Garinger was left on the base. Come in for it. White came up to start off the Tigers part of this ball game here in the first inning. White banged a hot one down to Leo DeRocher, who took it fast, got it over to Rip Collins on first, and 1 man was gone for the Tigers in the first inning. Cochran then came up. Mickey Cochran banged one down to Frisch. Frisch stumbled, went down hard after the ball, but came up with it and wanged it over to Collins, and 2 men were out. 2 out, nobody on. Garinger came up. Garinger got a hold of Leather and lifted it out on a drive into left field. A single over the shortstop's head, and he was down on first. There he was on first with big Hank Greenberg. Hank Greenberg, a mighty man with a bat, up there to face Dizzy Dean. He drove one down to Martin. Martin took it prettily, wound it over to Collins, and they were down 4 men up and 3 out for the Tigers in the first inning. No runs, 1 hit, no errors. And 2 big zeros hang out there on the scoreboard in right field. A 0 for St. Louis and 1 for Detroit at the end of the first inning. Going into the second now, here is Delancey coming up to bat for the Cards, and Tom Manning to give you the second inning. All right, Tom. General Starler, that right-hand veteran, is out there in the box to wind up the first pitch to Delancey, the left-hand hitter. He hits the first ball, it's a long poke to left field. Jocelyn is back near the barrier. Under it, he has it. That was a long drive about 5
5 feet from the barrier in deep left field. Two stars are backing up, taking the ball. He then flips it over to JoJo White in center. White to Roquel, to Owens, to Gallagher, to Greenberg. And now General Carter again has the ball with his glove off, handling the ball in his bare hand. He gets a bit of rosin, and we're ready to go again. Orsatti, Ernie Orsatti, the center fielder of the St. Louis Cardinals for the National League is up. He hits the first ball, it's a hit into left field. He was a left-hand batter, and he cracked the first ball, pitch, a line drive into left field. The ball is received by Cruz Gosselin. He returns it to Roquel at second. It's a single for Ernie Orsatti. That's the second hit of the afternoon for the Cardinals. That brings Rio DeRosa up. Rio DeRosa, you know, backs him right-handed. He is the little shortstop of the St. Louis Cardinals. Carter is pitching and Cochran catching. Here's the first pitch. It's a strike ball. General puts that one in there. Let her high. Let her high, as Bill Mundy would say. Here's the next pitch to Rio DeRosa. Ball one. That was a hook ball. That was a little bit outside. And the count on DeRosa is ball one and strike one. In the second inning, one man out. There's a peg over to first. Nothing happens. Carter has the ball again in the box. Rio DeRosa batting. Ball one, strike one, the pitch. He swings. It's a poke high out of the center field. JoJo White backing up a bit. Under it, he's waiting. And he has it. Two men out in the first half of the second inning. The Cardinals batting. And we still have Orsatti on first base. Now, Jerome Dizzy Dean is coming up. In the hotel lobby this morning, Will Rogers. He needs no introduction. Said, how's the old arm, Dizzy? Said, well, it's okay. Says, the Whites don't want me to pitch, but Grove's gone. When there's a ball game and any pitching to be done, I'm the pitcher. And there he is. He's in there pitching. And here's the first pitch to Dizzy. He swings at the foul back. Strike one. And when Dizzy Dean asked Will Rogers how he was getting along, particularly over Russia, he said, well, Dizzy, they had me play on the outfield. He said, I didn't do any pitching. But they had a great time together. They're two great fellows, Will Rogers and Dizzy Dean. All right, it's the last half of the second inning, you know, two men out. Orsatti on first, and the count on Dizzy Dean is strike one. Here's the pitch. He swings at the bounding ball. Down his second, Roquel has it, crosses to Gallagher. And Gallagher drops the ball, and everybody is safe. That was a ground ball, and Willie Roquel crossed an easy one over to Gallagher, and Gallagher drops the ball, and now we have runners on first and second. We've been delayed a moment while Dizzy Dean is putting on that strike Cardinal sweater. The strike was all right, and Charlie Gallagher, the second baseman of the Tigers, is charged with an error. And now we have Orsatti on second. Dean on first. Two men out. And Pepper Martin. Pepper Martin, the star of the series of 31. Boy, will you ever forget what he did in that series. He stole bases. He hit home runs. He climbed up on the fence. He flagged long drives. And here he is again. Pepper Martin was slowly getting into the box. He was in there, but Carter was ready to pitch, and he jumped out of the box quickly. And now ready to go again. Pepper Martin is up the first pitch. Foul back. Strike one. Pepper Martin wasn't kidding on that swing. Let that bat go from way back that time. No scorers yet. The first half of the second inning. Orsatti is on second. Dizzy Dean is on first. And Pepper Martin is up with two outs. Strike one. General Carter, a right-handed pitching. Cochran catching. Here it comes. It's a foul back. Pepper Martin lets the bat slip out of his hand, and it flies through over to the boxes in back of home plate. Now we have strike two on Pepper Martin. We have runners on first and second to no scorers yet in this first World Series ball game from Maven Field, Detroit. Pepper Martin's back in the box again now. Right to the count. Here it is. It's a bounding ball down third base. The big hat. Horn has it. Here's the throw. And the throw is wide. And everybody is safe. The bags are loaded. Carter took that ball. He backed up on it. Then threw it wide to Hank Greenberg. Pulling Greenberg off the bag. And now we have the back loaded, as it were. And two men out. That is an error for third base from Owens. That is the third error of the afternoon for the Tigers. And here's the picture as you see it now. Ernie Orsatti is on third base. Dizzy Dean is on second base. Pepper Martin is on first base. And we have 2 men out. Jack Rothrock is coming up. The last time up, Rothrock hit a fly ball to JoJo White in center field. He backs the left hand of the pitch. Ball run. Crowder's hook ball was low inside. As we gaze around at the bullpen, nobody warming up as yet. It's the first half of the second inning. The Cardinals have the bag loaded, 2 men out. The windup, and here it is. Strike call. That was a fast one. Held high, and now the count on. Jack Rothrock is up there hitting it all. The bag's loaded. 2 men out, and the bags are loaded. There it is. It's a drive in the center field. It's a base hit in the left center field. Corsari is coming in. Dean is rounding second. Third base coming in. The throw is to the infield. And Pepper Martin goes to third base. 2 runs score for the St. Louis Cardinals. Here's the picture again. The bags were loaded. Jack Rothrock was up there, and he hit a line drive into left center field. It was a single, and it chased Corsari across the plate. Also Dizzy Dean. Pepper Martin went to third. Rothrock stopped at first, and it is now St. Louis 2, Detroit nothing. Runners on first and third, 2 men out, and manager Frankie Fish coming up. Frankie bats the left-handed, you know, with a right-hand pitcher in the box. The pitch, it's a foul, strike 1. That was certainly a smack by Jack Rothrock, a line drive into left center field. For a moment, it looked like extra bases, but JoJo White was over there, took the ball on the second hop, and whipped it in there to Rogel, holding Rothrock at first. Here's the pitch. It's a long foul upstairs. Strike 2 on Frankie Fish. First half of the second inning, you know, St. Louis Cardinals 2, Detroit Tigers nothing. Frankie Fish, the manager of the Cardinals, who stepped out of the batter's box for a moment, knocked the dust off his shoes, and now he's back in there again with runners on first and third. 2 men out. First half of the second inning. Crowder takes the stretch, and here's the pitch. It's too high outside. Ball 1. With a count 2-0, Crowder elected to try to get Fish to swing at a high, fast one outside. And now we have strike 2, ball 1. Frankie Fish was batting left-handed this afternoon against the right-hand slant of Crowder. Runners on first and third. 2 out. Here it is. He swings. It's a down ball. Geringer fumbles the ball. Retrieves it quickly. Crosses the Greenberg. And pushes out at first base. That was a nice play by Charlie Geringer. A ground ball between Geringer and Greenberg. Geringer coming over far to his left. Knocks the ball down. Momentarily. Turned all the way around. And then crossed to Greenberg. Getting first at first base. Come in for it.
But it happened that inning. Delancey came up. Banged the fly out to left field. Dawson was right up against the wire. And Cricket, there was 1 gone. Orsatti came up. Slapped one between the third baseman and shortstop into left field for a single. Then Juriker next at bat, a man on third, 1 out, and he left 1 out to JoJo White in center field, and 2 men were gone. 2 out, a man on. Dean came up. Dean drove 1 down. Rogel covered, gets off second base, toss to Geringer. Geringer made an error, taking a throw for Rogel, and Orsatti would save at second. Martin at bat. 2 on, 2 out. A bounder down to third, and would save it first on Owen's wide throw to first base. Rothrock came up. Slammed 1 out into center field, scoring Orsatti and Dean. Martin went to third. Rothrock was on first. Frisch was the next man in the batting order. He wrapped 1 down to Geringer. Geringer had a hard time handling it. It was a bad ball to handle, but he got a hold of it. Picked up off the ground. Got it over to Greenberg, and the side retired. 2 runs, 2 hits, 2 errors. Here is Bruce Goslin at bat in Detroit's half of the second, and Tom Manning. The first pitch to Goslin. A change of pace offering is high outside. Bruce Goslin, you know, is a left-hand hitter. Ball 1. Dizzy Dean is in the box for the St. Louis Cardinals with Delancey behind the bat. Goslin is first up in the last half of the second. Here's the pitch. It's a strike. A nice hook ball that comes over just above the knees, and the count on Bruce Goslin is ball 1 and strike 1. Goslin is up. Rogel hanging around home plate. The pitch. It's the ball inside, and the count on Goslin. Ball 2 and strike 1. Goslin pulling away from that one. Dizzy Dean had plenty on it, too. Mrs. Dizzy Dean said that Jerome would not pitch this afternoon, but apparently Jerome won out. It's a high foul. Almost up in the third deck behind home plate, and now the count on Goslin is 2-2. Goslin leading off for the Tigers in the last half of the second inning.
Gosling batting, and Billy Rogel will hit next. 2-2. Dizzy is taking a little more time at the moment. Now he's ready to go. There's a long wind-up, and here it is. It's a base hit into left field. Sedgwick receives the ball, tosses it in there to Theodore Roach at second, and it's a one-base drop for Goose Gosling. Gosling took a hold of a high fastball inside and drove it to left field. It's a hard hit ball, and Joey Medwick handled the ball very neatly out there in left field, returning it to DeRoche and holding Gosling at first. That's the second hit of the afternoon for the Tigers. Billy Rogel is up. You know, he's a quick hitter. He bats him either left or right-handed. That's Billy Rogel. He's hitting left-handed this afternoon. Billy Rogel is up there, and the count is strike one on Bill Rogel. There's the long lean wind up again of Dizzy Dean, the pitch. Strike, swinging. Strike two. That ball was up around the peak of the cap. Billy Rogel right to those high ones, and he took a murderous cut at it and missed. Strike two on Rogel. Last half of the second inning. St. Louis Cardinals 2, Tigers nothing. Nobody out. Gosling is on first. Here's the pitch. Hit the ball outside. Apparently that was a pitch out. With the count, strike two. Delancey sneaks far on the outside of that plate. And now the count on Billy Rogel. Ball two, strike two, and ball one. Bob Owen hanging around home plate. There's the stretch. The pitch. Hit the ball outside. The count on Billy Rogel, who is batting left-handed, is ball two and strike two. The last half of the second inning, the first game of the World Series. From Maven Field, Detroit, to the National Broadcasting Company. 2-2 is the count. Strike three. The throw to second, a double play. Gosling is out, and Frankie Fish was hurt on the play. Dizzy Dean, everybody is running out to second base. On that play, you know, Goose Gosling was on first base. Gosling was off with the pitch. It was a called strike on Billy Rogel, and then Delancey whipped the ball to Fish. Fish took the ball sitting on second base. Gosling went in hard and knocked Frankie Fish down. And now all of the Cardinal players have left the bench. They're dashed out there at second base. The trainer is out there, and they're all bending over Frankie Fish. He got up and walked about 15 yards away from the second base cushion, and then again sat down on the ground, and as we observed him coming over towards first base, he was rubbing his left shoulder. We all sincerely hope that nothing severe has happened to Frankie Fish. Uh-oh, Dizzy Dean is out there. Dizzy Dean is patting him on the back and saying something, and finally he's probably saying, "Come on, old kid, you can take it better than just Dizzy saying." Goose Gosling went in there that time. Unintentionally, we are sure, but his knee was a little high. Frankie Fish was rather low to take that throw, and Goose Gosling's knee bumped into the shoulder and the neck of Frankie Fish. And now, as the players are going back to their position, Frankie Fish is up, and he certainly can take it. He's a great money player, and that James Smith, if ever one did live. That's the manager of the St. Louis Cardinals. He's up there now waving his players to go back to their positions, and he is rubbing the right side of his neck near the shoulder. Axino was a double play. Gosling was out at second. Rogel was called out on strike. 2 men out. Last half of the second. Nobody on. And Bob Owen, the great surprise player of the American League, the third baseman of the Tigers. They said he wasn't good enough for the American League at the spring training base, but he certainly has been a great third baseman for the Tigers. Strike one, called. A foul on that particular play. Owen tries to duck away from a fastball inside. The ball accidentally hit his bat, flew into the lower deck of the stands, and of course it is strike two. That was a burning fastball that Owen tried to duck away from. 2 men out, nobody on. Strike two on Owen, a right-hand batter. Dizzy Dean takes a little too long in shooting that ball straightward, and Owen steps out of the box. He's in again. Dean winds up. Strike two to pitch. Strike three, he swings and misses. And that is all for Detroit Tigers in the last half of the second inning. At the end of 2 innings, it is St. Louis Cardinals representing the National League 2. Detroit Tigers of the American League 7-4.
3 up and 3 down then. Goslin came up, the goose. Goslin, the left fielder of the Tigers, drove the ball into left field, a pretty single, a clean, ringing single. He was down on first. Rogel came up. Rogel came up 1 on, nobody out. Now went up to 3 and 2 on him. Goslin trying to take a terrific lead off first. Dizzy Dean tried for him once, then turned his attention to the batter. On the next pitch, Rogel struck out, and Goslin was off like a flash for second. Delancey pegged it down the bridge.
The World Series is on the air. This is Navin Field, Detroit, where the Detroit Tigers and the St. Louis Cardinals are battling for the World Championship. The play-by-play descriptions of all the World Series games are brought to you with the compliments of the Ford Motor Company, Mr. Henry Ford, Mr. Edsel Ford, and your local Ford dealers, producers and distributors of Ford and Lincoln tires and Ford trucks. The sponsors will be amply repaid. You get enjoyment from these broadcasts. At this time during the preceding 6 games, we've had the pleasure of presenting Graham McNamee, who has in his own vivid style pictured the World Series color, excitement, and the crowd. Unfortunately, Graham had to return to New York last night, and I know he misses being here today. He's listening, we know. Here's the beginning of the 7th and deciding game of the 1934 World Series. We miss him, as we know you do. Now for the attending pre-game tenseness and excitement of today, we turn you over to Don Wilson of New York. He'll give you the picture here, and Tom Manning will describe the first 4.5 innings, while we'll have the pleasure during the last half of the game. All right, Don Wilson, come right here and help yourself with this microphone.
Thank you, Ford Bond. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hardly need to tell you that there is a capacity crowd gathered here in the stands at Navin Field in Detroit, Michigan this afternoon to witness the 7th and final game of the 1934 World Series between the Cardinals of St. Louis and the Tigers of Detroit. A capacity crowd keys to the highest pitch for this crucial battle. Not only are the spectators in an almost state of frenzy, but the players themselves are very much on edge, with their nerves being very taut, a condition which might easily be fanned into a flame because of the strain of such an exciting series, as you already know. You will recall that this is the first time since 1931 that the World Series has gone to 7 games when the St. Louis Cards fought it out with Connie Mack Athletics. Experts have said that this series will depend largely upon the effectiveness of the pitchers, which is quite an obvious fact in a short series. And that prediction has held true with the great teams, Dizzy and Daffy, Schoolboy Rowe, and Tommy Bridges. So far, Daffy Dean is the only pitcher to go through unscathed. Rowe, Bridges, Dizzy Dean, each having won 1 and lost 1 game, while Daffy has won both his starts. It was right here in Detroit that this old World Series this year opened, and that first game was conspicuous for 2 particular reasons. The blowing up of the Tiger infield, which may be accredited to over-anxiety, and the pitching of Dizzy Dean, the Cards winning 8-3 in that first game. Then the second game came along, and it was marked by the outstanding pitching performance of Schoolboy Rowe for Detroit. He turned in an all-time standout accomplishment of retiring 22 men in a row. Then the scene of the battle changed down at Sportsman's Park in St. Louis. Tall, Daffy Dean was in the box for the Cards. Lacking his usual control, Daffy frequently was trailing the batter, who had this youngest of the Dean brothers up 3-2. As a result, Paul had the bases populated most every inning during that game, but due to the fine support and teamwork of the entire Cardinal squad and some mighty crafty caginess on Daffy's part, the Cards came through to win 4-1. Then came the 4th game of this series, and the Tigers' claws were sharpened to needle point. Detroit's batting strength overpowering St. Louis, with Detroit winning to the tune of 10-4. But this game gave us the finest pitching of this series to date. A most enviable record being turned in by Tommy Bridges of the Detroit Tigers, who pitched the sharpest breaking ball that he has ever had, and who would have had a shutout to his credit, but for one Mr. Delancey, the stalwart card catcher, who pulled the long one out for a homer, scoring the only run for St. Louis. The Tigers winning 3-1. That brings us down to yesterday's game here in Detroit, which was one of those good old-fashioned ball games as we listened to it. Starring honors going to one Leo DeRocha, Sarge shortstop. Self, admittedly, rather poor hitter, who knocked the old apple all over the lot, getting 3 hits out of 4 times at bat. Bruce Jocelyn also gets a hand for his spectacular catch with his back against the fence of Delancey's bid for an extra base hit. Cards winning, as you well know, yesterday 4-3, and what a ball game that was. This brings us down to the task at hand, the present task, this 7th and deciding game for the World Championship. And don't you for 1 minute think that those men down there won't all be giving everything that they have this afternoon, not only for the honor of winning gold rag, emblematic of the world's baseball champions, but for the $1,800 at stake, which is the difference between $5,700 and $3,900 as the players' share for the winners. You know, I've been sitting at home in New York listening to Fort Vaughn and Tom Manning give us their very splendid reports on these games, and listening to Mac, as we so affectionately call him, Graham McNamee, giving us this pregame color and his very pertinent remarks throughout the game. I've been sitting at home in New York listening to these reports just as you have. And as I was flying through the air by plane between here and New York last night, it occurred to me that I'd like to know just a little bit more about these players whose names have become almost household words during this series. So thinking that perhaps many of you listening in our radio audience might be interested in the same thing, I dug down into the voluminous biographical files and have here some highly informative data which I think perhaps many of our radio audience will be interested in. Before we give that to you, just a few moments before we took the air, there was a huge floral horseshoe taken in here and placed just to the left of the batter's box here at Haven Field for this World Series. It was brought in by Tommy Richardson, Mickey Cochran's straight man, and Patsy O'Toole, nationally known as probably the noisiest baseball rooter in America. This huge floral tribute will be presented to Mickey Cochran, manager of the Detroit Tigers. The Cardinals being visitors today, let's look down and see what happened and some of the facts pertaining to some of their players. We find John Pepper Martin is their third baseman, and incidentally, Pepper, as you probably already are cognizant of, heads the batting list for the St. Louis Nationals. Pepper Martin, the wild horse of the Osage and the outstanding hero of the 1931 World Series. He's the Cardinals' regular third baseman instead of center fielder as he was in the 1931 series. Martin has improved his play around the hot corner so much that he is considered by many as one of the fastest fielding third basemen in the National League. He's like a cat on punch down the third baseline and possesses an arm of steel. There's no doubt about his batting and base running. He ranks among the best ball players in the Heidler Circuit. His 1934 record shows that he bats .289, fielding .942. That's Martin heading the batting list for the Cards. Then comes right fielder John Rothrock. John Rothrock has been batting around the majors for the past 5 or 6 years. Most of the time he spent trying to make good with the Boston Red Sox. An injury to his leg while running the bases hampered his work, and he never until now reached stardom. We met him down at the hotel this morning, and he is a fine specimen of athletic fitness. Rothrock was used in most every position with the Sox, but did not catch a pitch. He was sent to Columbus in the American Association, a farm team of the Cardinals chain, and there played such stellar ball that the Cardinal management decided to give him another chance. He played a fine game for the Cards this season, and has come through with many a timely blow. Jack is a finished fielder, and his throwing arm is one of the very best. He's also very, very fast on the bases. He's one of the few Cardinal players who have not started in their chain store and worked himself up into the Major League team. This is his first chance in the World Series, and he has shown the temperament and ability to do great things. His 1934 record, batting .284, fielding .978. Then we come to Frankie Freight, second baseman and playing manager for the St. Louis Cardinals. Frankie was made manager of the St. Louis Cardinals and said that he would instill the McGraw system of playing ball in the Cardinals scheme of things, and so far he's carried it out to the letter. First, you know, was a member of the Giants for 8 years, and in that time he absorbed all of McGraw's methods. He has his teammates on their toes to insist that they take an extra base every time there's a possibility of making it. Frankie's a great believer in the hit-and-run play, which made McGraw one of the most feared managers in baseball. The Fordham flash may not be as colorful as the old Giant manager was, but he's very, very close to it.
Frisch is one of the greatest money players ever to take part in the World Series. His ability for making seemingly impossible plays and playing bang-up ball when the going is the toughest seems to be one of Frankie's main points. He's not suffered in all his around play since he took over the managership of the St. Louis team. His 1934 record, batting .306, fielding .971. Then we have at left field, Joel Ducky Wucky Medwick. Ducky Wucky Medwick, the slugging young Hungarian of the Cardinals, is one of the hardest hitters in the National League. He gave promise after his first season in the majors in 1933 of being a coming star, and he remained among the first 5 batters most of the season, but his slump dropped him from that select circle. Medwick is one of the leading extra base hitters of the National League, and one of its leading run scorers and batter in of runs. He has a great throwing arm and covers a lot of territory in that old left field garden out there. Medwick has never failed to hit below the 300 mark in all the 6 years that he's been playing in the minor and major league baseball. He makes his home in New Jersey and first began playing semi-pro ball around that section. The Cardinals picked him up and placed with them with their farm in 1930. Let's listen to the Star Spangled Banner.
Detroit Tigers of the American League, now the Cardinals of the National League. You know, they've been battling and battling during the past 6 days for the supremacy of baseball. They're all evened up now. Each club has won 3 games. Yesterday afternoon at this time, Detroit Tigers were feeling that the series would be over last night. The Cardinals sneaked in with a nice 4-3 victory, and now it is 3 games apiece. The all-important game is being played here this afternoon. Tonight, the World Series will be over unless this ball game is tied up. We don't look for that. Boys, you know, start early in the afternoon. They have plenty of time to get the game over before darkness. That is the only thing, perhaps, that will prevent the World Series from ending tonight. Eldon Hawker, he's a boy, you know, who is not superstitious. On his back, the big numeral, number 13. He's a boy who pitched that grand game the other day and won for the Tigers. Now we're ready to go. Mike Cochran, you know, who spent the night in the hospital here at Detroit with ice pack on his injured knee. He is out there. He's not going to let the boys down. He's going to be here battling the Dragon game. We're about ready to go.
Pepper Martin is up. Walker winds up the his arm. Ball one. The fastball is high inside. And Pepper Martin separates the plate. Yes, sir, this important game is underway. The windup and the pitch. Ball two. Walker shoots in a curveball. It was over the plate, but too high. And the count on Pepper Martin, 2-0. Oh, and a third, Roquel short, throwing a second, Greenberg first. The windup, the pitch. Ball. Another curveball is low outside, and the count on Pepper Martin. First hitter of the afternoon is 3-0. Hank Greenberg takes a few steps over toward the pitcher, yelling words of encouragement. Walker taking his time, and now the windup. Ball three. The strike ball. A burning fastball is right down the alley, dead high. Harry Geisel behind the bat. Pearson at first. Owens at second. And Clem umpiring at third. The pitch, 3-1. The strike ball. 3-2. Yes, sir, the fans are really pepped up this afternoon. Another capacity crowd here. The sun is shining brightly. There's a wind blowing in from right field this afternoon. 3-2 is the count. And here it is. He's out. And missed. John Pepper Martin. Boy, that was pitching. Yes, sir, that was pitching. This old ball game with everybody's nerves on edge. Eldon Walker, just as cool as an iceberg. Gets the count 3-0 on the first hitter, Pepper Martin. He then stuck three of them right down the alley, and finally with a count 3-2, Pepper Martin swung and missed. One gone, nobody on. Rock up. The pitch. It's a strike. Ball. Eldon Walker had plenty on that one. Here's the windup again. It's a drive into center field, a base hit. Right is going over the ball. Is hit into the center field. Rothrock is rounding first. The throw. Rothrock to second. It's a double. Jack Rothrock nailed that ball. A scorching line drive into left center field with JoJo White going back fast. He knocked the ball down, and before he could pick it up and get it back to the infield, Rothrock was on second base. A two-bagger for Rothrock, and manager Frankie Frisch is coming up. Umpire Harry Geisel delayed proceedings for a moment to brush off the dish. Harry Geisel, you know, the boys are all very much satisfied with the ball and strike decisions of all of these umpires. Here we go now, ready to go on Frisch. One gone, runner on second. Ball one. The hook ball is high and outside. It's the first inning. Rothrock on second. The pitch. The high fly ball out into short center field. Roquel going back. White coming in. Roquel has it. 2 out. Rothrock on second. Frankie Frisch swung at that ball. It was a high pitch inside, hitting the ball on the handle of his bat. And JoJo White, Billy Roquel were off with the crack of the bat. Roquel turning around and making a neat catch for out number 2. Joe Medwick. Joey Medwick, the Cardinal left fielder, is up. A right-hand hitter. There's the strip. And now the pitch. It's a ball. A fastball is inside. Medwick pulls away from the plate. First inning and all. Cardinals batting 2 out. Jack Rothrock on second. The result of a double. Ball one on Joey Medwick, the hitter. The pitch. The high infield fly ball. Going back a third base with Owen going back fast. He has it. And that's all for the St. Louis Cardinals in the first inning. No run, 1 hit, and no errors. Ford Bond. These World Series broadcasts are brought to you through the courtesy of the makers of the Ford V8. Here in the Cardinals half of the first inning, Martin came up. The count went to 3-2, and then he went down swinging hard beyond the strikeout route and took that long walk back to the bench. Jack Rothrock followed him in the batting order, banged one out into left center field for a 2-base hit. He rested happily down on second as Frankie Frisch came to bat. A high fly to short left center. Roquel went back on the grass under it and had it in the pocket for the second out. 2 out, 1 on, and Medwick up. Medwick fouled one high behind third. Owen went out fast under it and took that one in the net. No run, 1 hit, no error. And the big 0 hangs
in the first half of the first inning for St. Louis on the scoreboard out in right field. Biz Dean is taking his place out on the mound. He's warming up with Delancey, and JoJo White is down there swinging two big black bats as he comes into the batter's box, and here's Tom Manning. You know, there's a little picture down there that we want you to get. Dizzy Dean, you know, is in the box this afternoon. Bill Hallahan was the expected pitcher. Frankie Quick said before the game that, well, if Diz wants to go, we're going to put him in there. Perhaps he thinks that Dizzy Dean was very much instrumental in winning the pennant, and he's giving him a chance to pitch today. Ready to go. White is up. Ball one. Go inside. That perhaps is the reason that Dizzy Dean, with only a day's rest, is in there this afternoon instead of Wild Bill Hallahan. JoJo White is up. Ball one. Strike. Ball. Ball one. And strike one. JoJo White, a left-hand hitter. Center fielder and leadoff man of the Tigers. The windup. 1-1. Strike. Ball. That was a fastball to poke over the outside corner to a left-hand hitter, and it is now strike two and ball one. Wind up, the pitch. It's a founding ball. Down to Frankie Quick. He comes over. He has it. Throws to Collins. White is out at first. One Tiger down in the first inning. That was a bounding ball that Frankie Quick came over to his left. Picks it up. Mickey Cochran gets a hand. Listen. Manager Mike Cochran. There was a lot of doubt here in Detroit last night as to whether or not Manager Mike would be able to play today. He was spiked and running out a hit yesterday when Paul Dean's foot smashed against his knee. It was a bad gag, and he was in the hospital all night. But he's out here this afternoon helping the boys in this crucial World Series ball game. First inning, one out. Cochran up the pitch. The strike call. Nice fastball was right down the old alley. Mickey Cochran up with one out and nobody on. The drive out to left field, but it's foul. Ball curve foul, and the count on Cochran is strike two. Mike Cochran is up, and Gehringer will be next. Jerome, Dizzy Dean. Strike two, the windup. Coming. It's a ground ball down second. Fink comes up with it. Throws to Collins. Cochran is out. Two out. Nobody on. Gehringer coming up. Gehringer is getting a nice round of applause. Charlie Gehringer, you know, living up to his reputation of the past. Quiet fellow. Just in there playing his best all the time, and his best is good enough. Two out, nobody on. The pitch to Gehringer. The high fly ball out toward left field. It is curving foul with everybody after it. Nobody gets it. Ooh, Joey Maverick was almost injured that time. He came over fast, and his side bumped into the concrete barrier in front of the boxes out there back of third base. He ran all along the gutter. He didn't fall down, and he's all right going back out to left field. Charlie Gehringer was taking no chances on that ball. He had rounded the second base and was on his way to third. The pitch to drive deep into right field. Watbox is going over near the line under it, and he has it. That's all for the Tigers in the first inning. No runs, no hits, no errors. No runs as yet. Forward. Yes, sir, Reed, Tom Manning. No runs as yet. Two of those zeros now hang out on that right field scoreboard. St. Louis, nothing. Detroit, nothing. As we end the first inning of this important ball game. Important, yes, sir, the seventh and deciding game of the 1934 World Series. For these teams battling the Detroit Tigers and the St. Louis Cardinals, tied up at 3 games each. And here's what happened in the Tigers out of the first. White came up, bounded to Frisch, and he was out first to silence. Cochran is back, grounded one hop down to Frankie Quick, who stopped it, winged it over to first base to Rip Collins, retiring Cochran. White and Cochran down, and Gehringer up. Gehringer finally has to bang that fly out over third base and curving foul. Drove a fly out into right field, and Glassbox took it for the third out. No runs, no hits, no errors. Now we have the fifth man in the Cardinal batter coming up. Coming to the plate here in the second inning, and Tom Manning to give it to you. All right, Tom. It's Rip Collins, the Cardinals' first tackle, left-hand batter. Held the marker. Right-hand submariner is in the box. The wind-up. The pitch. He swings and it's a drive out in the left center field. It's a base hit. Collins rounds first. White has the ball. Puts it into Rogel. It gets past Rogel. Carrier backing up. Recovers the ball. And Collins stops at first. A single. Line drive out to JoJo White, but he took on the bounce. Got away from Rogel on the return, but Geringer was backing up. That's the second Cardinal hit. Bill Delancey, the catcher, is up. The pitch. Ball one. A fastball was smacked into Cochran's glove. Bill Delancey pulling away from the plate, and it is ball one. First pass of the second inning. A foul back, strike. Ball one, strike one. Ball one, strike one. The set. A peek over to first. The pitch. It's a ball. Outside. And the count on Bill Delancey. Left-hand hitter is 2-1. Elvin Walters having a hard time out there in the tipping rubber, trying to get that extra dirt out of the way. Now he's all set to go. Ball two and strike one. The pitch. It's a bouncing ball down third. Owen to Geringer. And here's that play again with Collins on first. Bill Delancey left the ground ball to Merv Owen. Owen to Geringer. Collins was out. Geringer to Greenberg. Getting the hitter, Delancey. 2 out, nobody on. Orsatti up. With the first pitch coming right up here. Look out for it. Oh, somebody caught it. Well, that's the closest we come to being hit so far. Ball strike one. Something about these microphones, they should not be hit by a foul ball. Strike one is the count, and the pitch. There's a base hit in the right field. The ball is received by Pete Fox. Returns to Rogel at second. Orsatti stops at first. The second Cardinal hit of the inning. The third of the afternoon. Leo DeRocher, the star of yesterday's ball game. Brilliant shortstop yesterday, and all Leo had 3 base hits, all just close the outfield. Orsatti on first, DeRocher up the pitch. Strike, call. DeRocher backs him right-handed. There's the stretch. A peek at first. Coming. There he goes. The player's at second base. He is out stealing. Orsatti is out stealing. Cochran to Geringer. 0-1. 2 hits and 4 errors in the first half of the second inning. 4. Collins, the first Cardinal batter up in the Cards after second. Dropped one into center field over second base for a clean single. Delancey, Joe Delancey, fancy catcher of the St. Louis Cardinals, grounded one down to Marv Owen. Owen took it, shot over to second where Geringer had it, swinging it down to Greenberg for a double play, wiping up the bases, 2 out, and Orsatti coming to the bat. Orsatti grounded one into right field for a single. He was on, and Leo DeRocher, who came up yesterday, got 3 out of 4, and was up there swinging that bat hard. And Orsatti started down to second, and was out on the slug down there from Mickey Cochran's wing, retiring the side. No runs, 2 hits, and no errors. Now we come to the fourth batter in the Detroit Tigers lineup as they come up for their half of the second. It's the Goose. Goose Goslin stepping up to the plate now, and here's Tom Manning coming in to give it to you. All right, Tom. Dizzy Dean is on there kicking some more of that dirt around the pitching rubber as we prepare to go into the Tiger half of the second inning. No runs as yet. A wind-up, Goslin hitting. First ball is at Cole Hopper down first base. Collins takes it, tosses to Dean. He's out. Collins takes the ball, and Dizzy Dean covered the bag, taking the throw and getting the put out. 1 gone. That was a lazy, bounding ball that Collins handled. Next hitter will be Billy Rogel, the little shortstop of Detroit Tigers. Billy is batting left-handed this afternoon against the right-hand slants of Dizzy Dean. Here's the windup. One gone, nobody on. Long one this time. Here comes. As a bounding ball down, short to Rose's in fast. It's close. He's safe. That was a bounding ball that DeRosa came in fast for. He threw the ball in the dirt. Collins knocked it down, and it is scored as an error for shortstop DeRosa. Vogel safe at first on DeRosa's error. Greenberg batting. Big right-hand hitter. Last half of the second inning, one out, and Vogel is on first. There's the stretch. And the pitch. Strike. Ball. That was a hook ball that tipped the outside corner of the plate to Hank Greenberg. Greenberg has his jaws set down there this afternoon, swinging that bat up and down. There's the stretch and the pitch. Strike. He swings hard and misses. And now it's 2-0. Hank Greenberg is hitting. Third baseman Herb Owen is next. Vogel is on first, one man out. Dean is pumping his left foot up and down out there on the rubber. There's the stretch now. A peek at first, and the pitch. A foul back. And the count remains strike two. Up at crossed on a new ball. Umpire Harry Geisel. Bill Delancey walks several yards out toward the pitcher's box. And then crosses it to Dizzy. Dizzy takes his glove off. And first looks out toward center field. And now he's looking in at Hank Greenberg. Standing out there, rubbing the ball in his bare hands. Now he's ready to go. The stretch. It's strike two, you know. A play at first. Vogel is safe. Dizzy turns, stopped that ball over there with plenty on it to Rick Collins. Another stretch. The pitch. Strike three. He swung hard at a curveball over the outside corner. It was just above the knees and missed it for a third strike. Two men out. Vogel on first. And Herb Owen, Detroit Tigers third baseman, right-hand hitter, is up. No runs as yet, you know. There's the stretch, the pitch. The bounding ball down to Martin. Martin comes up with it, throws to first, forcing Vogel at second for the third out. No runs, no hits, one error, fourth on. The Ford Motor Company is sending you to broadcast the World Series game. The National Broadcasting Company presents a special news bulletin from the Press Radio Bureau. Marseille, France. French Foreign Minister Louis Barthou died today from bullet wounds inflicted by an assassin who also killed King Alexander I of Yugoslavia. It was first reported that Barthou's injuries were not serious. At Paris, the French cabinet has been hurriedly called into meeting to take action on the assassination of King Alexander of Yugoslavia. A grave European crisis is feared. Crown Prince Peter, 11 years old, the son of the slain king, probably will be proclaimed king within a few days. These bulletins have been the Press Radio Bureau. For further details, read your newspaper. Here we are now, going into the first half of the third inning. Out on the mound, Eldon Alter is warming up with Mickey Costin. We have Leo DeRocher coming up there, who was at bat when Orsatti was out at second on his field. Here's Tom Manning to give you the first half of his third inning. All right, Tom. Leo DeRocher, you know, the Cardinal shortstop was at bat last inning when Orsatti was erased stealing. Al DeWalker, right-hander, fastest wind up on the first pitch to DeRocher. A strike called. Here's the wind-up again. Ball on, a fastball is high inside. And the count on DeRocher is 1-1. Ball two. Walker's third ball was low and 20 outside. 2-1. Ball two and strike one. Walker walks out of the box towards second base. Now he's in there again. The wind-up. strike, call. That was a third ball right over the heart of the plate, and now the count on DeRosa is 2-2. Ball 2 and strike 2. Has a drive out into center field. White going over a little bit under it. Waiting. He has it. One man out. Leo DeRosa, the Cardinal shortstop, fires to JoJo White. This hand is for Dizzy Dean. Jerome Dizzy Dean of the Cardinals batting. 1 out, nobody on. Coming. A ball up the back. Dizzy Dean let his bat slide out of his hand, and it rolls clear down past the third base wicket. Swung at that ball and fouled it off. Now the coach is swinging it back. Dizzy walks halfway down to get it. Shaking his pitching hand that time, with the bat snapped out of his hand and probably stung for a moment. Dizzy gets a big handful of dirt, rubbing that old bat around there plenty. Much as to say he's got a real grip on it. Going. Another foul back. Strike 2. The big boy is taking a lazy swing at that ball. That time he reached over the outside corner for a bad pitch. Just swung rather leisurely at it. And the count is 2-0. Here's the windup. Strike 2 on Dizzy Dean. Back one out into left field. Looks like a base hit. It is a base hit. And Dean is rounding first. Gosler has the ball. Dean is going down. It's going to be close. It is close. He ties in. He's safe. A double for Dizzy Dean. Going up at 20, close to second base. But Gosler returns to Rochelle. Going just a little bit on the pitcher's box side of the bag. And Dizzy Dean put on the other side with a nice hook slide. And he is safe, getting a 2-base hit. Took a long, slow swing at that ball, just cut it right, and pumped it out to left field for 2 bases. Pepper Martin coming up. Last time up, Pepper struck out. There's the stretch and the pitch. He rocks one out to left, it's curving foul. It is foul. Strike 1. Boy, those 2 umpires, Bill Clem and Harry Geisel, were certainly out there in position to see that one. Harry Geisel running about 15 feet down towards third. He got a good view of that line. Strike 1 on Pepper Martin. There's the stretch and the pitch. Ball 1, a fastball inside, and the count is ball 1, strike 1. Greenberg is playing back. So is Owen. They're not expecting it. The bunt. Ball 1, strike 1. Ball 2, the curveball is outside. Never can tell what this Pepper Martin is going to do, you know. 1 man out, and Dizzy Dean is on second. As a bounding ball down first, Greenberg has it. Walker covering. He's safe at first base. Walker coming over slow, and Pepper Martin beating by an eyelash. There's a bit of an argument going on down there at first base with Gehringer has his hat off, standing there. Gehringer, you know, it's seldom in the argument. He probably said, looked like we had him. But Walker and Greenberg both talking to Dean Jordan. But Pepper Martin gets it out. So it will be scored as a base hit. That's what Dizzy Dean on third base. Now we have runners on first and third. No runs in it yet. 1 man out. And Jack Blacklock, the Cardinal right fielder, left-hand batter coming up.
Your neighborhood Texaco service station welcomes you to another baseball broadcast brought to you direct from Comiskey Park by permission of the Chicago White Sox and the Philadelphia Athletics to stimulate interest in our national game and in your local team. And now out to Comiskey Park and Hal Totten, who is going to give us some inside information on today's game right from the playing field. Take it away, Hal Totten.
The White Sox, Chicago, where the White Sox and the Philadelphia Athletics are going to play the 4th and final
game of this present series. Right now, there's a man here that looks like they want to get a picture of this, Tony. Come on up one step here. These young ladies here have got a camera and want to get a picture of us on the microphone, which is all right.
We're going to make the camera, Al.
I don't think we will. Tony, this is Tony Pyatt, ladies and gentlemen. I really didn't have time to tell you who it was until we had to start posing for cameras over here. Tony is now a third baseman. Last time we had him on the air, he was a second baseman. So, Tony, I want to ask you some questions about that. When you were on before, you said, didn't you, that second base has been your position regularly ever since you started playing?
Well, yes, I have played second base more, but I think I can play third base as well if I play long enough.
Oh, I know you play it very well. Whether you played long enough or not, you look like an old trooper out there. But you played some of that up there in the International League last year, didn't you?
Yes, I have played a few games.
This is the fellow that bounces alongside you out there. Old Lucius Luke, huh?
That's right. I played a little with the Reds. I think I played about 50 games at third base in 1934 with the Reds. That gave me a pretty good idea about third base, but still, I have a lot to learn.
Well, what is the chief difference you find between those two positions?
Well, I haven't played third base much this year, and I think it's all in the throwing.
Entirely that, huh?
The arm has got to be rebuilt all over again. The different muscles put into use. That's all there is to it, Hal.
Well, the throw from second base is mostly underhand.
That's right. And this is more of an overhand throw, and of course, it's a ball comes at you in a different angle, and I've got to learn to hitters. And Jimmy's been a great help to me.
He sort of moves you around, does he, in and out?
He does.
Back and forth. Do you mind going in after those bunts?
Well, they haven't been bunting much, but I believe I can make them if I'm just daring them to bunt, that's all.
Just dare them to it. You'll be in there charging them.
That's right. I'll be
well, even at that, over there at second base, sometimes some of these fellas, a few fellas that still drag bunts to sort of pull them down where you got to come over and get them.
That's about nearly the same as a bunt, only the throw's a little shorter. It's more of a flip.
I see. From second.
From second.
Yeah. Outside of the throw, though, you find that it's approximately the same. Of course, for fly balls, I suppose it is. You got to take foul balls here and play it off this grandstand a little bit. But then you do that from second base over the other side.
Do that as well over second base.
Of course, does the ball come at you? What do you mean when you said it came at you at a different angle?
Well, you don't see the ball as you do at second base. The ball kind of just slides off the bat, especially a left-hand hitter. It just comes at you before you know it, and that's why they call it a hot corner, Hal.
I see. I get it. In other words, you've got to really start a little quicker. Is that it?
Yeah, you just got to get the knack of which way the ball will go to you, right or to your left.
And most of them coming down there are curving more than they are out there second base too, aren't they?
Yeah, sometimes the left-hand hitter slices the ball, and if you play third base long enough, you'll be able to tell whether the ball will go 2 or 3 feet to either side of you.
But you've got to get used to the vision of it.
That's the knack of playing third base only.
Looks a little bit as though you got that bat swinging good again. You got a little slump there for a while, didn't you?
Oh, well,
those things happen. I know, huh?
All ball players have them, but I just probably had one for too long of a period.
Well, I think there's several fellas on this club and every other club there. I've seen them all up and down the line. They get them every year, and when it's all over, it's all over.
Well, I'll be glad to be in the slump all year if we could just keep winning ball games.
Well, that's right, too. Well, Tony, I imagine you want to dry off a little. You've been out there getting all full of perspiration, and I want to thank you a lot for stopping here and chatting with us. Wish you a lot of luck at your new job, and that fellow Dykes deserves a rest, and you're giving him a good one and not making him worry about it, which is okay.
All right, Al, thanks a lot.
Thank you. That was Tony Pyatt, ladies and gentlemen, the present third baseman of the White Sox, early part of the year the second baseman of the club, chatting with us a little bit about this, that, and other things, and I hope you were very much interested in what was going on. And now, let's give you the lineup for the ball game today. For Philadelphia, Finney, left, Moses, center, Dean, first, Cuccinelli, right, Johnson, second, Higgins, third, Frank Hayes, catching, Newsom, short, and Rhodes, pitching. For the White Sox, Radcliffe, left, Krivich, center, Haas, right, Benura, first, Appling, short, Hayes, second, Pyatt, third, Sewell catching, and Kennedy pitching. Vernon Kennedy will be the pitcher. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to start a little trek up there to the booth possibly a little bit earlier than at some times because I want to chat with a certain young man that I saw here in the stands on the way up. I might add, though, that it's another one of those days that, well, you sort of dream about out here. Perfect sunshine, but a nice cool breeze off the lake blowing in from the north. What do you got there, Teddy? Oh, a brand new potato. Old Teddy Lyons managed to sneak a brand new potato from somebody, and he's going to have it autographed for somebody. He's going to send that back to Opelousas. I mean, where is that place down there you live? Vinton, Louisiana? Is that where it's going? It is, eh? And how did you get, who'd you sneak that on? Billy Webb, or did you just sneak it? Oh, he gave you that one. Oh, 2 years. Okay, Teddy Lyons was giving along. You're just beaming all over. He had a brand new ball to get autographed. You people that ask for baseballs have no idea how tough it is to get them. And as a matter of fact, ball players have a tougher time. Now listen, Merv. Merv Shea going to pull my trouser leg off. That's bad. The ball players themselves have a tougher time getting them than most of the fans do, or friends of the fans, or somebody like that. They have to sort of beg, borrow, or steal them. Otherwise, maybe they'd have one every day. But on this perfect day with the breeze blowing in, nice, cool, sun out, nice and warm, making about an even possibility, all right, I think probably we'd better start upstairs. And as we make that trek up there to the booth, Uncle George, how about a little switch to studio?
Attention motorists. Too many of you are digging down into your pockets to pay over and over again for motor oil. An extra quart now, a couple of more quarts a few hundred miles later, constantly refilling the crankcase. You'll be glad to know that your Texaco dealer has an entirely new motor oil that will positively cut down your oil consumption. There's the need to have carbon removed and protect your engine longer against wear and tear. The new Texaco motor oil, made by the Perfurol process, provides a newer, tougher lubricating film that resists burning up inside the engine. It puts more miles between the quarts you buy. With the new Texaco motor oil, your car will not be oil thirsty. Perfurol is a special refining material. When oil is treated with Perfurol, a stronger lubricating film results. This Perfurol film acts like a protective wrapping for each of the moving parts of your engine. It lubricates better for many extra miles, providing greater, more complete engine protection. From the minute you fill the crankcase of your car with the new Texaco motor oil, you begin saving real money. You still pay only a quarter a quart, but you get greater mileage between those quarts. So change now at any Texaco station to this tougher, longer-lasting oil with a Perfurol film. Make your driving dollars go further. And now for a look at the... Well, I see we haven't time for that. I see that Hal Totten is ready, and we'll go back to Comiskey Park to the baseball game brought to you by permission of the Chicago White Sox and the Philadelphia Athletics to stimulate interest in our national game and in your local team. Take it, Hal Totten.
Am I on the air, George? Don't tell me I'm on the air. Well, being on the air, I'm on the air, but I talk on the air. So in that case, why, we mentioned the fact that the umpires have finished their conference at the plate and taking their positions out there in the field. Umpire Quinn behind the plate, umpire Hubbard on first base, and Bill McGowan, our old buddy, out there at third. Bill McGowan, I might add, is one of the discoveries, and admits it, and is very proud of it, of baseball writers. Baseball writers introduced Bill McGowan into the American League. So many, many years ago, the Yankees were coming north, and they're playing a lot of games, and they picked up one of the teams, I don't remember which one, to play some games with, and as they went along, they had umpire McGowan with him. He was just a youngster. They liked his ambitions and his hustle, and the baseball writers went back to New York, and they called Ben Johnson, and they kept it Ben until he hired him. And now we have here the fellow who, not only to the observers, but also to the ball players themselves, is the finest umpire, or one of course we can't say that, but the ball players voted him the best umpire in the league from a ball player's point of view, but he's by far one of the finest umpires that the game has known. And he has sort of taken this little fellow Quinn under his wing. Quinn, the boy who is with him and who had a bad year last year, but has come along in grand shape this year to become another great umpire. And by nursing with him, talking baseball with him, and otherwise putting himself out if necessary to satisfy his thirst for knowledge of just how to handle his job. He's made a great umpire out of him. I think he's going to develop also into a final. Hubbard, the youngster, headers out here, is also coming along fine. Well, for the fourth day in a row, Finney goes after the first ball pitched to him, hits the ground ball down to the second baseman, and is thrown out. So his percentage is 50-50. In the opening game and in the third game of the series, he hit the first ball pitch and made base hits. In the second game and again in this game, he was out on that first pitch. And so it's 1 out of the first inning for the Athletics. And Wally Moses, the center fielder up there, bunts the first one, but it's fouled to the left of the plate. And Pyatt comes in to get it, but there's no play because it was outside. And it's strike one. Ball is going back out to Kennedy, the pitcher. And starts his windup, throws the next one. It's inside and low for ball one. So the count is 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike on Moses. And there's ball 2. It's inside and low. You remember Kennedy started the first game of the series here and lost it. He was very wild. And eventually things went very badly, although the Sox ended up tying up the score. It didn't do an awful lot of good. Now he reaches out the butt again, and this one goes foul clear over to the Sox dugout. And so it's 2-2, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Here's the next pitch. The hitter swing, get a little looping fly in left field. Ratcliffe comes in fast, can't get to it, and it drops in there for a base hit. Little looping Texaco leaguer into left field for a single for Moses, putting him on first base with 1 out in the first inning, and Chub Dean, the first baseman, is back. He throws the first one, the runner's on the go. The hitter takes it inside and low, and the runner slides in safely. And he got a great start on that ball. Moses, as I have mentioned time and again in this series and in other series, one of the fastest men in the game, and he got a great jump on the ball that time. Easily stole second. Sewell got the throw away very well, very fast. He got out there in a hurry. While it was a little bit high, still the runner was in there to the base long before it arrived. Long speaking in the sense of comparative time, because naturally those plays happen fast. Now Dean hits the next one, a ground ball to Appling, who gets it, throws the third, and Pyatt tags the runner out, sliding in there for the second out. Moses kept right out to third base. Appling got the ball, threw it to Pyatt, who just merely put the ball down there and let Moses slide right into it for the second out. So it's 2 outs in the first inning for the Athletics. Dean on first base, and George Puccinelli, the Athletics right fielder, is at bat. He throws the first one, and George takes a fast strike over the outside corner about knee high. 1 strike on Puccinelli. And there's the next one wide and low for ball 1, and the count is 1 ball and 1 strike. 1-1 on the Pooch. As he sign again, turns and throws the first. The runner gets back in plenty of time. So the ball comes back to the pitcher. He has it, looks at first, then pitches, and the hitter swings and hits a high fastball inside for strike 2. And it's 1 ball and 2 strikes on Puccinelli. 1-2 the count. Now to the runner on the go. Pooch fouls this one into the stands to the right of the plate. Well, it lands just short of the stands over there. And it's still 1 ball and 2 strikes on Puccinelli. I don't think that was a hit-and-run play. I think Pooch just swung to protect the runner when he thought the runner didn't get away soon enough, and fouled off a bad ball because they'd hardly put the hit and run on to the count of 1-2. unless they're had some reason to be sure of the pitcher. They did it again. The hitter hits the ground ball down to Pyatt, who starts to throw to second, sees that there's nobody there, so turns and throws to first. Throw is wide, but Venura grabs it and then blocks the runner off and tags him out. The ball was well hit, and Pyatt grabbed it, running over towards second. He thought it would be a good play, I guess, to get the man at second because he was running in that direction. And that short throw is a throw more accustomed to what he has been used to at second base. There was nobody there, so he turned and threw wide to first. And Venura, reaching way out to the left, grabbed the ball down low and had it in plenty of time to block Puccinelli off. So it's no runs, one hit, one man left on base in the first half of the first inning. And the score is 0-0 as the White Sox come to bat in the last half of the first inning with Rip Ratcliffe, as usual, the first man at bat. Dusty Rhodes, originally, when I first knew him, he was with the New York Yankees. He didn't stay there long, went to the Boston Red Sox, was with them for quite a while, and came to the A's last winter in the deal, one of the numerous deals between the Athletics and the Red Sox. And he's been pitching some pretty good ball for this club. But this, I think, is his first appearance in Chicago this year. And a rather stockily built fellow, dark complected, and very handsome, better for you young ladies. Pitcher waits out there now, gets his sign, starts his wind-up to pitch the first one to Ratcliffe, stocky little left-handed hitter. And Rip swings, hit it out to the shortstop, who takes it on a great big long hop, throws to first, and Rip is out easily for the first out in the first inning. One out, and Mike Krivich is up there. Rosenthal still has the handicap of that twisted back, and he twisted running down to first base yesterday. So Mike has been moved over to his center field spot, and Haas is back here in the right. And the first pitch to Krivich is a wide one low for ball one. Krivich is a right-handed hitter. Rhodes has his sign again, starts to wind up. Throws, and Mike reaches out to butt one down towards third base. Higgins comes in fast, grabs it, throws very high to first, but Dean leaps high in there to grab it. Krivich, in the meantime, having crossed first base easily. So it's a base hit, safe bunt. Down the third base line by Krivich, putting him on first base with one out in the first inning for the White Sox, and Mule Haas is at bat. Ready to pitch the first one, throws, and Mule takes the ball. It's inside and low. One ball called. Again, Rhodes has the sign. And pitches, and Mule swings, hit a ball right straight back at the second baseman, who fumbles it. And by the time he gets to the ball, the runner is safe at first base on an error by Hayes. An error by, or rather not by Hayes, but an error by Johnson. And rather an easily hit ball, too, right straight at him. Took a high hop, but he didn't follow it at all. So now the White Sox have runners on first and second with one out in the first inning, and Zeke Venura is at bat. Well, it's the first player that we have seen that Johnson hasn't looked good on in his transplanted position in this series. First pitch to Zeke is a wide one across the waist for ball one. Waits there again, swings around as he gets his sign. Ready, and pitches, and Zeke takes ball two. It's wide across the chest and makes it 2-0. 2-0, 2 balls and no strikes. Pitcher ready again. Throws and Zeke twists away to take the third ball inside across the waist to make it 3-0, 3 balls and no strikes on Zeke. Still got our symphony orchestra out here, George. Hear the whistle? You're ready once more. Takes another look back at second. Throws. And it's a strike over the heart of the plate, a little above the knees. Zeke let it go by without trying for it. So it's 3-1, 3 balls and 1 strike. And again, the pitcher throws. Zeke hits the ball hard in the center field. The center fielder, Moses, is in there to make the catch for the second out. Runners have to go back to their bases. Ball was very hard hit. A line smash, center field, but it was right straight at Moses, the center fielder. So it's 2 out in the first inning for the White Sox. They still have runners on first and second, and Luke Appling is at bat. Swings around, he gets his sign, gets ready to pitch. Throws, and it's a strike over the outside corner about knee high. 1 strike on Appling. Rhodes ready again, takes another look back at second, and throws. Luke swings, the bat flips out of his hand, goes clear out to the pitcher's box as the ball goes down to the third baseman, and Luke is safe, and Rhodes is mad and throws the bat clear out of the infield. Just misses umpire Quinn down there. Rhodes is so sore because in hitting that ball, the bat flipped out of Appling's hand, rolled out to the pitcher's box. Rhodes stood there, watched it come out there, and let it roll up on his feet. And then he was mad and swung it clear off the mound and out into foul territory as Appling beat out the ball for an infield hit. Now the White Sox have the bases full with 2 out in the first inning. And it's a wide one across the knees for ball 1. 1 ball called. Rhodes walks up to the dirt in front of the mound, moves it down a little bit. Walks back out there, adjusts his cap. Now starts to wind up. He throws, and Jackie Hayes, the bat, fouls the ball back against the catcher's glove and back to the screen, and it's 1-1 on Hayes. 1 ball and 1 strike. One and 1 is the count. It's a throws again, and Jackie swings to miss one for strike 2. And it's 1-2, 1 ball and 2 strikes. One and 2. Waiting out there again, seems to be getting his sign. Takes a look at third base, starts his wind-up. And pitches, and Jackie hits the ball out into left center. I think it's going to fall in. There it is for a base hit. 1 run is in. The ball is coming into the plate as the second runner scores, and the other runners advance to second and third with Hayes coming in pretty hard and almost falling over as he tries to come up on his feet. It's a single. Texaco leaguer, too, by Crackers. Oh, those Texaco leaguers can drive in those runs, can't they? Single to left center by Hayes. Scored Krivich and Haas for the first 2 runs of the ball game, both unearned runs, because the error, if it hadn't been made, would have made it the third out when Benura flied out. And runners are on second and third with 2 outs, 2 runs home in the first inning, and Tony Pyatt is at bat. He winds up, throws the first one, and Pyatt twists away, takes the ball inside across the chest. He's all set to go after that one, too. Throws again, and Pyatt takes a strike over the heart of the plate, waist high, and the count is 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike on Pyatt. Rhodes throws again, and Tony swings and fouls the ball back against the mat and rolls out into the infield And the catcher goes out to get it, looks it over as he comes back. Umpire Quinn has thrown another ball into the game, calls for that one, and I think he's going to throw it out. Catcher Hayes had looked it over and indicated it should be yes. Quinn, after a look at it, throws it out of the game. The umpires, you know, are the only ones authorized to do that. And umpire Quinn, who followed the rules, had to examine it to make sure that it really was improper for use. It's 1-2, 1 ball and 2 strikes. And the pitcher throws again. The hitter started to swing, stopped. The ball hit the bat and rolled over there, and the catcher started to go after a fan, reached into the stands and grabbed it, and the catcher walks back without it. I don't think the catcher knew whether that ball had been tipped foul or not. He thought maybe it might have been a passed ball. Went chasing over after it, and both Dean and Rhodes came rushing into cover. The umpire called it a foul and strike. So it's still 1-2 on Pyatt. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Once again, the pitcher has that side, starts to wind up throws, and Tony takes a wide one across the knee for ball 2. Catcher started to run toward the bench as though he thought that was a called third strike. Rhodes made a half-hearted start toward the bench, but takes the ball and goes back out the mound. The count is 2 balls and 2 strikes on Pyatt. 2-2 the count. Winding up again, throws, and Pyatt gets ball 3. It missed the outside corner up around the chest, and it makes it 3-2. 3 balls and 2 strikes on Pyatt. White Sox have runners on second and third with 2 outs, 2 runs home, and they're leading the Athletics 2-0 in the first inning. Rhodes winds up, throws again, and Pyatt gets ball 4. Wide and low, he gets a base on balls. So that fills the bases for the White Sox in the first inning. 2 out, 2 runs already home, bases full, and Luke Sewell is back to score 2-0 in favor of the White Sox. Rhodes starts to wind up pitches, and it's a high one inside for ball 1. 1 ball on Sewell. Winding up again. He throws and Luke swings and fouls the ball back against the umpire's mask this time. Bounds way out against the stand of the left plate. Umpire Quinn merely adjusts the mask. It took quite a bump. He turns around, calls to somebody. He'll call the announcer, I guess. He's going to need some more baseballs in a minute. It's 1-1, 1 ball and 1 strike. And Sewell gets the second strike. A beauty over the heart of the plate down around the knees to make it 1 ball and 2 strikes on Sewell. 1-2. Winds up again, throws, and Sewell swings and misses, striking out for the 3rd out in the first inning. Went around on a ball that didn't look as though it had a thing on it, but he didn't hit it, so it must have had something after all. That ends the last half of the first inning. So it's 2 runs, 4 hits. Wait a minute, 1, 2, 3 hits, 1 error, and 3 men left on base. And the score is 2-0 in favor of the White Sox at the end of the first inning. Motor oil has more than one job to do. It must lubricate all the moving parts of the motor. It must seal the power in the cylinders, and it must help to keep moving parts cool. There's one way you can be absolutely sure that the motor oil in your car is doing a complete job. Use nothing but new Texaco motor oil. Bob Johnson, rangy right-handed hitter, the athletic second baseman, with that to start the second inning. Kennedy winds up, throws. Bob swings to foul the ball back onto the roof of the stand, right up back of the plate, and it's 1 strike on Johnson. 1 strike to count. And there's there's a ball inside across the way, so the count is 1 ball and 1 strike. 1-1 on Johnson. And now comes ball 2. It's over the plate, but too low. So it's 2 balls and 1 strike on Bob. 2-1. Swings again to hit a high fly coming down foul way back here. I believe it's on the roof. Yep. Right up over our heads. Foul is clear out over and back down into 35th Street. Well, he swings again, and it's a high fly going foul to the right of the plate. Sewell is following out under it toward the stand to the right and makes the catch for the first out in the second inning.
Your neighborhood Texaco service station welcomes you to this doubleheader baseball broadcast brought to you direct from Comiskey Park by permission of the Chicago White Sox and the Boston Red Sox to stimulate interest in our national game and in your local team. And now out to Comiskey Park and Hal Totten, who's going to give us some inside information on today's games right from the playing field. Take it, Hal Totten.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon from Comiskey Park, the home of the White Sox of Chicago, where the White Sox and Boston Red Sox are concluding their present 4-game series with a doubleheader this afternoon with at least 30,000 people already in the park and some more coming on. The young lady's been taking pictures all week here of ball players, and as each one goes through, he has to sign up now, sign his own picture. She's going to have quite a collection when she gets to this. Donkey, sign it right across his face? No, not quite. This afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, is another one of those days that, well, we haven't got that. All right, Lucius. Take care of that fella Affleck for me. Well, he's in the way. Clear sunshine and hot, a little warmer than it has been in the past, and the wind is a little unsteady. 1 minute it's from the north, next minute from the east, next minute from the south, and you never know just what's going to come next. This afternoon, I really haven't arranged anything here. I'm going to sort of take this fellow with very little warning because he just happens to be sitting right here, taking a look at the field and resting up after one of the best pitching jobs we've seen all year yesterday. And that's Bill Dietrich, a young man who was new to the White Sox in a White Sox uniform, but who has given them many bad moments in other uniforms in the last couple of years. And, Bill, if you don't mind, as I say, this is sort of without warning, would you say a word or two and I ask you a couple of questions?
I sure will.
I'd like to know this first. How long have you been in the game? Did you start right into the A's?
Yeah, I started in 31. I was farmed out 3 years. I was 31, 32, and 33. And then in 34 and 35, I was with the Athletics, and then this is my 3rd change this year already.
Well, see, you were at the Athletics, and then where'd you go?
Washington. I went to Washington. I was only there about 18 days. And I was sent here.
Oh, I see. And how do you like the change?
Oh, this is the greatest thing that ever happened to me. I've wanted to come here, be with Jimmy for 2 or 3 years and never been able to do it, and I was sure pleased when I did get the chance to come here.
Then you fellas around the circuit really feel the same way about Jim the fans here do, is that right?
Well, he's the greatest fellow in the game today to me, and most of the boys who play for him.
Well, I think the fans will be glad to hear that. We've felt that way, but it's very hard sometimes to get ball players to say that right out in so many words,
sure,
especially those that have been here any length of time. Well, Bill, when you were with the, where did you come from to the A's? Did you come right out of school?
High school, yeah. I graduated from high school in 1930.
In Philly?
Philadelphia.
And then when I was right with them, and now you're with the White Sox, you really think that you've got the club you like to be with, right?
Finally got here, yeah.
Been trying for 3 years.
Been trying for 3 years and finally made it.
Well, outside of the fact that Jim's such a great fellow to be around, what's the attraction to this ball club out here?
Well, they've got a swell bunch of ball players, and I think within the next 2 years they're going to be a very dangerous pennant contender. And I think with the Muddy Rule, who has helped me tremendously since I've been here, and with the catching of Sewell, who I think is the best receiver in the league, I think it's a great and a bit of encouragement for a young pitcher to come here and pitch.
What will do with you out there in the bullpen? I saw him when he first came to the club, and I suppose you did it on the road too. I see him take you out there in the bullpen and work with you, sometimes 3 or 4 innings.
Yeah, he really tears you apart. He tells you every bad fault you got, and no matter what kind of a game you pitch, the next day he'll call you aside and tell you how really terrible you were.
In other words, you might win, but he lets you know that you're lucky in some respects.
That's the idea.
You don't get a little bit smug. Well, did he do any changing with you? Because I know before you came here, your control was supposed to be a little bad.
Why, he found it the first day I was here. He found out that I was gripping the ball very tightly, and he made me loosen up my grip, and I don't know, I can't say yet because I've only been in these 2 games, but I think that might have been the cause of my trouble all along.
You seem to feel easier out there now. I noticed that you're not trying to steer the ball anymore at all. You're just throwing it.
I feel great.
Well, that's the answer. Isn't that strange? A fellow like that will take one look and find that out. Although I think I've heard Muddy make that same statement to 2 or 3 pitchers. For instance, he's loosened Kennedy's grip.
Kennedy was telling me.
And he's worked on a couple of fellas to loosen their grip. Most pitchers, I guess, young pitchers get an idea you got to grip that ball too tight.
Well, then they're trying a little hard, to make good and everything, and they want to grab it and throw it as quick as they get it.
And he goes out there and takes one look and starts loosening you up.
That's right.
Well, I think it's a doggone good idea. I'm especially happy that you're happy to be here because you've got the loyalist gang of fans here on the south side of Chicago, I think, of any club in the whole world. I say that being a Chicagoan now, but I came originally from the East, and I've seen them all around the circuit. And this gang, you didn't see an awful lot of this ball club during the years when it was in last place, but we had days like this one Sunday after another. 20,000 people out here, 30,000 for a tail-end ball club, so you're going to have a lot of friends for you through here.
Yes,
Your home still in Philly, Bill?
Yeah, I lived in Philly. I've made my home there all my life.
You married or single?
I'm married.
Got a family?
I had one child, 19 months old.
Well, boy or girl?
Boy.
Boy, well, he'll be another ball player coming along. Just about the time you are ready to hang up the glove, well, he'll be about ready.
Yes, he will.
Well, that's all. Well, thanks a lot, Bill. The fans wanted to meet you, and I wanted to chat with you, and I do like to catch you fellas sort of unawares this way. Then you're more natural, because some of these fellas, you warn them a day ahead of time. By the time you get them in front of the mic, they're so nervous they don't know what they're going to say. Although I don't think you would be. Thanks a lot. Bill Dietrich, the new pitcher of the White Sox, who did that grand job yesterday holding this very valuable and expensive Red Sox team to 2 hits and coming out, as you well know, very much on top. Now for the ball game, the lineups for the first game. For Boston, Cook, right. Kramer, center. Manush, left. Fox, first. Kroner, second. Cronin, short. Werber, third. Berg, catching. And Wes Farrell, pitching. For the White Sox, Radcliffe, left. Krivich, center. Haas, right. Ted Lyons has been laying for Mo Berg ever since he went upstairs to dry off, and Mo found him waiting for him down here in the runway, and he came shooting out of this runway like there was a great big animal back from us, something. And go on with that White Sox lineup. We started to give it Radcliffe left, Haas right, Venora first. Russell pitched the first one? Well, so it is. Russell's warming up there. Well, then correct the Boston lineup. The pitcher, somebody told me earlier, one of the players, that West was going to do the first game. He'll probably pitch the second then instead. We'll finally get into this White Sox lineup if you'll be carefully patient, we might say. The White Sox lineup we gave you down through Hassan, Venora first, and Appling short, Hayes second, Dykes third, Sewell catching, and Kane pitching. The umpires will be Ormsby at the plate, Hubbard at first, and McGowan at third. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the umpires will probably be out here in a few minutes. There's a big crowd here today and a lot of people still coming in. So I imagine my smart move would be to start upstairs as soon as I can so I can get through there and be up there when this game gets underway so we don't miss any pitches. So with that in mind, I will now look up toward the booth, wigwag with my small finger, whereupon George will turn a dial or ring a bell or just do nothing, which he does very well too. And we'll have a switch to the studio, and then we'll catch you again from up there when we get there. So while I'm on the way up there, how about a switch to the studio, George?
Here's good news that will gladden your heart as a motorist. A new kind of motor oil that puts more miles between the quarts you have to buy is on sale at all Texaco stations. It's the new Texaco motor oil, made by the Furfurol process. Furfurol is a special refining material that gives an oil a stronger, tougher lubricating film, a film that resists burning up inside the engine. It keeps the crankcase full longer because it is all lubricant. Gum-forming elements and all other non-lubricating materials have been removed. Ask for the new Texaco motor oil with the exclusive Furfurol film at any Texaco station. Change now to this entirely new oil that provides greater engine protection for a longer time. And while Hal Tottenham's making that trip up to the booth to bring you this afternoon's baseball game from Comiskey Park between the Boston Red Sox and the Chicago White Sox, we'll give you the schedule of the other games to be played and the scores that have come in so far this afternoon. First, over in the National League, in Boston, the Chicago Cubs are playing a doubleheader against the Bees this afternoon. The first game has already started, and at the end of the first half of the fourth inning of the first game in Boston between the Cubs and the Bees, the Cubs lead 1-0. Lee and Hartnett are working for the Cubs, the Bees using McFadden and Lopez. In Philadelphia, the St. Louis Cardinals play a doubleheader against the Phillies. At the end of the second inning of the first game, the Cardinals are leading the Phillies 6-0. Haynes and Davis, the St. Louis Cardinal battery, the Philadelphia Phillies starting Walters and Wilson, with Jorgens taking over in the third inning. In that game, Martin of the Cardinals started that 6-run lead in the second inning when he had a home run with 2 men on base. All 6 of the Cardinal runs were made in the first half of the second inning. In Brooklyn, the Cincinnati Reds are playing a doubleheader ball game against the Dodgers. At the end of the first half of the first inning, the Reds are leading the Dodgers 2-0. Stein and Lombardi, the Red battery, Mungo and Berry's working for the Dodgers. In New York, the Giants are taking the Pittsburgh Pirates on in a single game. That game is not started. It will start about 2:30 our time. And now over to the American League. In St. Louis today, the Browns take on the Philadelphia Athletics. No batteries and no scores on that game, as it will start about 2 o'clock our time. That's going to be a doubleheader ball game between the Browns and the Philadelphia Athletics. In Cleveland, the Indians engage the New York Yankees in a single game, and in Detroit, the Tigers take on the Washington Senators, also a single game. The game at Comiskey Park, of course, is a doubleheader ball game between the Chicago White Sox and the Boston Red Sox. To repeat for you the batteries on that game, to which you'll listen in just a few moments, the Red Sox are starting Russell as the pitcher, Berg as the catcher, the White Sox using Kane and Sewell. And now for a look at the standings of the clubs in both leagues. First, the National League, the Chicago Cubs are in first place. Second place is held by the St. Louis Cardinals. They're 2 games behind. Third place is the New York Giants. Fourth, the Pittsburgh Pirates. Fifth, the Cincinnati Reds. Sixth, the Boston Bees, whom the Cubs are playing this afternoon. Seventh, the Philadelphia Phillies. And in last position, the Brooklyn Dodgers. In the American League, first place is held by the New York Yankees. Second place by the Cleveland Indians, whom the Yankees are playing this afternoon. Third place, the Boston Red Sox, who are out at Comiskey Park playing the White Sox. Fourth place, the Detroit Tigers. Then fifth place, the Chicago White Sox. Sixth place, the Washington Senators. And in seventh position, the St. Louis Browns, who are playing the 8th position Philadelphia Athletics in St. Louis this afternoon in a doubleheader ball game. And now for the standings of the leaders in home run hits scored so far this year. In first position, Lou Gehrig of the Yankees has had 33 home runs so far this year. In second position, uncontested, all by himself, Trotsky of the Cleveland Indians with 31, 2 home runs behind Lou Gehrig. In third place, Jimmy Fox of the Red Sox with 30. Fourth place, Mel Ott of the Giants, 21. In fifth place, tied for fifth place, Averill of the Indians and Camilli of the Phillies with 20. Dickey of the Yankees has had 18. Klein of the Phillies has had 18. Berger of the Bees, 17. DiMaggio of the Yanks, 16. Goslin of the Tigers, 16. Johnson of the Athletics, 16. Medwick of the Cardinals, 15. Selkirk of the Yanks, 14. Also, Jay Moore of the Phillies, 14. Demery of the Cubs, 13. Goodman of the Reds, 12. And the following men have had 11. Oh, correction. Hale of the Indians has also had 12 home runs. These following men have had 11 home runs. Collins of the Cardinals, Mize of the Cardinals, Lazari of the Yanks, Cool of the Senators, and Simmons of the Tigers. And now I see that Hal Totten is ready, and we'll go back to Comiskey Park to the baseball game brought to you by permission of the Chicago White Sox and the Boston Red Sox to stimulate interest in our national game and in your local team. Take it, Hal.
Back at the ballpark, ladies and gentlemen, for the first game of today's doubleheader between the White Sox and the Red Sox. Chicago and New York bearing down to try to find out what's going to happen in this series because each team has won one game so far. The teams have just taken the field for the start of this ball game, and Sugar Kane, another former member of the Athletics, is out there going through his warm-up, finishing off with Luke Sewell as Dusty Cook stands down there at the plate to start the game off. Sugar's a right-hander, as I think you well remember. Sewell throws the ball out to second base, which means that the warm-up is over. And Dusty Cook, the Red Sox right fielder, a left-handed hitter, steps up there to the plate to start things off in the first game. Have I got Chicago, New York, George? Well, we'll make it Boston then. I'm sorry I slipped up on that. But we had another doubleheader last week, I believe. Rather a violent one. Kane winds up and throws the first pitch, and it's a strike over the inside corner, just about knee-high. The hitter let it go by. One strike on Cook. And he swings the next one to foul it down against the far end of the Sox dugout, and it bounds on down the line, and somebody comes running out of the stands to grab it as it rolls down there in front of the canvas. So it's 2 strikes on Cook. 2 strikes to count. Kane standing there getting his sign again. Starts to wind up. Throws, and the hitter takes it wide and low for ball 1, and the count is 1 ball and 1 strike. 1-1 on Cook, or 1-2. I'm trying to do 2 things at once here, and it doesn't seem to be working out today. George, I guess I better do some concentrating instead. And there's the next one for ball 2, so he got him even up anyway. 2 balls and 2 strikes on Cook. Kane again starts to wind up pitches, and Dusty takes it inside across the waist for ball 3. Had 2 strikes on him, but now it's run the count to 3-2. Kane stands there, rubbing up that ball a little, finally starts his wind-up. Pitches. Cook swings it a bounder out to the left of Appling, who gets it nicely, throws to first, and Dusty is out for the first out in the first inning. 1 out in the first inning for the Red Sox, and Roger Kramer, the Boston center fielder, is at bat. Kane gets his sign, starts his wind-up, and throws, and the hitter swings, hit one hard out to right field, but Haas is jogging over easily and makes the catch nicely for the second out. Just ran 3 or 4 long strides to his left and then stood and waited. And that brings Heine Manush, the Husky left-handed hitting left fielder of the Red Sox. Kane on the slab getting his sign. Hits the first one. Winds up. Pitches. And it's a wide one across the waist for ball 1. Kane has the sign again. Winds up. And pitches, and the hitter swings, hit a high fly into left field. Left fielder Haas is just walking over to that one, and finally jogs 2 short steps and makes the catch easily for the third out, ending the first half of the first inning. No runs and no hits for Boston, and the score is 0-0 as the White Sox come to bat in the last half of the first inning. Rip Radcliffe left fielder and leadoff man, naturally the first man up. Jack Russell, who is pitching this ball game for the Red Sox, the right-hander who many years ago was with the Red Sox, did a lot of good pitching for them, finally was shifted to Cleveland and then to Washington, and at Washington he did some mighty fine work. Finally ended up by waivers back at Boston this year and has been used mostly in relief work, although he's now starting this ball game as a relief pitcher. He set up quite a record back in Washington's pennant-winning year, 1934, correct? I believe that's right. 33 it was. 35 was the Cubs, 34 was the Cardinal series with Detroit. It was 1-33. In that year, he did a lot of very fine relief pitching for the Cubs. Radcliffe is up there at the plate. Stocky little left-handed hitter. And the pitcher out there gets ready to throw the first one to him. Has quite a bit of trouble seemingly to get that ground in shape for his pitching stride. Finally seems to have it ready and pitches the first one for a strike over the outside corner, a little above the knee. One strike on Radcliffe. And the next one is wide and low for ball one, so the count is 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike. Hits the next one, a slow one that is foul down the first baseline. Tried to pull that one to right, but he topped it and it rolled foul, and is fielded by Fox, goes on around the infield. One and two. Russell stands out there again, studying that ground just in front of the slab. Spent a lot of time kicking that into shape. But finally starts to wind up again, throws, and rip swings at a slow bounder out to the second baseman. He grabs it, throws to first, and Radcliffe is out for the first out in the first inning, bringing Mike Krivich, White Sox center fielder, to bat. Stocky little right-handed hitter. Russell waits around out there while they move the center fielder back and forth a little bit, finally getting him stationed pretty well over in center. He moved around toward left center, and Jack starts to wind up, throws, and the hitter fouls the ball into the stand to the right of the plate, and it's strike one on Krivich. 1 strike to count. Russell takes quite a while out there. He studies every pitch carefully. Now is winding up again and throws. He gets the ball inside a little bit, down around the waist, and it's 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike. One and one with the pitcher ready. Once it's more, he's winding up, throws, and Krivich gets the second ball. It misses the outside corner across the waist, so it's 2 balls and 1 strike on Mike. Throws once more, and it's a slow one that floats over the outside corner waist high for the second strike. Hitter stood there and waited and seemed hesitant about making up his mind to go after that cripple. Finally decided to let it go by, and it's 2-2. 2 balls and 2 strikes. He swings again to foul this one on the ground to the left of the plate. It's still 2 balls and 2 strikes on Krivich. Two and two. Russell walks out back of the mound to use the rosin bag. Now he's getting ready once again. Winds up, pitches, and Mike swings hit a high fly, going foul down the right field line. And Fox goes after it, but it drops just in the first tier of boxes out of his reach. down back at first base, and it's still 2 balls and 2 strikes. Russell getting his sign again. Starts to wind up once more. Pitches. And Mike swings it a high fly down the left field line. Left field is coming over fast. And it drops just outside the foul line for a foul ball. And it's still 2 balls and 2 strikes on Cleveland. Russell's walking around in a circle out in the grass back of the pitcher's mound again, rubbing up that ball. And Cleveland finally arrives back at the plate. Let's put the binoculars on him now, see what they look like. Russell finally walks back up on the slab, has the sign, he's winding up. Pitches, and there's the 3rd strike, a beauty right down the middle, waist high, and Cleveland is called out on strike for the 2nd out in the 1st inning. Michael had a good one go by that time. Boy, that's the way to watch him, George. I had the binoculars on that plate. And just wasn't watching the progress of the ball at all. Just watched the plate. He came right smack down the middle that time. Right down the middle. And so it's 2 out in the 1st inning, and Mule Hahn is at bat. Mule hits the first ball pitch, a slow hopper past the pitcher. Kroner gets it near second base, throws the first, and it's 3 outs. No runs, no hits in the 1st inning for the White Sox. And the score is still 0-0 between the White Sox and Boston Red Sox at the end of the 1st inning of the 1st game. Does your car tend to heat up, slow and sluggish in heavy traffic? Lots of times the cause is in the motor oil you're using. Oil does more than lubricate. It must seal the pistons and rings in the cylinders if you get full power. Play safe. Use new Texaco motor oil and be sure. Bit of a hand as Jimmy Fox comes up there to the plate to start the 2nd inning. Jimmy Fox is bat for the Red Sox to start the 2nd inning. Stops down there at the plate and takes off one of his shoes. Apparently some pebbles had gotten into it. And now he's putting it back on and lacing it up. Meantime, Kane stands talking to Appling, who is rubbing up the ball for him. Fox finally gets to his feet, steps up to the plate. Deck right up in front of us, a little to our right, and it's strike 1. 1 strike is the count. Winds up again, pitches the hitter, hits a beauty down the left field line, just inside the foul line for a long base hit. Ball caroms off the front of the canvas. Radcliffe gets it and throws it across to Appling, halfway between 2nd and 3rd, so Lou could relay it in any direction. And it's a double down the left field line, a well-hit ball just inside the foul line by Jimmy Fox. Putting him on second base, nobody out in the 2nd inning. And Kroner, Johnny Kroner, the 2nd baseman, another right-handed hitter, is up there at the plate. Hitter swings and fouls the first one back to the screen for strike 1. 1 strike to count. Throws again, and it's ball 1 wide, and so the count is 1 ball and 1 strike. Here's the next one, a drive to right field. Haas is racing back. Pretty well makes the catch. Fox is going to 3rd base after the catch. A very fine throw comes over, but it isn't going to get there in time, so Dykes yells to Appling to cut it off, which he does. So on Kroner's long fly to Haas in right field, Fox goes to third base, and he's on third base with 1 out in the second inning, and Joe Cronin, the Red Sox manager and shortstop, is at bat. Cronin up there, pitcher out there, gets his sign, starts his wind-up, and throws, and the hitter takes it inside and low for ball 1. 1 ball called. Kane winds up, throws again, he swings and fouls the ball out in front of the plate, bounds up and hits him as he starts out of the batter's box and rolls out into the infield. So it's a foul and a strike, and the count is 1 ball and 1 strike on Cronin. 1-1 the count. Watching out there again, gets the sign, he's winding up, and throws, and the hitter swings, hit a ball to right, and we're in his trap box between third and home. Dykes has the ball, throws it into Sewell, and Sewell throws the ball, and the runner slides back safely. Sewell held it too slowly, and when he threw it to second, or to third, to Appling, the runner slid in safely. It was a very poorly made play, in which they should have had the man out easily. But in running him back to third base, Sewell ran him back so far that he had slid in and was practically at the base before he threw the ball to Appling, and then he threw high. So Luke didn't have a chance to get it. It's a fielder's choice for Cronin, and let him get all the way to second base, and then Fox got back to third safely. As a result, the Red Sox have runners on second and third with only 1 out in the second inning, and Bill Werber, the third baseman, is at bat. It had 2 out there and a man on not farther than second base. Kane winds up, throws, and Werber takes the ball. It's over the plate but low, and it's ball 1. Now they decide to walk Werber on purpose, take a chance on Moberg coming up next with 4th place possible. Pitch 1 bad one to him, then they decided to give him his base on ball to fill the bases. And here comes the 4th ball, and Werber gets the base on balls. He trots down first base, and so the Red Sox have the bases full in the second inning with only 1 out, and Moberg is at bat. Kane stands there getting his sign. Pitch first one to Mo. Starks his wind up and pitches, and Berg takes the ball. It's a curve ball, wide and low. 1 ball call. Ball had plenty on it. And he swings the next one to hit a bounder down to Hayes, who flips it to Appling. He throws to first, and the double play works. Double play works. All right. Werber came into second base very hard, trying to upset Appling. Hayes got that hard hit ball in a hurry, whirled through perfectly to second. Appling caught the ball coming across the bag, and then threw to first, doubling Berg and getting out of that inning all right. Strategy worked that time in great style. And by that fine comeback, Kane pitching that double play ball perfectly to the hitter, they pulled out of an inning that looked as though it might result in scores on a play in which a runner got back to third base out of a run-up when he really should. So it's no runs, 1 hit, 2 men left on base in the first half of the second inning, and the score is still 0-0 as the White Sox come to bat in the last half of the second, with Zeke Ventura getting a nice hand as he walks up there to the plate. Pitcher still warming up there on the mound as Ventura waits, swinging a couple of bats. The ball is finally thrown to second base. It's back to Russell, and Zeke steps up there to the plate to start the last half of the second inning. Pitcher throws now, and Zeke takes a fast strike over the inside corner just above the knee. Mr. Russell's got plenty on that ball out there today. One strike on Benura. Pitcher winds up again, throws, and Zeke hits a long drive. Looks like it's in there, way out deep left field, and it is a home run high into the second deck by Zeke Benura. The ball mighty well hit. A home run high into the second deck of the left field stands by Benura. Gives the White Sox a 1-0 lead, and this crowd of 30,000 or more sets up a terrific shout and hand clap as he trots back across the plate and starts back to the bench. And Luke Appling is at bat. Jimmy Dykes waiting down there alongside the dugout, turned around and kidded Zeke as he walked back, and finally took a bat and gave him sort of a spank as he ducked into the dugout. And now the next one, Appling lines the ball deep into left field. The left fielder juggles the ball momentarily, but recovers it in time to throw it in to hold Appling at first base. The long single to left field by Luke, putting him on first base with nobody out in the second inning for the Sox. One run home as a result of Benura's home run. And the next man up, Jackie Hayes. Jackie Hayes, White Sox second baseman up there. It's ready now to pitch the first one, but Jackie throws, and they called for a pitch out, apparently thinking that the hit and run was on, or possibly a bunt. They called for a pitch out, and Potts stayed right at first base, seeing where the ball was going and where the catcher was leaping to get it. Appling didn't move off the bat. Russell still watching first pitches again, and it's a strike over the heart of the plate above the knees to make it 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike on Hayes. 1-1 to count. Russell turns and throws to first. Appling had just started to take his lean towards second and had to swing all the way around to get back to first base, but he did it all right. Chiretti faces the plate and pitches, and the hitter fouls this one back to the screen. It's still 1-2. 1 ball and 2 strikes on Jackie Hayes. Chiretti walks out onto the grass back of the mound to consult the rosin bag. Tries his fingers, comes back, swiping them off on his shirt front, and then takes his place on the slab, ready to pitch again to Jackie Hayes. Swings around on the slab and pitches, and the hitter takes it high and inside for ball 1, or ball 2 rather. The count is 2 balls and 2 strikes. 2-2 the count. Now with the runner on the go, Hayes hits a powerful wallop down the left field line, just inside the foul line, hits the canvas, bounce back in. The runner is pulling up at second base, and the left fielder gets the ball and throws it into third. Well hit, and wasn't fair by more than 2 inches, but it was fair enough so that there was no squawk or complaint from the Red Sox players. A mighty well hit ball on a hit-run play down the left field line for 2 bases by Jackie Hayes, scoring Appling from first base. Jackie himself is on second now. Nobody out. 2 runs home in the second inning. White Sox now leading Boston 2-0, and the Red Sox are starting to warm up another pitcher in the right field bullpen. Russell gets ready. Pitches, and Dykes fouls this one high into the second deck above and to the right of the plate for strike 1. Stops to use the rosin bag for a moment, then walks slowly back onto the slab. Dykes back in there at third base today after rest of nearly a week's duration, which he's already got those old tired legs. He is rested up, ready to go back in there once more. Dykes bunts the next one, and it's a bunt back to the pitcher who turns, sees that he can't get the man at third, so throws to first, and it's a perfect sacrifice. Russell to Potts by Dykes. Jimmy almost got that ball around to the right far enough to get it past Russell. He'd have had his beat, but it was just within reach of Russell, who fielded it very fast, and the sacrifice moves Hayes to third base. And he's on third with 1 out, 2 runs home in the second inning, and Luke Sewell, the White Sox catcher, is at bat. Sewell stops to dig in there at the plate, dig a
Cole breaks his right foot in the rear of the batter's box. Now faces Russell, who starts his wind-up infield, playing in. And the first pitch is inside across the waist for ball one. One ball called. Left side of the infield isn't quite into the grass. Right side almost into it. Russell's winding up once more. Throws, and Sewell swings to foul the ball into the stand, back into the right of the plate, lands in the second deck, down in front of us to our right. And it's 1-1, 1 ball and 1 strike on Sewell. One and one is the count. And the pitch is ready once more. Throws, and Sewell hits a bounder, an easy one right back at the pitcher, who gets it, throws the first after holding Appling at third, or Hayes at third base. And it's 2 out, and now Keene, White Sox pitcher, is at bat. I believe the pitcher warming up in the right field bullpen is Wilson. Binoculars show that 18, if I'm not mistaken. Keene now walks up to the plate. Also pitching hard here to get out of this without this other run scoring. It's on third base. He's got a pitch to the pitcher also. Winds up, throws, and Keene swings to foul the ball way back into the second deck to above and to the left of the plate. Well flanked by ushers, but a fan manages to sneak in between them and grab it right. No, the usher got it, didn't he? I thought the fan had it when he walked away. He looked as though he was holding something in his hand, but he wasn't. And the next pitch to Shug is wide for ball one, and the count is 1 ball and 1 strike. 1-1. Pitch goes back to finger the rosin bag again, walks slowly back onto the slab. Gets his sign, he starts to wind up. And throws, and Shug hits the slow bounder over the pitcher's head. Cronin comes in fast, gets it, throws to first, and Keene is out by not much more than a step for the third out, ending the second inning with 2 runs, 3 hits, 1 man left on base. And at the end of the second inning, the White Sox are leading the Red Sox by a score of 2-0. I wonder if all of you have yet obtained your 1936 Texaco scorebook. Especially you people who are out touring today, riding somewhere in your car when you stop for gas. I know you always look for the sign of the red star with the green T, meaning the Texaco station. So while you're in there, ask for a request card if you're in the Chicago area. And all you have to do there is to fill it out with your name and address, put a 1-cent stamp on the other side because it's already addressed to me, and mail it, and you'll get this book, which contains the official blanks for 17 full games. There's room for the official summaries and all that you need, same as we've used here in the press box for years. Full page of pictures of the Cubs and of the White Sox, also with their rosters and league schedules, and our complete scoring system with illustrations and explanations so that you can keep the score of these games that you see or hear, and then have those games to relive from that scorebook, from a practical scoring system that we've used for many, many years, to relive those games in nights and weeks and months and years to come. And here is the pitcher, Russell, at bat, and he swings the first ball pitch to him and fouls it on the ground over to the Sox dugout for strike 1. 1 strike on Russell. Kane rubs that ball up out there on the mound, gets ready to pitch to Jack again. Stands there getting his sign, starts his wind-up. Throws, and Russell takes a strike 2. It's over the inside corner about waist high. So it's 2 strikes on Jack. 2 strikes on Russell. She winds up once more, throws, and the hitter swings to foul the ball on the ground and rolls back into the left, back to the stands, and it's 2 strikes still on Jack Russell, the Red Sox pitcher at bat to start the third inning. Kane takes his time out there, getting ready to pitch. He's winding up and throws, and the hitter starts to swing, stops. The ball hits the bat, rolls out toward the pitcher. Kane comes in, gets it, throws to first, and Russell is out for the first out in the third inning. Jack tried to stop his swing after starting for that ball. The ball met the bat rather squarely, and dribbled out toward the pitcher about halfway out. Kane came in to get it and throw his man out at first. So it's 1 out in the 3rd inning for the Red Sox. And Cook, Dusty Cook, the Boston right fielder, is at bat.
The World Series is on the air. This is Ty Tyson broadcasting the play-by-play description of the 3rd game of the 1936 World Series from the Yankee Stadium, New York, through the networks of the National Broadcasting Company. The first 3 innings play-by-play will be described by Tom Manning of WTAM. The second 3 innings by Red Barber of WLW, and the last 3 by myself. But before the game starts, we wish to introduce to you at this time Warren Brown, sports expert of the Chicago Herald-Examiner. Warren Brown, thanks.
Thank you, Ty. The World Series this afternoon comes to the Yankee Stadium, the home of the American League champions. The first appearance of the players here in this 1936 World Series, which is now deadlocked at 1 game each for Yankees and Giants. I'm going to turn this over now to Tom Manning, who will give you the lineup and get us going for this 3rd game of the 1936 World Series.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This afternoon, of course, as Warren Brown told you, we are over at Yankee Stadium, an enormous structure. I'm going to give you just a bit of a picture of the field. Directly down the right field foul line, there is a little fence down there approximately 4 feet high. It is 296 feet to the corner. And then, of course, the wall slants off over in direct right field. It is 367 feet. In right center, about 407 feet. The wall is about 20 feet high. Directly from home plate through the pitcher's box out over second. Direct center field, in other words, is 461 feet. In direct left field, it is 415 feet, with a barrier out there about 4 feet high. And the same dimension as in right field, about 295 feet to the direct left field corner. Now here we have the lineup of the afternoon. Warming up down in front of us for the American League New York Yankees is Irving Bump Hadley. Heavy set boy, he's a right-hander. On the other side of home plate, that's Freddie Fitzsimmons, also a right-hander. That's what it looks like at the moment. Hadley for the Yankees and Fitzsimmons for the Giants. The lineup for the Giants: Moore, left field, Moore. Bartell, short, Bartell. Terry, first, Terry. Ox, right field, OTT. In center field, Ripple, Ripple. Behind the bat, Mancuso, Mancuso. At second base, Whitehead, Whitehead. At Major Kirk and Furman of the National League, Geisel and Summers of the American League are having a little conference about 20 feet on the third base side of home plate with Gehrig and Jackson. The photographers are leaving the field. Most of the New York Yankees, who are the home club today, they'll be wearing their white uniforms. Their uniform is striped in black. They have black caps on, black numerals, black stockings, and black caps. Today, the Giants, they have been wearing the white and blue uniform during the first two games. They will occupy the first base dugout. They'll have their gray road uniform trimmed in very bright blue. The conference is still going on as we gaze about the Yankee Stadium here. It's a three-decker, you know. They have the main floor, the mezzanine, and then the upper balcony. The open bleachers out there that seat upwards of around 15,000, 18,000 people. Every inch of that space has been jammed. It has been utterly impossible to procure a ticket here in New York for this particular game since day before yesterday. It's a complete sellout. As we gaze here from our lofty perch in the press box, you know, thousands of people are going to be able to see this ball game this afternoon free of charge. All the tenement houses are all the way from right field out through center and over and left. And thousands of those people are going to be standing in those windows, up on the roof, and on the fire escapes and so forth. They tell me that some of the occupants of those tenement houses are charging as high as $1 for that lofty perch. It's removed, of course. It's probably 800 feet away from home plate. But they don't care. They couldn't get in the park, and they're mighty happy that they're getting a glimpse of Yankee Stadium. There's a signal. Listen to the applause. The Yankees take the field.
was adjusting his paraphernalia. You know, the umpires wear their shin guard under their trousers and also their chest protector. They're in a very dangerous spot. One of the fine things of this game, nobody has received any particular injury, and the managers McCarthy and Terry are able to start the lineup that they started in the first game. Bump Hadley is out there now, and he tosses the first practice pitch to his catcher, Bill Dickey. Joe Moore, giant left fielder, who will lead off, left-hand batter, now walked out of the dugout, and there it is. Play ball. Moore is in the box. Hadley starts his windup, and the ball game is on. Here it is. A strike. He swings hard and misses. That was Joe Moore, left-hand batter, left fielder of the Giants, leading off this afternoon before this tremendous crowd here at Yankee Stadium. And the first pitch of Hadley is a swinging strike, the windup. There's a drive that's foul. Terrific drive down left field. It turns into the open boxes, and there's a scramble on for that old ball. Pushing each other around. A little bit cooler out here today, in spite of the fact that it's a very bright, ideal baseball day. It is just a little bit cooler than the day we had over at the Polo Grounds yesterday. It's ball one and strike one, and here's the pitch. It's ball two. 2-1 the count. Joe Moore, left field of the Giants, is first up. Strike two and ball one. 2-1. It's a base knock. It's a base hit. Moore is bounding first. Rolfe retrieves the ball, returns it to Lazzari at second. Joe Moore is safe at first, and the first hit of the afternoon. Boy, you can tell from the applause that went up then that there are plenty of Giant fans here in the Yankee Stadium this afternoon. That was a hard-hit ball that third baseman Red Rolfe dove for. He got his gloved hand on it, slowed it up a little bit, and the ball was retrieved by left fielder Powell. That's his first hit of the series, the first hit for Joe Moore. Bartell is up, he lays down a bunt. Hadley comes up with the ball, the play is at first, he is out. Dick Bartell laid the first ball down, a nice bunt to the first base side of the pitcher. Bump Hadley went over, picked it up with his gloved hand, juggled it a moment, then tossed to Gary. Bill Terry gets this round of applause, the manager of the Giants, Bill Terry. Boy, what enthusiasm we're having here. Fans are really all hopped up now with this World Series of 1936 at one game for the Giants and one for the Yanks. First inning, one man out. We have Moore on second and Bill Terry at bat. There's the stretch. Here it is. It's a strike. A beautiful curved ball tossed in there by Hadley, and Bill Terry kept his bat on his shoulder. Terry has had 4 base hits out of 9 trips to the plate in the series so far. Strike one on Bill Terry, a left-hand batter. Moore is on second, 1 out the pitch. Strike two. He swings. Bill Dickey dropped the ball. It rolled about 2 or 3 feet away, but Moore made no attempt to advance. Bill Terry is up, and Melvin Ott, a great favorite here in New York, just hanging around. Hadley, you know, is a right-hand pitcher. The stretch. It's strike two on Terry. There's a smash in the center field. DiMaggio coming in at the base hit. He has it. Here's the throw. Moore holds up at third base. That throw was cut off in the pitcher's box by Crosetti. That was a swooping line drive that went into medium center field. Joe DiMaggio came in fast, picked it up on the first hop, and now we have Moore on third base, Bill Terry on first, his 5th hit of the series. Melvin Ott coming up. Lou Gehrig has walked over to the pitcher's box and is uttering words of encouragement, I'm sure, to the Yankee pitcher, Bump Hadley. Bump goes back to the box, picks up the rosin bag, has his glove off. He's tossing the ball from one hand to another at the moment. Bill Dickey walks out in front of the plate. Melvin Ott steps into the batter's box, taps the hickory on the plate. Now he's pumping that old bat up and down, facing Hadley. There's the stretch. Terry on first, Moore on third, the pitch. It's outside. Ball one. Fans are still in expectancy for the moment now with runners on first and third. It's the first inning of this third ball game of the World Series. There's the stretch. Here it is. It's a bounding ball down short. Crosetti has it, steps on second, throws to first, a double play. There you have it. Hatch waving out there in the open bleachers. Fans here all giving the boys a big hand. That picture, you know, with Perry on first and Moore on third. Malvinot drove a bounding ball fairly fast down toward second base. Frank Cosetti, the Yankee shortstop, picked it up, ran over, tagged second base, whipped the ball over to Gehrig, and it was a double play executed like lightning. Yes, sir, that didn't take very long to get the Giants out of the way after they had men on first and third. That double play was disastrous and very well executed by Cosetti. Moore first up led off with a base knock. Bartell then laid down a sacrifice and was out Hadley to Gehrig. Bill Terry smacked that single into center field, putting Moore on third, and then Malvinot came up and hit into that double play. No runs and 2 hits for the Giants in the first inning. That's Buddy Fitzsimmons, right-hander. Stocky Bill Foy is in the box for the Giants, and Gus Mancuso will do the catching behind the bat. Frank Cosetti, right-hand batter, Yankee shortstop, will be first up. The umpire, of course, will allow the pitcher several extra warm-up tosses in the first inning, as they usually do. Mancuso whips that ball down to second, where it is taken by Whitehead to Bartell to Jackson, then back to Buddy Fitzsimmons. Cosetti is leaning on his bat now and picking the mire off his spikes with his hand. Now he's in the box, taps the bat on the plate. Fitzsimmons gets his signal. Now he's on the rubber, and here is the windup. It's Frank Cosetti, the pitch, strike. Strike one. Cosetti turned all the way around on his right toe and hitting that ball. Took a terrific cut at the first ball fixed. Again, we have Fletcher coaching at third, Earl Combs at first. Here's the pitch. Ball one, a curved ball that broke outside, and the count, ball one and strike one. Frank Cosetti, leadoff man for the New York Yankees in the last half of the first inning. No score as yet. Ball one and strike one. Third baseman Red Rolfe next. It's a strike. Ball. Strike two and ball one. Buddy Fitzsimmons with the sharp breaking curve ball that was fell high over the inside corner. It is now strike two and ball one. Fitzsimmons winds up. It's a high fly ball into right field. Ott is standing on the cinder track. Under it, he has it. One gone. Frank Cosetti leading off. Slide to Mellott in right field. Giants has played a bit of pepper as that ball was returned to the infield to Terry, and they shot it around the infield with the rapidity of lightning. One gone, nobody on. Red Rolfe. Yankee third baseman, left-hand batter. In the batter's box with one out and nobody on. Here's the pitch. It's a ball. That was a curved ball that broke just a little bit outside. Gus Mancuso caught the ball with his glove hand only. There's the stretch and the windup. Ball two. That was a fastball that missed the outside corner of the plate, and the count on Red Rolfe. Ball two. Last half of the first inning. One gone. Nobody on. Coming. Ball three. That was too low. Over the plate, but too low. And Rolfe, with the count 2-0, stuck his bat out as if to lay down a bunt, throwing Jackson in, but he pulled the bat away, and the count is 3-0. Fitzsimmons now is tossing that ball into his gloved hand. Now the windup. It's a strike. The old automatic strike. Fastball right down the alley, felt high, and with the count 3-0, Rolfe took it, and now it is 3-1. It is strike two. But he didn't have any hooks on that one. Just a fast one right down the center. The count is 3-2. 3-2 the count. Mellott is playing pretty deep for Rolfe. Playing almost out to the wall, about 20 feet in front of the wall out there. Pretty close to the line, as it were. 3-2, here it is. The bounding ball down first. Terry takes it. Terry runs for the bag, steps on it to put out unassisted. 2 men out, nobody on. Here comes Joe DiMaggio to bat. Joe's a right-hand batter. The outfielder's moving back a little bit for Joe. What a brilliant catch that was to win that ball game yesterday. That ball that was hit there by Lieber yesterday was easily 450 or 60 feet from home plate. 483 feet out to the center field barrier. He wasn't very far from there. Those familiar with the Polo Grounds, it was right at the edge of the steps leading up to the dressing room. Ready to pitch now with 2 outs. Last half of the first, nobody on, no score. The windup, DiMaggio. It's a strike. Nice curve ball that broke over the outside corner for a called strike. There's the signal, the windup. DiMaggio bats. It's a strike called. I believe DiMaggio was waiting for a fast ball inside that time. At least he looked like he was a little bit further removed from the plate, but he got a hook, and the count is strike 2. Here it is. Ball 1. DiMaggio took almost a half swing at that one, changed his mind as the ball broke outside, and the count is strike 2 and ball 1. Fitzsimmons on the rubber and the windup. It's a fly ball in back of second base. Whitehead backing up under it. Whitehead has it. That's all for the Yankees in the first inning. No runs, no hits, and no errors. Cozzetti first up, wide to Mella. Walt was out. Terry unassisted, and DiMaggio plays a pop fly in back of second base, and it was taken by Whitehead. No runs, no hits, and no errors. At the end of the first inning, the Giants have 2 hits. Of course, the Yankees have none. Into the first half of the second, and Ripple, who has replaced Lieber out in center field against the right-hand pitching of Hadley, will lead off. Jim Ripple. Boy, Lieber hit several balls pretty hard yesterday. Jimmy Ripple with big number 23 on his back. Umpire Major Chris now is walking out there, has asked for the ball for a moment, wants to give that ball an inspection, and Bump Hadley tosses it in there to Dickey. Dickey tosses it to Major Kirk, takes a look at it. It's okay, tosses it back to Dickey, who in turn shoots it out to Hadley. Ripple, Jimmy Ripple, a left-hand batter, steps into the batter's box. Dickey squats down. The umpire takes his position behind the catcher, a wind-up, and we're off. Ball 1, a curved ball that was inside. Jimmy Ripple stepping away from the plate and taking it. First half of the second inning, no score as yet. Giants batting, and Ripple is up. There's a long drive, high and far into right center field with Selkirk and DiMaggio going over. Selkirk has it. Ripple, slide high to George Selkirk in right center field. Gus Mancuso coming up. Gus has a lot of friends here in New York. Hundreds of them are giving him a little hand clapping as he steps to the plate, hollering, "Come on, Gus." First half of the second inning, 1 out and nobody on. Hadley pitching for the Yanks and Dickey catching. The windup. The foul over in back of first base. Strike 1. Quite a scramble on for that ball. Umpire has tossed out a new ball. Hadley has it now, rubbing it up a little bit. Gus Mancuso at bat, the count strike 1. Here it is. Strike 2. Gus took a swing at that one and missed, and the count is 2-0. Hadley, a right-hander. Starts his windup, and here it is. Outside. Ball 1. And the count on Mancuso. Strike 2 and ball 1. And Yankee infielders Gehrig, Lazzeri, Cozzetti, and Walt. 1 man out. First half of the second inning. Nobody on. Mancuso is up. Strike 2, ball 1. There's a drive out to DiMaggio in center. He's coming in under it. DiMaggio takes it. Mancuso lined out to DiMaggio in short left center field. 2 out, nobody on. Burgess Whitehead, Giant second baseman, coming up. Standing there now with the bat knocking the dirt off his shoes. Now into the batter's box. First half of the second inning. No score as yet. 2 out and nobody on. Hadley winding up. It's a foul strike. Whitehead attempted to get out of the way of that pitch. It was coming right at his head. As he ducked away, it accidentally hit his bat, rolled over toward the Giant dugout, and it's a foul, strike 1. Curveball has failed to catch the inside corner, and the count is ball one and strike one. Ball one, strike one. As it drives to right field, it's curving foul. It is foul. Foul by about 10 yards down in the right field corner. And the count is strike two and ball one. First half of the second inning, 2 men out. Umpire Major Kurtz. Major's getting a new supply of baseballs. Mascot goes up and assists him, and now ready to go again. First half of the second, 2 out, nobody on. Here we are. Another foul. That one is upstairs into the laps of the spectators. Strike two and ball one. Caddy looking out towards center field at the moment. Now back on the rubber. Strike two and ball one, the windup. There's a bounding ball down to Lazzari. Lazzari has it, the toss. He's out. Burgess Whitehead making the third out of the inning. A ground ball that was taken by Lazzari to Gehrig. No runs, no hits, and no errors. Triple first up, slide to right, Mancuso flies to center, and Whitehead out second to first. There's not an available inch of space here at Yankee Stadium this afternoon. Those who missed our opening description have been trying to get tickets, I believe, for several days here for the opening game in Yankee Stadium. Thousands and thousands of folks from nearby cities to New York could not get in on account of their work during the first two games, have all flooded into New York City, and are trying frantically to get tickets for today and tomorrow's game. The next three games will be played here at Yankee Stadium, and then, of course, the teams will move back to the Polo Grounds. Lou Gehrig, the mighty Lou Gehrig, a great favorite here in New York, will lead off for the Yankees in the last half of the second. Sonny Fitzsimmons, right-hander, winds up on the pitch. Strike call. That was a slow, fading curveball that broke on the inside corner. Gehrig stepping away and taking it. They've been feeding Gehrig slow, sweeping curves all through the series. Here it is. It's a strike. It's a strike call. Apparently, Gehrig was waiting for another slow curveball, but Fitz tossed him up, and he burnt one right through the center. Seemed to have Gehrig a bit off balance. The count is 2-0. The windup and the pitch. It's a foul. Back. Count remains strike two. Yankee catcher Bill Dickey in the extra batter's box there, waiting to come up next. This is eyeing Gehrig plenty with a count strike two. He leads off, you know. Here's the pitch. It's strike two. Ball one. Almost over the catcher's head. And the count on Gehrig is strike two and ball one. Just imagine, if you will, the hearts of these New Yorkers here in this World Series having to take their choice between Gehrig and the Giants. The pitch, it's a ball. Strike two and ball two. 2-2. Not uncommon for them to be unable to make up their minds to take a choice of their favorite in this series. Both teams from New York. Strike two and ball two. This is getting his signal. Starts his windup 2-2. Coming. There's a long drive at foul. Roar from the crowd. Gehrig got a hold of that one and drove it high up in the upper stand. Out there in foul territory in right field. And the count is strike two, ball two. Gehrig leading off, first man up in the last half of the second inning. Nobody has scored as yet. Here's the windup, 2-2. There it goes, a long slant deep in the center field. Way up, going. A home run! A home run! Lou Gehrig with that count, ball two and strike two. This with that crowd. Was a smash. There was nothing fluky about that one. As I said, going. It went high up over the sign out there, 407 feet away, and Lou Gehrig smiling and trotting around the bag. He touched first, he touched second, he touched third at home plate, and then dropped his cap to the thousands upon thousands of people here in the Yankee Stadium. And they're off. It's a ball game, and they're full of enthusiasm now. 1-0 in favor of the American League. Dickey at bat, the pitch. It's a ball one. Fastball, and it was too high. Boy, that was a smash, I'll tell you. That was knocked down in that short right field corner. So it was high over that 400-foot sign out in deep right center field. That barrier out there is about 20 feet high. The pitch, ball 2. That was a fastball outside. Bill Dickey watched it go by, and the count is 2-0. Oh, man. Nobody out. Last half of the second inning, and Bill Dickey at bat. Will he hit or not? It's 2-0. The pitch. Ball 3. That was a curve ball, a sharp breaking curve that just barely missed the outside corner, and the count on Bill Dickey is ball 3. We have George Selkirk coming up next. Bill Dickey, left-hand batter, 3-0. Here it is. Strike called. That's the old automatic strike with a count. 3-0. Now it's 3-1. What a day, what a game, what a crowd. 3-1 coming. Ball 4. That was a fast ball. It was a bit too high. And now Dickey has a base on ball. Trotting down to first, and George Selkirk is coming up. George Selkirk, a left-hand batter. George knocks the dirt off his shoes, steps into the batter's box, taps the bat on home plate. He eyes the pitcher, and we're about ready to go. Blue ball has been tossed out. Selkirk, a left-hand batter, is up. Fitzsimmons takes a stretch. Dickey on first, It's a high foul ball near home plate. Mancuso under it. He has it. Selkirk fouled out to Mancuso. That ball was hit directly up over home plate. Jake Powell coming up. Jake Powell, right-hand batter. Jake has been quite a star in the series so far. Both teams have sat, having made 5 hits out of 7 trips to the plate. Jake Powell steps into the batter's box, 1 gone, and Bill Dickey on first. 1-0 in favor of the American League Yankees. The result of that home run by Gehrig. Here's the stretch and the pitch. It's a bounding ball down second. Bartell crosses to Whitehead. Whitehead to Gehrig. Double play. That was a double play. And what happened in the second inning, Gehrig first up, smacked a home run 400 feet over a 20-foot high barrier. Dickey walked. Selkirk fouled out to the catcher, and Powell hit into a double play. Bartell to Whitehead to Terry. 1 run, 1 hit, and no error.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the United States. This is George Hicks, the National Broadcasting Company. This is the World Series of 1937. We're speaking from our box directly behind home plate on the lip of the third tier at Yankee Stadium in New York City. But you fans don't need to have me tell you what this is all about. It's the New York Yankees, world champions of 1936, again tennis winners this year in the American League, versus the New York Giants, National League champions of 1937, and for the World Championship in baseball. And this is the 5th World Series since the beginning in 1905 between the 2 New York teams. Well, we've been in our chairs here since 11 a.m. this morning. Now 1:15. The bleachers, bending in an irregular curve from middle left field around to middle right, were packed solid on our arrival this morning. And the third tier of moderate-priced reserve seats were also packed at that time, except the extreme tips at left and right field, and now they're filling up. The expensive boxes in first layer tier are now filled practically, except for the last moment arrivals. There must easily be 50,000 or a little more here now before game starts, and they're still pouring in. NBC has its baseball experts manning the microphones. Tom Manning, the NBC sports announcer from Cleveland, one of the best. Well, he'll describe the first half of the game. Beside him is Red Barber, star sports announcer from station WLW in Cincinnati. Both, by the way, are red-headed. So remember, when the action gets hot, these 2 red-headed flashes will be throwing the words at you. And with him is Warren Brown, the friendly and wise ball expert, sports editor of the Chicago Herald-Examiner. He'll give you the expert opinions, the inside facts that only he knows. So much for what's to come. Right now, the Yanks are just potting in off the diamond. The caretakers are out with their rakes and the chalk lines, the manicuring, which goes on just before the game starts. It's just about 10 minutes now. The photographers are flashing bulbs at the first row box seats where all the celebrities are seated. It's so muggy today, incidentally, that they're using flash bulbs. The Giants are now coming into their dugout. The weather is humid. Whether this is October 6th or not, perspiration is running off our faces, and the bleachers are in shirt sleeves, making that white background. It rained last night here in New York, but now the sky is a pale blue with those low, steamy clouds breaking and floating right over our heads, and the pennants up on top of the horseshoe. But boy, it's thick and it's hot out here. But I'm sure it won't rain. Mayor LaGuardia is here. Oh, Mickey Cochran, the old Mike of Detroit, looking fit again, and the babe, Gino. He was wiping his face a moment ago in a blue serge suit. Sits in a box right down below us beside the Yankee dugout. With him is Mrs. Ruth and his daughter, Jacob Rupert. Genial, handsome, smiling with Mayor LaGuardia. Mr. Rupert stood and shook hands with the babe while the photographers took their pictures. Cheers and excitement. The comments running like fire through the stands have been egging us on since noon when the audience follows DiMaggio, Gehrig, Dickey, Selkirk, Moore, and Ott, all the sluggers as they drop their long drives into either left or right field stands. The Giants today are the visitors. They're in gray with bright azure blue caps, blue shirt sleeves and socks. The Yanks in white with dark blue caps and socks. The crowd got a terrific howl a few moments ago when Gomez put a long punch into the right field stand. At batting practice about 12:30, when the Giants came in, Hubble got a fine hand when he came to bat, but the best he could do was to ground to the infield. The crowd also cheered young Jack McCarthy, first baseman of the Giants, when he put several long drives into right field stand. They said, well, look at who we got here, as much as to say, well, this boy is right up there with Gehrig and DiMaggio. A quarter of a mile away, on the top of the apartment roofs, which are jagged in modernistic style, are the apartment roof galleryites, who pay no ticket and who get a very much of a bird's eye view of the entire scene. Hub is now down behind home plate on the Giants side, warming up, taking his time, wipes his head with his shirt sleeve, puts his old left arm across, and there's the ball. Gomez is doing the same thing on the Yankee side. Photographers are squatted around them, and the caretakers are now laying out their chalk marks around home plate and the batter's boxes. The band is playing in center field. We pause for a moment for the loudspeaker announcement, which said for the people in the aisles to please take their seats. It's just minutes now before the beginning of history in baseball for 1937. The green stands are packed, red, white, and blue bunting on all sides, excitement growing, and now that's the general scene. Let's get down to what this really means. Beside me is Warren Brown that I spoke to you about. Warren, come on and give us the facts about 1937.
All right, George, this is really the most exciting series, or I anticipate that it will be the most exciting series of the sort of a traditional rivalry that has grown up between the New York Giants and the New York Yankees. As you have been told, or perhaps know already, this is the fifth meeting between these two clubs. They met for the first time in 1921. And baseball history of sorts has been made since then. In 1921, for example, there was no Yankee Stadium. Both of the New York clubs played in the Polo Grounds, which is across the Harlem River. In the 1921 series, the New York Giants were tops in baseball. John McGraw was leading them, and they were a fiery baseball club. In my judgment, the club that Bill Terry is sending out on the field this afternoon is the best New York club since the heyday of McGraw. In that 1921 series, the games were played on the basis of 5 out of 9 rather than the 4 out of 7, which had existed in earlier years and which has been brought back into play now. In that 1921 series, the Giants won 5 and the Yankees won 3. The following year, 1922, the Giants won again, and they won 4 games. The Yankees didn't win any. That was the return to the 4 out of 7 as far as the Giants and Yankees were concerned. The Yankees started to get going in 1923, which was the third successive year that Yankees and Giants played in the World Series. And the thought strikes me now as I've looked at these 2 pennant races in the National and American League that maybe we're back to those old days again. The Giants and Yankees won last year, and they won again this year, having proven conclusively in their respective leagues that they were far and away the best ball clubs in those leagues. So it is quite possible that we may have another stretch of 3 years, or possibly more, of these all-New York series, the Subway Series as they call them. In 1923, when the Yankees won the World Championship from the Giants, they won 4, and the Giants won 2. After that, the Yankees fell apart a little bit, and it took them a little while to rebuild until they came back stronger than ever. The Giants won another pennant in 1924, but they didn't have the Yankees as their opponents in the World Series that year. Thus it was we came into 1936 before the 2 clubs met again. And, of course, we will all remember that the Yankees won a really sensational series here last year, 4 games out of 6. Summing up then, we find that down through these 4 series that have been played to date, the Giants have won 13 games, and the Yankees have won 11, which seems to me to bring the 2 teams very close. In a sense, then, this series, which begins today, being the 5th, is a rubber series. Unless, of course, we figure that they're going to keep right on going again next year. These meetings between the Giants and the Yankees have been productive of some sensational baseball, some very colorful things. Some of the strangest things that have ever happened in World Series play have happened when the Giants were meeting the Yankees. It was in one of these series that we had the famous episode in which a plate umpire declared that it was dark when very few people in the park thought it was dark, with the result that the Commissioner Landis, to whom the decision of the umpire came as much of a stunning surprise as to anybody else, decided to give the money that was spent for those tickets to charity. That was one of the more famous incidents of this Giant Yankee series. There were a lot of strange plays and a lot of sensational plays. But that's almost enough for the past. Let us get to the present. Looking at the lineups today, which the loudspeaking system is about to give you, perhaps I should pause and let you hear that.
For the Giants,
pitchers and the catchers and the umpires. Gomez versus Hubble, which we've been expecting this meeting between the 2 representative left-handers of their respective leagues. As I look through the batting orders and the lineups of the 2 teams, I find one thing that must be of interest to far-off California. I notice that the New York Yankees in their starting lineup have no less than 5 out of their 9 ball players come from California. Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem. native sons of California. On the Yankee side are Gomez, the pitcher, Frank Crosetti, the shortstop, Tony Lazzari, the second baseman, perhaps the greatest of them all, Joe DiMaggio, the center fielder, and Merle Hogue, the left fielder. Against them on the Giants side is only Dick Bartell, representing California. And this is not a plug for my native state or anything like that, but it is just an interesting sidelight. As we look at the game now, which is almost to begin, it seems to me that the Giants come into this series as a stout defensive club, a good-spirited club with fine pitching and a modicum of power. The Yankees, of course, are the powerhouse with also good pitching. If anything, their pitching is on a par with the Giants. In a sense, it seems to me that we are going to look at, starting this afternoon, a World Series in which we will have the famous test that we've long awaited between the irresistible force and the immovable object. And now it seems to me that it's almost time for us to hear from my friend Tom Manning of Cleveland. All right, Tom.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. That round of applause is for the New York Yankees, the winners of the pennant in the American League. Their opponents this afternoon in this World Series will be the New York Giants of the National League. Running over the lineup again for you rapidly. Out on the field at the moment, the Yankees. Frank Crosetti at short will lead off. Fred Rolfe at third base will bat second. And that sensational Joe DiMaggio in center field will bat third. At first base will be the Iron Horse, Lou Gehrig. The catcher will be Bill Dickey. In left field for the Yanks, Merle Hogue. In right field, George Selkirk. Tony Lazzari. The veteran second baseman will be at the Keystone sack for the American League entry, and the Keystone sack for the American League entry, and the pitcher, as Warren Brown told you, will be Lefty Gomez. For the Giants, Bill Terry sort of outguessed the boys today. There are several changes. Joe Moore in left field, Dick Bartell at short, Mel Vermont at third base, Hank Lieber in right field, Ripple. Hank Lieber will be in center field and Ripple will be in right field. Lieber in center, Ripple in right. McCarthy at first base, Mancuso catch, Whitehead second base, Hubble pitch. Umpire Red Ormsby behind the bat. The American League umpire adjusted his mask. Bill Dickey squats down, and the first hitter is Joe Moore. Joe Moore is the left-hand batter, the left fielder of the Giants. Lefty Gomez now is kicking the dirt around the rubber, and the pomp and ceremony is over. The boys are down in earnest now, fighting for this championship. The signal, the wind-up, and the series is on. Strike ball. A fast ball came right down the old alley. Joe Moore took a look at it, stepped away from the plate, and the first pitch of the 1937 World Series is a called strike on Joey Moore. Strike, he swings, strike two. It's a pounding ball down first. Gehrig has it. He runs to the bag to put out unassisted. Joe Moore is out. Gehrig unassisted. One man down in the first inning of this first game of the World Series. And little Dick Bartell, right-hand hitter, shortstop of the Giants, is next. He's a little fellow, but he can hit that ball with a far corner. Dick is 29 years old. This year he batted .306. Lefty Gomez. The pitch. It's a foul back against the screen. Red Ormsby, the American League umpire, tosses out a new ball to Bill Dickey. You know, Bill Dickey is one of the tallest catchers ever to come into the major leagues. And what a catcher. First inning, one man out, nobody on. Lefty Gomez. Ball, it's too high. That was a fastball, very high, and the count on Dick Bartell, ball one and strike one. First inning, one man out, nobody on. Here's the pitch. Inside, ball two. Lefty Gomez trying to keep that ball inside for Dick Bartell. He has the outfield, moves over just a little bit toward right field. Left, center, and right field are playing over a bit. Has a base hit. Just behind the bag, down the left field corner. It turns off the wall the inside corner of the plate with Melvinot stepping back. First inning, one man out. Dick Bartell on first. Melvinot, left-hand batter, is in the box. Ball 2. A slow, sweeping curveball that missed the outside corner, and the count on Mel is 1-1. George Hicks told you it's kind of a dark day, much to the advantage of Gomez. It's a high, foul ball going in the boxes over and back of third base, and it's strike 2. Strike 2 and ball 1. Very, very few vacant seats upstairs. The last 2 tiers, and in the mezzanine, the last tier and a half, and on the main floor, just the last tier. The same thing is prevalent in the right field corner. The pitch. It's a high fly ball, infield. Lou Gehrig under it. He has it. 2 out. Dick Bartell on first. And Hank Lieber coming up. Hank Lieber will be in center field this afternoon. Jimmy Ripple in right field and Joe Moore in left field. It was thought for a while that Chiozzi might play center field for the Giants, but that has been changed, and Lieber will be in center. Here it is. Ball 1. Fastball was over, but just a little bit too high. Hank Lieber bats him right-handed. It's the first inning. 2 out. Dick Bartell on first. It's a foul back. The hit and run was on that time. Dick Bartell was off with lefty Gomez motion. Ran all the way down to second base. And now he trots back. The umpires, Ormsby behind the bat. Morris at first. Steve Basil is at second. And Bill Stewart umpiring at third. Of course, the umpires will shift around each day. Rotate. All right. The count on Lieber is strike 1. Ball 1. Strike 2. Makes a mighty swing. He wasn't fooling on that one. Swung hard and missed it. And the count is strike 2 and ball 1. The Giants, being the visiting club today, batting first. 2 men out. Bartell on first. Here it is. Inside. Lefty Gomez thought he had a corner on that one, but it was inside, and the count is strike 2 and ball 2. DiMaggio and Selkirk are playing plenty deep. 2-2 coming. Strike 3. Strike 3. Hard and no run. 1 hit and no errors. Quite a ball game, Warren. Come in.
Yes, Tom, and the noticeable thing in that first half inning was the respect that the Giants evidently have for the throwing arms of these Yankee outfielders. That ball that Bartell hit over third base was normally one on which he would try for second base, but he made his round of first and half-heartedly and then turned back to first. They evidently have heard that the arms of Hogue and DiMaggio and that Yankee outfield can throw that ball around. The other noticeable thing to which I think we might as well refer now is that the rains of last night have slowed down this field to a considerable extent. I noticed that as the boys run around out there, they're digging up large sort of divots in the turf, and I'm afraid that there will not be any too much speed shown until the place dries out a little. And as the sun is now coming out strong, it probably will be dry and, as they say, at the track fast before the afternoon is over. Gomez, in striking out Lieber to end the inning, departed from his orthodox fashion of firing that ball through there. The last strike was slowed up, and it threw Lieber completely off his stride, and it was an interesting pitch. All right, Tom, here's the first hitter.
Might keep this in mind. Brennan and Gumbert drawn out the right field bullpen to warm up. It'll be Carl Hubbell, you know, left-hander in the box for the Giants. Carl has won 22 and lost 8. 33 years old, long, lanky left-hander. The first hitter will be Frank Rossetti. Played the windup. Ball 1. A hook ball was low inside. Rossetti wiggling around up there, stepped away, took it, and the count is 1-0. Red Rolfe, the Yankee third baseman, will be next. Hubbell bending over now. He's taking just a little bit of time. He always starts out rather slow, and then long about the fourth inning, peps it up a little. Ball 1, inside. And the count is 2-0. On that giant infield is Mel out at third base, Dick Bartell at short, Burgess Whitehead at second, and Johnny McCarthy at first. box, and Mancuso doing the catch. Rossetti up, the count, ball 2. The pitch. Strike, ball. A burning fastball right down the old alley, about belt high. Frankie Rossetti jumping away from the plate. But Ormsby called it, and the count is ball 2 and strike 1. A lot of pepper on that giant infield for the moment. Outside, and it's ball 3. Ball 3 and strike 1. That count, ball 2 and strike 1. Hummel tried to come in there with a sweeping curveball over the outside, making Rossetti reach for it, but he refused. Ball was outside, and it's ball 3 and strike 1. No score as yet. Frank Rossetti, first man up for the Yankees in the last half of the first inning. When he gets that outfield, it's Joe Moore in left, Hank Lieber in center, Jimmy Ripple in right. Ball 3 and strike 1. Rossetti, right-hander up. Outside, ball 4, and Rossetti walks. Coming up now, we have Brett Rolfe. Peppery, third baseman. Ransom, left-handed. The Yankee uniforms are white. The home uniform white, the blue stripe, about an inch apart. They're wearing navy blue jerseys, blue caps, blue stocks. The NY, of course, on the top of their cap. Carl Hubbell, giant pitcher with a left-hander, takes a stretch, a peek at first. Here it is. It's in there, a called strike. Nice sharp breaking curveball that Medrose started to dart away from. It broke over the heart of the plate for a called strike. Joe DiMaggio will be next. Rossetti has a big lead. There's a play at first. No go. Just to let him know that you're in there. Hubbell tossing that ball over with not any great amount of effort. Strike 1 to count. It's outside. Sharp breaking curveball was plenty low and outside. Gus Mancuso jumping over for it. That evens the count on Rolfe. Ball 1 and strike 1. There's the stretch. Peek over to first. There's a play at first. Not even close. Rossetti getting back fast. Hubbell wasn't burning that ball over to Johnny McCarthy, just letting Rossetti know that he's in there. Ball 1 and strike 1 coming. It's outside and low. Hubbell shook his head a little on that. Mancuso turned around and talked to Ormsby. Burgess Whitehead, the second baseman, has walked in from his spot, yelling something at Hubbell. Hubbell picks up the rosin bag now. Now he's kicking the dirt around on the top of the rubber there. Is playing pretty deep third base. Hit runners on. It's a fly ball and back at third base. And it's 2-2. That's at least a glimpse of what Joe McCarthy, the manager of the Yankees, might be doing in this series. Instead of getting that sacrifice and playing for the 1 run, that count ball 2 and strike 1, put the hit and run on. Earl Combs coaching at first, Arnie Fletcher at third. The count is ball 2, strike 2. Rossetti on first, result of a base on balls and nobody out. Hubbell pitching. 2-2, over to first base. Tossed over there with sort of nonchalantly. Third time he's tossed over there with no particular speed on that toss from the box. Here it is. Smacked outside, foul ball. Fans jumped to their feet then. That was a very hard smash. The ball turned all the way around on. Pulled it a little bit too much. It landed about 2 yards outside the first base cushion. One of the boys that'll bear a lot of watching in this short Blue Ribbon Classic will be Johnny McCarthy, who will replace manager Bill Terry at first base. Ed Rolfe is in there with the count ball 2 and strike 2. And Rossetti on first, nobody out. Here comes strike 3. Strike 3. That count 2-2. Rolfe seemed to lead the forward part of the batter's box. pitcher. One man out. Frankie Cosetti on first. And the great Joe DiMaggio. Joe, 22 years old. He hit .346 this year. Led both leagues with home runs. Strike. DiMaggio makes a fighting cut from way back on that one. Got a hold of that ball. He just certainly knocked it out of the county, Warren. Last half of the first inning of this first game of the World Series. One man out. Frankie Cosetti on first and taking an exceptionally long lead. There's a puck over to first, Loco. A little faster that time. Frankie Cosetti is a pretty wiry little boy when he gets on the bases. Strike one on Damage. Strike two. Oh, boy, did that Hubble have a lot of stuff on that baby. It was outside. Didn't look for a moment as though it had a chance of cutting in, but it twisted over the heart of the plate. Apparently fooling Joey on that one. Joe was up there with a toe hold. Now it's strike two. Outside, a pitch out, a puck to first. No go. Cosetti was heads up that time, and he came into left bag, sliding and sliding hard. Bit of inside baseball by Mancuso, calling for that pitch out. Deal Mother, that's a signal to the pitcher that the runner on the base might be cut. So the catcher signals for the pitcher to throw the ball wide of the plate, getting the batter out of the way so he can make a play at first. That's the term of a pitch out. Is that right, Mr. Warren Brown? Something wrong with that ball out there. Frankie Cosetti asked Ormsby to take a look at it. But the disgust of Mr. Hubble, instead of throwing it in, he rolled it in on the ground. The umps took a look at it, tossed it out. Now we've got to do it. Last half of the first inning, one man out. Frank Cosetti is on first. Joe DiMaggio is up. Strike two and ball one. Now being Lou Gehrig next the pitch. The bounding ball in the base hit. Throw it out in the left field. The ball out there is retrieved by Joey Moore. Joey takes to Whitehead at second, holding Cosetti at second base. A base hit. North Joe, Lou DiMaggio. That was a ground ball that Calvinat stole for, but just missed it. It rolled on out to left field, where it was retrieved by Joey Moore. Frank Cosetti was fast and had no chance at all of going to third base. Joey Moore, after he rounded the bag, flipped the ball to Whitehead at second, but Cosetti gets back. Now we have Lou Gehrig coming up. Gehrig, bats him left-handed. Lou's been hitting .353 this season, and he's 33 years old. Hasn't missed a ball game since the Lord knows when. Hubble pitching. There it is. Fadeaway curveball. Missed the outside corner. And it's ball one. Frank Cosetti is on second. Joe DiMaggio on first. Just a couple of Italian boys that know something about this game called baseball. Gehrig hitting. Here it is. A long drive, high and far out, but not going too far away. Hank Lieber is under it, and he has it. Returns the ball to Burgess Whitehead. Cosetti holding second. DiMaggio holding first. Gehrig got a hold of that ball, but the confines of this Yankee Stadium, are plenty long, and the boys took that ball out there, not quite out to the center track. Let me give you the figures on this field. It's 301 feet to the left field corner. Then direct left field is 402 feet. Directly in center field is 461. Right center is 407. And on the line in left field is 296 feet. Of course, it branches out within 30 or 40 feet of that. It's 344 feet back. Right now we have two men out. And Bill Dickey at bat, the catcher, left-hand batter. Outside, ball one. Kyle Hubble leaning almost back to second base before he cut loose for that ball. Apparently he's trying to keep that ball over the lower outside corner for Bill Dickey. Dick Bartell has moved over toward the second base cushion. Strike, ball. Ball one, strike one. Frank Cosetti on second. Joe DiMaggio on first, two men out. Walt struck out. Gehrig flies to Lieber in center field. left-hander is in the box for the Giants. Ball one, strike one. Takes a look at second base. Here it is. Strike two, a tip foul that you could perhaps hear. That's Mancuso making the catch of the ball, and the count is strike two and ball one. Holy smoke, there's a lot of excitement here at Yankee Stadium. The folks have been waiting, you know. Just 12 months for this classic. Down on Bill Dickey now is strike two and ball one. Outside, and the count is 2-2. Merle Holt, who is playing out in left field against the southpaw shoots of Carl Hubble, is next. The other left fielder is Jakey Powell. Ball two and strike two. Hubble takes a stretch. It is tip foul. Dickey swung over that ball, landed right near home plate. Umpire whips out a new ball. The Giants smack it around that infield with the rapidity of lightning. Malott, Dick Bartell, the Whitehead to McCarthy, and then back to the pitcher Hubble. The Giant outfield is Joe Moore in left, Hank Lieber in center, and Jimmy Ripple in right. DiMaggio on first, Rossetti on second, 2 out, Dickey batting. Ball two, strike two. Coming. Ball three. A burning fastball. Drove Bill Dickey away from the plate. Hasn't had so much on it that it brought a great groan from the crowd. What's the attendance for? Someone over 60? Give me the figures on the attendance just as soon as they're made available to us. Full count of 3-2. The runners will be off for the pitch. There they go, and here it is. The fly ball going out into deep center field. Hank Lieber running back under it, and he has it. That's all for the Yankees in the first inning. No runs, 1 hit, 1 base on balls, and no errors. Now, radio friends, we pause briefly for station identification.
The NBC booth in the Yankee Stadium, and the thought that strikes me after watching the Yankees' first attempt at Carl Hubble's pitching in this game is that Hub has been a little bit wild, to the extent that he's been 3-2 on most of these hitters. He's been working that ball towards the corners there, pitching very carefully, for the simple reason that it is not a good judgment to get that ball any too good for these Yankee hitters. While he was hit for 1 base hit, the one that Joe DiMaggio splashed past Mellott at third base, that was a sort of a soggy hit, and it wasn't hit with the authority that we are accustomed to watch when the Yankees really get a hold of the ball. So far in the ball game, it has been mostly one of defense, with the Yankees furnishing the principal threat, of which, as you know now, nothing came. All right, Tom, it looks like the hitter's up here, so let's have him.
Well, it'll be Jimmy Ripple, the Giant right fielder. We've completed the first inning without any score. 1 hit apiece. Carl Hubble has issued 1 base on balls. So far, Lefty Gomez has issued no bases on balls. Jimmy Ripple leading off. Jimmy's left-hand hitter, the right fielder of the Giants. Here we go. Ball one. That was a fastball that Gomez had in there, but it was just a little bit too low. Johnny McCarthy will be next. Foul ball up and back at third base. Ball one, strike one. Yes, Jimmy broke his bat hitting that ball. That's what he did, and he's walking slowly over toward the Giant dugout to get a new one. One thing that the ball players just hate to do is to break their bats. Tell me, Warren, how'd that ever start?
What is that?
Well, this broken bat that sort of burns the boys out.
Well, that's just one of those superstitions that come along in baseball, like somebody who started a hit by wearing their pants long. You know, they used to pull them all up in the old days. One fellow started in like Cal Simmons or somebody like that with his pants down loose, and now pretty nearly everybody does.
Ready to go again. Ball one and strike one. Ripple hitting. Has a long smash going out to left field. Merle Hogue waiting for it. He has it. Jimmy Ripple with the count, ball one and strike one. Fly to Merle Hogue in medium left field. Johnny McCarthy. a regular with the Giants. They like him here in New York. He's getting a nice hand. He steps into the batter's box. He bats and throws left-handed. Lefty Gomez. Outside, ball one. It's awful muggy and awful dark here at the moment. Little wind blowing in from the northwest. There's a smash right at Lazzeri, and he makes the catch. He looked at the umpire. The umpire, Steve Basil, waved that it was a unassisted put-out. Looked as though Tony just barely got his glove underneath that ball. A terrific line smash right at Tony's feet. He held the ball up, and Steve Basil waved out that Tony Lazzeri made the catch. 2 out. Nobody on. First half of the second inning. Thanks, George. Gus Mancuso up. Strike call. Gus is 31 years old. This season he batted 279. At Yankee outfield, Hogan left, DiMaggio center, Selkirk right. The pitch at the ball, low and inside, ball one, and strike one. The windup. There's a long smash to the right center field. Selkirk going over fast, and he has it. Very nice running catch by right fielder Georgie Selkirk. Mancuso hitting that ball on a line in the right center field. Selkirk was off to the crack of the bat and made the catch. One.
Tom, the noticeable thing there was the fact that all three of these Yankee hitters, or Giant hitters, and two of them left-hand hitters, took very solid wallops at the ball. Perhaps the hardest hit of the game to date in the course of effectiveness was that line drive that McCarty hit out at Lazzeri out there. It's interesting to me to find those fellas walking in there against Gomez, since in the first inning, outside of Bartell's drive over third base, they looked a little bit weak at the plate. Evidently, Gomez is not treating them with the same respect that Hubble is treating the Yankee hitters. He's simply firing that ball in and trusting to those 9 men in back of them, or 8 men, I should say, in back of them, and certainly so far they've done a swell job. 2 of those catches out there in the outfield were better than ordinary catches, particularly Selkirk's on the last one. Well, here's your first Yankee hitter, Tom.
That'll be Merle Hogue. Last half of the second inning, no score as yet. Merle Hogue is 29 years old. Comes from out Sacramento, California. This season, batting 301. Merle has always been a fine baseball player, but unfortunately, he's been out of the regular lineup on many occasions because the Yankees have always had so much superior outfield. It's Carl Hubble, southpaw, Gus Mancuso catching. Last half of the second inning, no score, and Hogue is the hitter. Strike call. Merle Hogue stuck his bat out, drew third baseman Mel out in, but of course had no intention of bunting that ball, just by way of drawing Mel out in from third base. Ball low and outside, and the count on Hogue is ball one and strike one. Merle Hogue the batter, Georgie Selkirk. George has been on the injured and sick list quite a bit during the last half of the season, but he's back in there now strong as ever. Ball one, strike one. Bounding ball down, third goes foul. Artie Fletcher tried to stop it, got past him, but Mallott retrieved the ball, and then the Giants whip it around the infield. It took Bartell to Whitehead to McCarthy, and finally back to Hubble. Merle Hogue hit that ball, started to run, was 3/4 of the way down to first base, walking back rather slow. Strike two, and ball one. Carl Hubble winding up. Too high. Over the plate, a little bit high on the count is ball two and strike two. NBC Mike is right over home plate. We're pretty high, but right in line with the pitcher and catcher. Pretty fair seat, in other words. Ball two, strike two. Bounding ball down short. Burgess comes up with it, the throw. He's out. Out by plenty. Put out 6-3 for those who keep score. Yes, Warren Brown just gives me a note that was the first assist of the ball game. Right you are, Warren. Strike out, 2 fly balls. swing, a strikeout by Rolfe. Now we have Georgie Selkirk, the right fielder, left-hand batter coming up. George hit .328 this year. George is 29 years old. Hits the first ball, a high hopper, down second base, Whitehead to McCarthy, and Selkirk is out. Last half of the second inning with no scorers yet. Two men have been retired, and who's shim up Tony Nazari, and listen to the applause he gets. Tony Nazari, always been a gentleman, fine, great ball player. They like him a lot here in New York, and they should. Tony bats him right-handed. Ball one outside. Tony is 33 years old. This year, Tony has hit quite as well as usual, batting around .250. Ball one is the count, 2 out, nobody on. Strike called. Hubble had a nice fastball over the inside corner with Lazari pulling away. He gets a handful of dirt there, drying his hands off. And the count will be ball one and strike one. Last half of the second inning, no scorers yet, 2 out, nobody on.
We wish to thank H. Fendrick Incorporated for kindly relinquishing half their broadcast period in order that you may hear a description of the World Series game. Charles Wood speaking. Smoke Dreams, originating in the studios of the Nation station, came to you through the facilities of the Red Network of the National Broadcasting Company.
This is station WMAQ, Chicago. In 10 seconds, it will be 12:45 Central Standard Time, and now for the World Series baseball game.
We take you now to the Polo Grounds.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is George Hicks of the NBC, speaking now from the Polo Grounds in New York City. We're about to witness the beginning of the 5th game of the World Series between the New York Yankees and the New York Giants, with the series now standing 3-1 in the Yankees' favor, and a victory today for the Yankees, a clinching of the pennant and the championship by winning the first 4 out of 7. The biggest news this morning that we have is that the weather is wet and chilly, but it's not going to rain this afternoon, and the game is going on. The laughter you've just heard a moment ago was for Shack, who's down on third base now with his baseball uniform on today. No swimming suit today, it's too cold, but still with his tailcoat with the red lapels and his silk hat. And he's warming up with the remnant of the Yankee infield. The regular infield has come in now, and Coach Fletcher is driving balls down at Shack at third, and Glenn, the catcher, and Shack engage in a little hot hand as they get closer and closer to each other on the third base line. But to get back to the game, the weather, well, last night in New York it started raining, and it rained most of the night, and it was raining this morning in that steady, light, but consistent way it has in late fall. And up till noon, we were still having rain and a heavy overcast sky and the wind coming in from the north, and it looked like a pretty bad day for football, let alone for a World Series game. But Judge Landis came up to the park, and it wasn't until 12:30 that he made his decision and decided to have the game played. And it's for the benefit, of course, of the fans who had planned to see big league ball and World Series ball this Sunday. I'm very happy to say that although the crowd has been held off by the late decision of whether the game would be played or not, the grandstands are now almost half full. The bleachers are loyal, of course, and packed solid, and have been even in the rain. And the sky has cleared up enough so that we feel confident there won't be rain during the game this afternoon. Now we've got Al Shack out in the pitcher's box now, and he and Glenn, the Yankee catcher, are trying to decide where to put the ball. And he Shack threw it, and it came up here on the second tier behind home plate where we're speaking. Again, this 5th game is being played at the Polo Grounds on the Manhattan side of the Harlem River, and we can see the huge bulk of the Yankee Stadium looming up across the canal on the other side in the Bronx, where we move to tomorrow if the Giants win this game today and it goes to 3-2. And again, the New York Giants here at the Polo Grounds are the home team. Again, they're dressed in their white uniforms, and they will field first and, of course, will bat last as the innings go on. we all know the Giants won their first game of the series yesterday by a score of 7-3 with Hubble pitching after they'd lost the first 3 games. And their cause up to then seemed almost hopeless. We couldn't help but notice that the team has looked a great deal peppier in batting and fielding practice this morning. Old Luke was out there batting them around to the infield. The boys were on their toes. They just pulled the tarpaulin off about 15 minutes ago. The infield looks very good. The attendants are now working on it, but they still can't get Shack out of the pitcher's box. But I think the feeling among the many fans and the hot stove experts that we find in every office or factory or farm undoubtedly is, as we start the 5th game today, that even with yesterday's win, the odds are terrifically heavy against the Giants, especially with the Yanks as their opponents. And if they should and could pull this series out of the fire now, when they're 3 down, well, it would be the most amazing comeback in World Series history. The attendant finally got Shack off the pitcher's box, but no, he's going back now. He's going to argue the point. He's pushing aside the attendant's tools, and he's going to pitch, but the catcher is now left home plate. We see 2 southpaws warming up, just one to each side of home plate. A long, lanky southern boy from Tennessee with a big blue 16 on his back. He stands 6 feet 4 inches. He has somewhat prominent hearing appendages. They call him Ears. His name is Cliff Melton, or Mountain Music, the freshman star of the Giants, who is slated to start pitching this 5th game. And on the other side of the plate, warming up and watching Shack over one shoulder to be sure he doesn't get into any trouble, is a smaller built lad, also a southpaw, shooting his ball in very easy now to the catcher with a big 11 on the back of his gray uniform. Lefty Gomez, who pitched the first game of the World Series, who's never lost a game in the World Series, who won against Hubble 8-1 in the first game of this 1937 series. NBC's microphone is again in their box directly behind home plate at the edge of the 2nd tier, looking out through the mesh screen. And with us are those 2 redoubtable redheads who flash you the play inning by inning. Tom Manning of Cleveland, veteran baseball describer, and that soft drawling Florida and Cincinnati lad, Red Barber of station WLW. Shack is getting a nice hand now for his endeavors, and he's got... the attendants have just this moment clean home plate, nice and white, and Shack comes with his spikes and covers it all up again. And with our 2 redheads is the imperturbable, impartial, Phi Beta Kappa scholar of baseball, Warren Brown, sports editor of the Chicago Herald-Examiner, who comes in between the innings to translate the action he's seen into the baseball meaning that he knows. Well, now the diamond's empty, except for the 2 pitchers warming up. We'll hear the national anthem in a few moments, and then the teams will trot out on the field, and we'll hear the roar that starts the 5th game. Before that takes place, I'd like to turn you to Warren Brown to give us the lineups, any changes, anything that he's found out digging around the clubhouse and the dugouts this morning. But first, Warren, we've been through 4 games up to now. What deduction or deductions could you make concerning the 4 games that we've seen played so far?
Well, George, I want to thank you first for all those titles that you've given me. It seems as though each day that I come up here, you promote me a little bit higher. Now, getting back to your question about the deductions, the one outstanding characteristic of the World Series of 1937 to date has been the diversity of the playing conditions, weather and track conditions, if I might use that expression. The first game across the Harlem River at the Yankee Stadium was played under a rather excessively hot circumstances. It was very muggy, sultry, and there was plenty of perspiration out on the brows of the players and on the gentlemen of the radio and the press in back of us, no doubt. Then we ran through a couple of cold days, and today, as George Hicks has told you, there was even a reasonable doubt about the possibility of a game at all until Judge Landis came out here a little afternoon and decided that the game must go on. From the point of view of the New York Yankees, the delay or the playing of the game did not make a great deal of difference since their pitcher, Vernon Gomez, who has not started since the first game of the series, had sufficient rest for all practical purposes. On the other hand, the New York Giants, I have no doubt, would have welcomed the postponement, because the postponing of the game today would have given their pitcher, Cliff Melton, an additional day's rest, and we all remember that Melton has already appeared twice in the World Series in a comparatively few days. Looking back at the 4 games that have been played, it is rather interesting to note that going into this game, the 5th, this afternoon, the New York Yankees, who were characterized going into the series as a very powerful team with more than a suspicion of good pitching, have also appeared in the guise of fielding marvels. Up until the present time, the Yankees have not made an error in the series. That is rather a remarkable situation. The Giants, on the other hand, who built their reputation in their National League race on pitching and team spirit and a sturdy defense, have made, not many errors, although they did have a wholesale production in 2 innings of 2 different games, in which they made 3 errors in an inning on 2 occasions of the 9 that are now charged against them. Consequently, that has been a little bit of a surprise. There has been a little surprise, too, I think, considering the fact that the Polo Grounds, where the game is being played today, and the Yankee Stadium, which is the home of the American League champions, have both been productive through the regular season of a great many home runs. So far, we have seen but 2 home runs, and the Yankees have had both of them. It just happened that neither one of the home runs, Tony Lazzari's in the first game and Lou Gehrig's homer yesterday, have made any material difference in the ball game. There have been no heroic home runs, in other words. Nothing to win the game or nothing to bring the crowd stirring to its feet. Out in direct center field, Al Shack is leading a cheering section of the bleachers, much after the manner of a football crowd, and truly this is ideal weather for football. And it's quite a commentary on Shack's quick wit that he realized that and went out there in the deep center field to lead the bleachers into a cheer. I think he's getting ready now to get them started again, so let's listen to him. I should say, is rather handily done. And while I dare say that the undergraduates in the center field bleacher section of the Polo Grounds, it's difficult competing with this cheering, but we must go on. The show must go on. I think that Jack, at such a time as he completes his splendid career as a baseball comedian, can certainly wind up at Yale or California or Stanford or Notre Dame, Wisconsin, Illinois, any place, Duke, that you may think of, and take up life's work as a cheerleader. I don't know of any college cheering section that was able to make so much noise and make the noise in unison with so little rehearsing as this crowd in these center field bleachers at the Polo Grounds. That, I believe, is a tribute to the directing genius, Al Shack. Now, getting back to our baseball, we have heard, and undoubtedly you have read in the last several days, about the laxity of hitting on the part of the Giants. I was just looking here at a composite box score of the 4 games, and I noticed, curiously enough, that there are only 4 difference in the hits at the present time. The Yankees have made 34 hits, and the Giants have made 30. But the balance of power, nevertheless, has been strongly on the side of the Yankees. And going into today's game, which is the last at the Polo Grounds, regardless of what transpires here, the Yankees are really the favorites. They have to be regarded as the favorites. They've won 3 out of the 4 games. They need but 1 more to gain the World Championship. Over the amplifying system at the present time, the announcer has been giving you the batteries, which will be Cliff Melton and Harry Danning for the Giants, and Vernon Gomez and Bill Dickey for the Yankees. Yesterday, Harry Danning, along with Hank Lieber, got into the Giant lineup for the second time, did most of the hitting that turned back the tide of Yankee power and made it necessary to play today's game, the national anthem. Game is almost ready to begin. The Giants, the home club, are rushing out of the field. So I'm going to turn you over now to the very efficient services of Tom Manning, give you the lineup and the detail of the ball game. All right, Tom.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Well done, Warren Brown. Here's the lineup. In the field for the first half of the first inning will be the National League entry, the Giants. Moore, left field. Martell, short. Hot, third base. Here's a change in the lineup. Ripple, right field, batting ahead of center fielder Lieber. So that'll be Moore, Martell, Hot, Ripple, Lieber. McCarthy, first base. Danning, catch. Whitehead, second. And Melton, long, lean left-hander in the box. For the Yanks, Cosetti at short. Rolf, DiMaggio, center. Gehrig, first. Dickey, catch. Hogue, left field. Selkirk, right. Lazari, second. Gomez, pitch. The umpires behind the plate will be Ormsby. First base will be Barr. Second base, Basil. And at third base, it'll be Stewart. Everybody in position. Dick Bartell has just tossed the ball to Melton. Umpire Red Ormsby has adjusted his paraphernalia. Frankie Cosetti steps into the batter's box. And the windup, the ball game is on. The pitch. It's a long drive going deep into left field. Back. Joe Moore is back under it, and he takes it. One away. Frankie Cosetti stepping into that first ball pitch. And it was a long drive to left field that Joe Moore was off under and caught for the first out. Frankie Cosetti had one hit out of 17 times at bat. Now third baseman Red Brault. Red has 5 singles out of 17 times at bat. Here's the pitch. It's a strike. Ball. Cliff Melton, left-hander in the box, standing, catching, and Rolf, the Yank third baseman, left-hand batter, is at the plate. Inside, ball. Ball one, and strike one. Rolf pumping that old bat up and down, 1-1 coming. It's a base hit between third and short into left field. Joe Moore retrieves the ball. Rolf Brown's first. The throw is to Bartell at second, and it's a single for Rolf. Joe DiMaggio coming up. Something wrong with Joe's bat after walking clear up to the plate. Oh, he threw the wrong bat away. Each of the players, come up there with 2 or more bats. Joe tossed the wrong one over the dugout and hadn't noticed it until he got clear up to the plate. Now he's in there, ready to go. It's the first inning of this 5th game of the World Series. Yanks batting, Rolf on first, 1 out. Melton takes the stretch, and here it is. It's a high fly ball to short center field. Everybody's after it. And finally, Whitehead makes a beautiful running catch way out in center field. Whitehead taking that ball for the foot out. And that's the roar of the crowd is for Whitehead. That looked awful bad for a moment. With center fielder Lieber coming in. Burgess Whitehead dashed out there, and at the last moment he made up his mind to keep on going, and he grabbed that ball with his back to the plate. Larrabee, Lou Gehrig of Columbia coming up. Joe DiMaggio had 5 out of 17. Now we have Gehrig at bat. Gehrig has 3 out of 13. Some spectator let go of the Sunday newspaper, and there's plenty of paper flying out there in center field, and 3 of the groundkeepers are running out there chasing. It looked like a flock of ducks when it first came out of the stands. Well, they've retrieved the last bit of it now, and there's a round of applause for them. Boys are still running off the field. We were detained while they retrieved that blowing paper out there. Lou Gehrig at bat, 2 out, and we have Rolf on first base. Here's the pitch. Strike. A sharp breaking curveball that had Gehrig pulling away from the plate. It caught the inside corner, and Ormsby called to the strike. 2 out. Rolf is on first. Here it is. Outside. Ball 1 and strike 1. This is the 3rd appearance in this series of Cliff Melton. Opened the 2nd game and relieved in the 3rd. Ball 1, strike 1, play at first base. It's not even close. Ball 1 and strike 1 on Lou Gehrig, the batter. The Yanks are batting in the 1st inning. Again, Melton tosses over to McCarthy. That time, Rolf was standing there with his foot on the bag. Heavy wind blowing. Another play at first. This one's closer, but he's safe. The heavy wind blowing, and it's a distinct advantage for the left-hand hitters. There's a stretch, and here it is. Outside, almost a wild pitch. Nice stop by catcher Harry Danning. Ball 2 and strike 1. Danning stands there with his glove off, now rubbing the ball up before tossing it out there to Cliff Melton. It's Lou Gehrig batting, ball 2 and strike 1. 2 out, and Rolf is on first base. A stretch coming. Ball 3, that's a wild pitch. He's going down the throw. He slides. He's safe. I believe that will be scored as a wild pitch. We'll get the official decision for you in a moment. That count, ball 2 and strike 1. Cliff Melton let go with a curved ball. It was low outside. And Rolf went to second. Now the count is 3-1. The official scores are still wild pitch is correct. Here we go. Ball 4, another sweeping curved ball. Missed the outside corner. With a runner on second base, Cliff Melton was taking no chance. Slamming that ball down through the middle to Gehrig. With the count 3-1, he threw a slow, sweeping curved ball that was outside. That brings Bill Dickey to bat. Bill has 4 hits out of 16 times at the plate. First baseman McCarthy playing way back, giving Gehrig a big lead. Here it is. Strike. Called. Sharp breaking curve ball that Melton had in there over the inside corner to Bill Dickey, a left-hand batter. Rolf is on second. Gehrig is on first. It's the 1st inning. No score. 2 men out. Outside. Ball 1 and strike 1. Red Rolf is on second. Gehrig on first. 2 out. Ball 1, strike 1. Pitch. It's a top ball down first. It's ball and strike 2. Earl Combs, coaching at first base, retrieves that ball. That diamond is well soaked. The only thoroughly dry spot on the diamond there is the pitching rubber and the spot around home plate. Strike 2 and ball 1, ready to go again. 2 out, Rolf on second, Gehrig on first. Melton takes a stretch. Strike 2 and ball 1. Inside, ball 2. Cliff fairly aimed that ball over the inside to Bill Dickey. Once again, Harry Danning has his big mitt off, standing there rubbing the ball with his bare hands before tossing it out to Melton. Dickey steps out of the batter's box. It's ball 2 and strike 2. 2 men on. 2 men out. A flock of deuces. All right, it's 2 and 2. Coming. Strike 3. All. Shot breaking curve ball and Bill Dickey sees that it was a strike. Just ducked his head and ran for the Yankee dugout. So that's all for the Yanks for the 1st inning. No runs, 1 hit, 1 base on balls, and no errors. Warren.
Melton certainly worked himself out of a rather difficult position there in this inning, especially pitching to Bill Dickey, who was one of the more powerful hitters in this New York Yankee lineup. I noticed that in the first inning, Melton was throwing more curves, I think, than fastballs. He threw curves almost exclusively to Gehrig when he walked him, and that was about all that Dickey had, save one fastball that came in around his ankles. That last curve was a beautiful thing, breaking sharply over the plate, and it fooled Dickey completely. Melton certainly has started out his first inning while he was in a little trouble, with no sign that the 3 appearances which he's been forced to make in this 1937 World Series have cramped his style any. He began with a rush, and now we'll have a look at Gomez making his second appearance in the World Series. Gomez was very effective his first time out over in the Yankee Stadium, and since he is tremendously fast, one of the swiftest pitchers in the American League, this dark day, which is supposed to be ideal for fast pitching, ought to be right down Gomez Alley, much as it is down Melton. The first giant batter is about at the plate, Tom, so I guess you can take charge again.
No score yet. We're going into the last half of the first inning, and Joe Moore, left fielder of the Giants, will hit first. He'll get the nice round of applause from the fans here. I believe about 35,000 in the Polo Grounds. Gomez winding up the pitch. It's a base hit into left field. A base hit. Hope fumbled the ball momentarily, picks it up, returns it to Lazzari, and it's a single for Joe Moore. Troy Lazzari had the ball. Now he's walking clear into the pitching rubber, rubbing it up before handing it to Gomez. That was a line drive that shortstop Frankie Cosetti leaped far to his right for, but missed it by several feet. Ball went bounding out to left field, where it was retrieved by Holt. All right, we have Dick Martell up in strike one, swinging. Martell is a right-hand batter. Moore had 6 hits out of 18 times at bat, and Martell has 4 out of 17. Gomez takes a stretch, and here it is. The high fly ball to left field. Hogue gets under it, running in, still coming in. Makes the catch, he's out. Ball was hit pretty hard, but there's a wind blowing in from left field. Hogue started to slow up for that catch, then had to hurry a little bit to catch up with it. We still have Moore on first, 1 man out, and Mallott, left-hand batter and third baseman coming up. Mel has 3 hits out of 17 times at bat. Strike one. Took a healthy cut from way back at that ball. We have no scores yet. We're playing the last half of the first inning. The Giants batting, 1 out, and Moore is on first base. Inside. Ball 1 and strike 1. Lefty Gomez pitching for the Yankees, and Bill Dickey behind the bat. Gomez ready. Here it is. Foul up and back. Up and back from home plate. Instead of a scramble going on for it, and it makes the count on Mallott. Strike 2 and ball 1. We have right fielder Jimmy Ripple coming up next. Notice how fast Gomez is pitching. Strike 3. Mallott going for a bad ball high on the outside. That was really a bad ball high on the outside. Mel started a swing, couldn't hold, followed through, and looked just a little bad on that strikeout. 2 gone. Jimmy Ripple coming up. He has 3 hits out of 13 trips to the plate. It's a base hit in the right center field. Moore rounding second. DiMaggio has the ball to throw at the third. The throw is cut off by Frankie Cosetti. And it bounds away from Cosetti over to the pitcher's box where Rolfe pounces on it. Ripple stopping at first. Moore on third base. Ripple on first. And Lieber coming up. Both of those giant hits were ringing line drives. The one by Moore over Cosetti's head. This one by Ripple over Lazzari's head. DiMaggio came up with that ball and cut loose of it quick. But Cosetti, playing heads up, seeing that there was no chance of getting Moore at third base, cut that ball so as to prevent Ripple from going to second and being in a scoring position. Hank Lieber, you know, is a right-hand batter. He has 2 hits out of 7 times up. Two very important hits they were, too. The stretch and the pitch. Outside, ball one. Lefty Gomez in the box for the Yanks. Outfielders are playing plenty deep. Here it is. Strike. He swings hard and misses. Ball one and strike one. Hank Lieber stepped out of the batter's box for a moment. Tense moments indeed. 2 out, runners on first and third, 1-1 coming. Ball two. That ball was over, but just a little bit high. Ball two and strike one. Merle Hogue is playing way out there, the 400-foot sign. DiMaggio has moved out, too. They're playing direct position, though, left, center, and right. All right, ball two and strike one. It's a high infield fly near first base. On the line is Gehrig waiting, and Gehrig takes it. That's all for the Giants in the first inning. No runs, 2 hits, and no errors. Warren.
The thing worth commenting on in that inning is the change of tactics on the part of the New York Giants. Rather, it is a return to the tactics that they used while they were in their regular play in the National League season. Joe Moore, their leadoff man, has established a record down through the years of liking to take a whack at that first ball. We've been watching him all through this series, and Joe has been letting the first ball go by more often than not. Today, perhaps Gomez thought he was going right on through with that and came in there with it, and Moore got his base hit. The other marked change is their lack of respect today, or at least in this first inning, for the throwing arms of the Yankee outfielders. You may have remembered from listening to the broadcast of the other games that the Giants seldom cared to take that extra base. Today, Moore kept right on going in spite of the fact that the ball was hit at DiMaggio, who is supposed to have the best throwing arm in the major leagues. All right, Tom, we're ready to go again.
Merle Hogue, the first hitter, right-hand batter, the wind-up and the pitch. All one. Fastball outside. Merle has 5 hits out of 16 times at bat. No score as yet. First man up for the Yanks in the second inning. Here it is. Inside on the ball two. Sweeping curveball that Merle Hogue, right-hand batter, watched all the way, then stepped away from it as it was too close and inside. Ball two, the count. Strike. Fastball right down the alley. Cliff Melton pulled the string on that one. Ball two and strike one. Here comes. There's a long drive going deep into right field. High up in the right field bleachers for a home run. A home run by Merle Hogue, the left fielder of the Yankees. By Merle Hogue, the right-hand hitter. The count, ball two and strike one, was in the upper deck, well over in right field. The blow traveling perhaps about 450 feet. 1-0 in favor of the Yanks. Selkirk, right fielder, left-hand batter is up. Ball one. Fastball that knocks Selkirk away from the plate. Playing the first half of the second inning. The score 1-0 in favor of the American League entry. The result of that mighty home run by Merle Hogue. Cliff Melton, southpaw, pitching. Ball one the count. Ball two. Another fastball inside. And the count is 2-0. Tony Brazelli hanging around. He'll bat next. Ball two. Strike. Fastball right down the middle and fell high on the count on Georgie Selkirk. Ball two and strike one. George steps away from the plate, wipes his hands on his trousers, back in there ready to go. Ball two and strike one. Bounding ball down towards second. Whitehead comes up with it to throw. He's out. Whitehead to McCarthy. George Selkirk rounding out. One gone, nobody on. Rosaria. Tony has 5 hits out of 12 times at bat, getting a nice round of applause. Got Selkirk had 4 hits out of 15 times at bat. All right, Rosaria. Strike. Fastball just above the knees, over the outside corner. First half of the second inning. Foul ball. Flying drive into the right field corner. That's strike two on Lazzari. The low line smash that had the spectators scattering. Here it comes. Foul up and back. Hits the screen right in front of the microphone here. The score is 1-0 in favor of the New York Yankees. First half of the second inning, one man out. Nobody on. Lazzari at bat. That's strike two. The windup. Strike three called. It's a beautiful curveball. Tony Lazzari knew it. Just bowed his head as much as to say absolutely correct and walked away. Both of those strikeouts, Dickey and Lazzari, no question in the mind of the batter. They were very definite in their own minds that it was the third strike. Now we have Gomez coming up. 2 out, nobody on. Lefty bats and throws left-handed. 2 out, nobody on, and here we go. Ball one. Sweeping curve ball. Lefty Gomez started to swing at that. Harry Danning turned around, claiming that it was a strike, but Ormsby said nay. Here we go. Foul, strike one. Ball one and strike one. Curve ball inside. Gomez swinging hard, tapped the ball. First half of the second inning. 1-0 in favor of the Yankees. 2 out and nobody on. Strike two, the count. Ball. There's a mix-up on the decision on those balls and strikes there. He called that first one a ball, but they have strike two and ball one on the board. That was a tip ball, so it doesn't make any difference now. That first pitch that Danning claimed might have been a strike, Ormsby held up his left hand, which means that it was a ball. Makes no difference. It's strike two and ball one. Here it comes. Strike three called. Nice sharp breaking curveball that Gomez allowed to pass by. And it's no 1 run, 1 hit, and no errors for the Yanks in the second. One.
And the home run that we talked about in advance of the game has finally made its appearance in the World Series at a point where it really means something. Merle Hoag's line shot over there into the upper deck of the right field stand, starting the Yankees off 1 run to the good, is the first home run of the 3 made in the series that had material effect upon the game. At the present time, except for that home run, Melton seems to be pitching very well out there. He has his control back. He doesn't even seem to be as unsteady as he was in the first inning. Against the right-hand hitters, it looks to me as though he's been pitching outside to them, particularly to Hoag, to keep him from pulling into left. But the California boy simply stuck out his bat and poked the ball into the right field stand. He's got his home run over there, so I guess it doesn't make much difference. If they're going to hit him, they're going to hit him, whether you pitch inside or outside. Here are the Giants coming up for their turn, and it's your turn, Tom.
It'll be Johnny McCarthy, the Giant first baseman, leading off in the last half of the second. McCarthy, Danning, and Whitehead coming up. For the late tuners in again, that Yankee outfield is Hoag left, DiMaggio center, Selkirk in right. Gehrig at first, Lazzari second, Rossetti short, Rolfe third, and the battery is Lefty Gomez and Bill Dickey. Umpire Ormsby behind the plate calls play ball, and here we go. A foul back, strike one. Johnny McCarthy is a tall, lanky boy. Bats and throws left-handed. Mack has had 4 hits out of 15 times at bat. A pounding ball down between first and second. Lazzari has it, the throw to Gehrig, and he's out. 1 away, nobody on. Harry Danning coming up. Harry Danning, having replaced Gus Mancuso. Gus was injured. Little finger of his right hand. Danning making a very acceptable substitute. Right hand batter, the first pitch. Outside, ball one. Last half of the second inning, the score 1-0 in favor of the Yankees. The Giants at bat, one out, nobody on. Danning hitting, and it's ball one. Foul ball. Hard smash down right field, curving into the stands. It's ball one and strike one. Here comes strike two. Danning looked awful bad on that one. He swung a split second too late. Wouldn't be surprised if it's pretty tough to see that ball out there. Gomez, speedball pitcher, and it's awful dark here in New York. Strike three. At the front of the ball, felt high. Allowed a hop on it for the third strike. That's the second strikeout for Gomez. Melvin Ott and Harry Danning. Burgess Whitehead coming up. Burge has 3 hits out of 12 times at bat. Right-hand hitter. Giant half of the second, 2 out, nobody on. High fly ball, right field, looks like a Texas League hit. It is. Texas League hit. Whitehead is rounded first, and he's going to second. There's the throw. He's safe, a 2-bagger. That was a high pop fly down in right field. Gehrig was off with a crack of the bat. Selkirk also. Both of them came over there, and neither Gehrig or Selkirk got within 20 feet of that ball. It was finally retrieved by Selkirk, whipped into the infield, and it's a 2-base hit for Whitehead. They have the pitcher, Cliff Melton, coming up. This being a cold day, it's going to take the pitchers quite some time to get up to the plate because they're wrapped in their heavy sweater and a big blanket at the completion of each inning. Bill Dickey, Gomez, and umpire Ormsby, all standing halfway between the plate and the box, discussing something, and Ormsby is looking at the ball. Everything's okay. They're going back to their positions now. Gomez has his glove off, rubbing that ball up. Melton steps in the box. We're ready to go. Ball one. Sweeping curveball is high and outside. It's the Giant half of the second inning. 2 outs. Whitehead on second. Strike. Cliff took a mighty cut at that one. It was ball one and strike one. One and one, the pitcher batting. Strike two, he swings hard again. Lefty Gomez has got a lot of speed out there this afternoon. Every afternoon, too. Ball is too high, a change of pace offering. Tried to fool Cliff Melton with that one. It was strike two and ball two. 2-2. Strike three, he's out. Whitehead on second base, Gomez and Melton. This game, you know, is coming to you from the Polo Grounds of New York City, the 5th game of the World Series between the Giants and the Yankees. And it is being sent to you over the combined red and blue network of the National Broadcasting Company. We pause now for station identification.
This is station WMAQ, Chicago.
Back at the Polo Grounds, the NBC booth in the upper deck, watching the progress of the game between the New York Yankees and the New York Giants. The Yankees at the present time are leading by 1-0 because of a home run delivered in the second inning by Merrill Hogue, their left fielder. Both Lefty Gomez and Cliff Melton, the pitchers, are progressing very favorably at the present time. There is no criticism to make of their pitching. The Yankees are at bat now, and Tom Manning.
First half of the third inning, the top again, Frankie Crosetti. Strike one, he cut hard at the first ball pitch. Last time up, fly to left field. Also, that time at bat, he hit the first ball pitch. Strike one, inside, and it's ball one. Ball one and strike one. Crosetti, you know, is a known left field hitter. We have Moore and Gleaver moved over slightly toward left field. Tip foul, strike two. It's a high fastball that Cliff had in there, about letter high. Crosetti taking a toe hold in the swing. It's strike two and ball one. Red Rolfe coming up next. Long wind up. There it is. The bounding ball down third. Melvin Ott has a big hop to throw. He's out. Crosetti is protesting that that ball landed in foul territory. Quite a protest down there. Red Rolfe and Crosetti are both kicking to umpire Ormsby. Now Artie Fletcher Joe McCarthy's first assistant is walking in toward home plate, and Mr. Crosetti is arguing rather loudly. Let's see if we can pick them up. Oh, you're afraid to pick them up, huh? Okay. Well, Fletcher and Ormsby are both shaking their heads at each other now. That's the put out. That's one of those cases where the boy's in blue and he says you're out. Well, you're just out. One gone and nobody on. Rolf at bat, left-hand hitter. Single the last time up. Ball one, a curveball that gets away from the outside corner. Strike called. That play of Crosetti's is rather hard to understand whether Crosetti was claiming interference by Danning and whether the ball hit the edge of home plate in foul territory.